y'all. This is past me talking to y'all in the future. I pre recorded these episodes because I've been needing a break. If you have been watching The Frolicking Truth, you've heard me talking about this, and we have been fastly approaching this time. So the time is here, and I have pre recorded some episodes for you all over the next few weeks. I'll be back from break in January, and that's when we will take on season 2 of The Frolicking Truth. So until then, please do enjoy these pre recorded episodes. I am creating them with intention, so they are following along the path of what we have been talking about. But as far as like right now updates, that's not happening. You'll have to go holler at me in the archives. So if you are wanting to have access that is not pre-recorded and you are wanting to know what is happening in full time and have the opportunity to be a part of the archive, to be a keeper in the archive, and to experience the different collections that we have, I invite you to go to patreon.com/minding my black ass business. $5 will get you in the door and you have access to everything that we have going on. So even during this off time, we still have things going on in the Patreon. So please do come over there and holla at us in the archive. Otherwise, I'll see you back here in January in 2026. All right. Hey, y'all. I'm Kimberland, and this is The Frolicking Truth, a soft space for Black women who are tired, brilliant, and ready to heal. Here, joy meets justice. We calm our black ass nervous systems. We unmask and we leave behind whatever that is trying to kill us. You're seen here. You're safe here. And you don't have to do this alone. Hey y'all, come on in, find a comfortable spot, and take a seat. I'm grateful to have you here with me for episode 29 of the Frolicking Truth podcast for Black women who are tired, brilliant, and ready to heal, where joy meets justice and our nervous systems get free. It is okay if you don't identify with any of those descriptors. It just means that when you come ready to listen, ready to learn, and ready to support. I want to kick everything off by saying that I am filming this last month in preparation for the release today. So I'm not really going to talk about any topical things today per se, nor am I going to give right now updates because, like, subscriber counts and things like that, um, I don't know what they're going to be in the future. So we're going to skip right to the things, right, without doing our different updates that we usually have at the top of the episode. So I wanted to let you know that because if you're like, wait, Auntie ain't checked in, and how's Auntie doing? Baby, Auntie is down there to the archive in the inner circle. The archive is the Patreon, okay? So that's where Auntie is at. So if you're looking for me, come on over there and hang out with me in the Patreon. It's only $5 to get in the door, and it's all sorts of things over there that we can hang out and talk about. So I am currently on break. Well, not right now when I'm filming this, but as this is recording, I'm currently on break and I'm scheduled to be back in January. So hopefully I can inspire you to also take an intentional break to help yourself to stabilize and make sure that you are on track. Let's get into the things. So what I can say is my brand bestie was really integral in helping me to plan this out and really come up with a schedule that would allow me to honor myself and all the things that I want to do and need to do and really just honor my brain. So shout out to the brand bestie. Okay. Presence is here even when we ain't actively doing nothing. All right. So anyway, we have, been scripting this out. And one of the things that it made really easy for me is to then be able to gather all the things that I wanted to talk to you about, because sometimes the planning process for a podcast episode can become a lot depending on what else I have going on. So planning this out ahead of time, who'd have thunk, gave me a chance to like really structure out, okay, this is what I want to say, this is what I want this to look like, sound like, whatever, because there's a whole bunch of stuff like that I want to piece together. And so I'm so excited to do that with you. So today we are talking about my weight loss journey and my journey with food and my food story. And it's really interesting because there is like a very clear, if you have been following me for a while, or if you go back and look at some of my old posts, you will see there's a very big difference as far as how I look, as far as how much I weigh, my skin, Raina. So, like, it's definitely been a journey for real, for real. And a lot of that journey really had to do with my relationship with food and what it was looking like once I left the US. But I don't want to start there. I actually want to start at the beginning. At the beginning. So the year was about 1981. That's the year that sis was born. So anyway, when I was a kid, I don't have a lot of memories from when I was a kid. Let's start there. I do not have a lot of memories from when I was a kid. But one of the memories that I do have is, and a lot of the memories, let me say that I do have are around food. So when I was a kid, I really didn't eat a lot. And right now I'm talking, let's talk 8 and under. Okay, so let's talk 8 and under. So there's context for all of this on my blogs and in various videos. Child, get into the things because it's a book, it's a docu series, it's something at some point. Because girl, it's a lot. But basically, it was just me and my mom until the time that I was about maybe 6 years old, and my mom was in charge of cooking, and my mother cannot cook. My mother cannot cook at all. Okay, let me be fair because I want to live in fact. So my mother does not cook a lot of things well. One of the things that she did do well was banana pancakes. And that is a recipe that to this day that I still have. And it's really not a recipe. It's really Aunt Jemima pancake mix, mashed bananas, milk, stir. Like that's really the recipe. But that's one of the things that she would make. And it was like cool, banana pancakes, not just regular pancakes, banana pancakes. She did a great job at making grilled cheese, right? So grilled cheese with syrup. So if you watch, so you don't put syrup on your grilled cheese, you understand. Drop your honey pots into the chat. Um, so she did a good job at making that. She did a good job at making sunny side eggs. Okay, sunny side eggs are the ones that when you cut into them, they're runny. She did a good job at making those. The grits were often good, but sometimes not because she used a lot of salt in her cooking. All right. Outside of that, a meal that I remember having that was a pleasant meal for me was hamburger helper lasagna. Okay. Now, I want to pause here and say, up until about 6 years old, when it was just me and my mom, or whomever, she had boyfriends at the time too. I don't know how they was contributing. Child, I was young, so I really wasn't paying attention. But we were poor. But so my mother was working, like my mama worked at the cable company. So I grew up with cable. We ain't have food, but we had cable. But she made too much money to be able to get government support, but we didn't make enough money to have enough money to get food. So we had to go to the food pantry to get food. So we would have government cheese, powdered eggs, canned chicken. My mouth is starting to water, not in a good way as I'm thinking about this. So anyway, those meals that she was making in her defense, it was government food, and government food is not good. It's not good food at all. It is very much processed and very much unhealthy. So a lot of our food during that time was coming from the food pantry. So in the hence grilled cheese, right? They laughing in the comments because I said we ain't have food, but we had cable. We had cable. I had cable my entire life. My entire life. Food. We don't know. So anyway, one of the reasons why the things that we were eating was stuff like grilled cheese and pancakes, or it was stuff that we were also getting from the food pantry. I also remember when my mother got pregnant with my brother that we had WIC. And WIC in the US is a supplement for pregnant women and women who have, I'm speaking as if these things are still existing. I don't think any of this is still in existence today. But back in my day, they had a situation called WIC, and it allowed you to go into the store and get certain things for the household on this voucher. So I said all that to say we were not rolling in dough. All right. So as I'm talking about these meals, that's why these real struggle meals. Oh, I left out a struggle meal that my mama did make well, and that was cream corn and sausage over rice. That was a pleasurable meal. I was even eating that into my adulthood. So those were some of the things that I looked forward to eating in the house. Now, there were many things that I would not eat. Okay? Because I'm not the kind of person, I don't like to eat just to eat. Like I want to eat because I enjoy eating, even though like I don't live to eat. I eat to live at this point. But I also, because I'm a scientist and a biologist, and I know that it takes us 3 weeks to starve to death, I also don't be tripping if I don't eat. And I was running experiments from the time I was like 4 and 5 years old because I'm not eating that, lady. Let me tell y'all some of the meals that my mother used to make with that I wouldn't eat. So we used to have what she called wieners and red gravy. That was hot dog wieners. And the red gravy was tomato sauce and tomato paste, but in the can, right? So not like ragu or like actual like spaghetti sauce. It was the tomato sauce and the tomato paste in the can. Now that's not seasoned, okay? And it wasn't a whole lot of extra seasoning that got into it. All right. It was basically here, tomatoes, wieners, hot dog wieners over rice. Eat that. I'm not eating that. I'm not eating that. Another recipe that we used to have was scrambled eggs and rice, and I don't want that either. Then, what was something else? We would have canned mackerel. Mackerel is a fish, so we would have canned mackerel and rice. Take me out of here, because the mackerel also had little bones in it. And for some reason, I always, we'll talk about me choking in a little bit, but I always had a fear of like something getting stuck in my throat and choking me to death. And them little mackerel bones was feeling like that. Like it was a lot. It was a lot. So we would have that. I'm not eating that. She would make some from New Orleans, and red beans and rice is a standard meal that people would have. Also, you can mess up red beans and rice. And one of the ways that you can mess up red beans and rice for me is putting okra in it. Now, number one, I don't like okra. Okay, I don't like okra, and one of the reasons I don't like okra is because the okra used to be in the beans, and okra is slimy. So now you want me to eat slimy beans? Bleh, bleh. I can't do it. I can't do it, and it was a lot. So in my early years, I used to be faced with a dilemma, and the dilemma was my choices were usually you gonna sleep at the table or you gonna get your ass beat or just go to sleep hungry. Those are my choices. Many nights I went to sleep hungry. Many nights. I was just like, I'll sleep here, no problem. Slides plate over, going to bed. And then there were many nights where I didn't really have a choice. It was a false choice, and I just got my ass beat because I wouldn't eat. So I would eat. I think when I went to school, I would eat. And then I had an aunt that lived, so I have two aunts. one of them was like the cook. So she always lived pretty close to us. So I would go to her house and try to eat something. But other than that, I'm not eating that. And my mother used to get so angry. And I don't know why. She probably felt like I was judging her because I was. I'm not eating that. And now that I know I got that autism, I probably was saying that. Like, I don't want this. To the point, I remember when I was younger that I would just hold food in my mouth. So I don't know if in my mind I'm thinking to myself, I don't know what I was thinking, but I would try to put as much of it in my mouth as possible, and I would just sit there like this. And she would be like, "Eat your food, Cam. Eat your food." And then I would just be like, bleh, and just let it all come out. I don't want to eat this. I don't want to eat this. So, yeah, the comments say, I love this Indian okra recipe with yogurt. But yeah, if they overcook it, it becomes slimy. I don't want it. You understand? I don't want it. And so I stayed in a lot of trouble when I was in my early years because I wouldn't eat. And I know, I guess my mother was concerned for my health. I don't know, but I'm not eating that. So then about 6 years old, my stepdad came along, who I call my dad. And I want to say he took over cooking probably when we moved to the new house. So we moved to our new house and when I was 8. So now my brother is here, it's family of 4, and my dad started cooking. Let me tell you something about my dad. That man can cook. You hear me? That man can cook down. So my dad is a chef. My dad is a lot of things, come to find out, that I found out in my adult years. But he took over the cooking. And when I'm talking about night and day difference. Okay. People used to come from miles around to eat when my daddy was cooking. Okay. So he just made everything wonderfully. And it's interesting because we didn't have a relationship while I was in the house, like while I was growing up. We didn't develop a relationship until I went away to college and moved away. But one of the things that I picked up from him was his love for food and the way that he put meals together. And there were some times where there was explicit instruction. So I remember I was in either 11th or 12th grade and I took a home ec class. And a part of our exam was we had to do our own recipe. So I had talked to my dad and I was like, I need a recipe for a home ec class. And he gave me the recipe for his fried rice and his sweet and sour chicken. Baby, I walked up in that school. I was in there, I was in there chefing it up. You understand me? I was chefing it up in there. It was so good. Like everything. I made the sweet and sour sauce from scratch. I couldn't even tell you what the recipe is today. I don't have it. But from scratch had made that. Okay. So my dad, I remember he used to have this cookbook by Brennan's, and Brennan's is a famous restaurant in New Orleans. And he would get in that cookbook, baby, and be like, oh, yeah, this is what we having tonight. So basically, what I'm telling you is, I went from a life where I was like, I just can't eat nothing. I'll starve to death. I don't care. To a life where I was at a restaurant. Like, it was mad crazy. So, my childhood, like living at home, once my dad took over cooking, it was really customized. So, for instance, my brother didn't eat eggs. So when my dad would make breakfast, let's say he was making omelets, instead of my brother having omelet, my brother would have pancakes. Or if my mother was fasting for church, she might have a gourmet salad. And I'm not talking stuff just thrown together. I'm talking eggs sliced with precision, laid out like a fan, drizzled in a beautiful dressing. Like this man took time. Time. This comment says, LOL, I think your mom just didn't know how to cook and didn't want to learn either. 1000% accurate. What, she didn't care to know how. Like, did not care to know how. Me, on the other hand, I'm watching, like, I'm paying attention. So, like, when my dad would, and we didn't really necessarily have three organized meals a day, but there definitely was breakfast and there definitely was dinner. Lunch might have been like a on your own, make yourself a sandwich, go in there, get some chips and go sit down somewhere. But we definitely had breakfast and dinner. But that dinner experience, all you had to do was come and sit down at the table. That was it. You didn't have to, oh, I forgot the sauce. Oh, I need the dressing. I need the hot sauce. Everything that you might need is right there on the table for you. All you have to do is sit down and enjoy. It was phenomenal. So everything that I learned about cooking, I learned from my dad. And it is something that I hold so dear to me because he would say things like, Kim, people eat with their eyes. So you have to make sure that you presenting it right, because people eat with their eyes. And I remember when I had moved to Tampa and I finally wound up buying my house and all that kind of stuff. And then my dad would come and visit and then I would cook for him and he'd be like, okay, I get to sit down. Okay. It was the best. So I had like both worlds. I had this world where it was like, I'm not eating that. And then to this world of like, oh my gosh, like there is not just that there is food, but also the food is good. So by the time I went off to college, I had a meal plan. I went to college on a full scholarship, so I had a meal plan. But my dad also had like would come as they would get me set up and stuff, and take me to Sam's and make sure I had chicken breasts in my little mini freezer so that I could make me. I survived. I did not eat ramen when I don't like ramen. Especially not ramen that come in packs. Fun fact: when I was a kid, we used to eat those like it was chips. So we would just shake it up. You put the seasoning pack and you just shake it up and crunch up the noodles, and then we would eat it. That definitely wasn't good. I'm talking about probably that definitely wasn't good. But that was the only interaction that I really had with ramen. I didn't even know that ramen was soup until my brother was making ramen. I had come home, I want to say from college, or maybe I was in high school, and my brother was making ramen and it stunk. And I was like, what is that smell? And he was like, I'm making ramen. And I'm like, what? So then he's like, put his seasoning packet in. And I was like, no way, that's soup. I didn't even know. Okay. So I said all that to say I survived in college, especially when I was pledging, because during the pledging process, you don't really go to the cafeteria a lot. And for me, if it's sleep or if it's eating, I'm going to sleep. It takes me 3 weeks to starve to death. I want y'all to know that's going to be the theme of everything. So anyway, when my brother had made the ramen, I was like, I do not like this. So I survived on mac and cheese, Easy Mac. That's what I would have in my room. So my dad made sure that I had chicken breasts that I could heat up in the microwave and eat with my mac and cheese. And then he was always like, you got to have your vegetable on the side, so that I would have my broccoli, that I steamed or whatever. And that was how I ate in college. And again, all of that came from my dad. Once I became an adult, um, then it was kind of like, okay, let me figure out what this looks like for me, right? So I've never been somebody that I don't really crave things per se, but there were certain things that I liked. One of the things that I really liked, y'all probably ain't never heard of these. I'm gonna try to find a picture and I'm gonna show you. So at some point I realized in my life that I just need to not have certain things accessible because if I have it, I'm going to eat it. Okay. Now keep in mind, oh, they do have pictures here. Oh my God, I used to be so addicted to these things. These are the things that I was addicted to when I was living in the US. They are called Little Debbie Banana Twins. I would eat an entire box in a day because they were so good to me. Some people liked oatmeal cream pies, or maybe you liked zebra cakes, or I don't know, the sprinkle brownies. For me, it was banana twins. What I want you to understand that this is pure processed sugar and banana flavored, not banana filling. And I would just tear it down every opportunity I got. Oh my God, I was so addicted. So there became this point. Now I'm an adult, I'm living on my own, and I'm just like, oh my gosh, like I need to like relax on some things. There was also an episode where I shared with y'all about, is it like a Twinkie? It's so much better than a Twinkie. I don't like Twinkies, actually. I don't like Twinkies at all. I don't know how to describe it. The cake, it's a different type of cake. The Twinkie cake is like a crumbled, I don't lie. The Banana Twins cake is like silky. I don't know how to describe it, but it was a thing. But anyway, okay, so I'm in adult life now, and I had told y'all I had an episode a couple weeks ago when I was talking about when I was in an abusive relationship, and I was sharing just a little bit about that time. And I told y'all that the first thing that he had said to me was, "Don't worry, I like big girls." Now, at that time, I was like 170 pounds, right? So before that, I like weight was not something I was really concerned about per se. It was just like this is the size that I am. I really didn't necessarily grow up either in a household where you got to watch what you eat and all that kind of stuff. Like even though my dad was really intentional about what he was cooking and preparing, he also wasn't like don't eat this, don't eat that. It just wouldn't be in the house or whatever, right? So when I got into that relationship, one of the biggest things in that relationship was me and my weight. And there's even a blog post that I made where I shared the some of the text messages that he would send to me talking about my weight. And he would be like, I want to have kids with you, but I can't have kids with you like this because if you get pregnant, then you're going to be, twice this size. And, so you need to start working out. You need to do this and do that and da da da. So during this time, I want to say maybe I had gotten up to maybe 190 pounds. Because if you didn't know, being in an abusive relationship is actually something that causes additional stress and cortisol and causes you to retain weight. So it was having the opposite impact, right? But around 2009, we had got Jack. Now, Jack is my dog that passed away. So I talked about Jack in the Dia de los Muertos episode. So I got Jack and I was walking him a lot. And so I wound up getting back down to, let's say, 160 pounds. And that still wasn't good enough because it's never good enough because it was never about my weight in the first place. So that kind of started happening. And then I said I didn't come from a family that was really watching what they ate. I came from a family where we inherited diabetes and high blood pressure and like all of that is just what happened. You just get old, you get diabetes, they cut your foot off, and then you eventually die from diabetes. And that's just how we go out of here. So my great grandmother had died from diabetes. My grandmother had diabetes. I don't really know anything about anybody else, but people is around here on insulin and need to take medications all day. That's just kind of the trajectory. And I remember there was a time that I said to myself, like, oh, well, I guess this just gonna be my life. I had been trying so hard. And I want to say by this time, I had crossed over 200 pounds. And I would kind of like go back, like I would go back to, let's say, from 200, then I would go back to, let's say, 190, and then it would be like 215, and then I would go back to 195, and like, but it was just a constant struggle using my fitness pal, like trying to figure out stuff, and also thinking to myself the entire time, like, what the hell is wrong with you? Like, why are you just fat? And then I got my ex in my ear and he's like, you ain't never even had no kids, so why are you fat like this? Like, it was a lot that was going on. So fast forward to 2019, finally the ex has exited the picture. I now have a new relationship and I'm planning on getting married. and I'm getting rid of things. So I sell my house and I'm preparing to get married. Whatever, right? He loves me the way that I am, so it's fine. This is just who I'll be, you know? So we winds up not getting married, but not because of anything that had anything to do with me. Um but one of the things that he and I would talk about all the time was food and our relationship with food and what types of food that we could prepare versus the type of food that we were buying in stores. And like we really started just kind of having those conversations. So COVID happened like right after that. And then I had left Florida to go to Boston for a moment before I moved to Pennsylvania. So while I was living in Boston, every morning we would wake up and we would take Master Tonic, we would take our supplements for the morning, where we would have oregano oil, and it was one other thing that we would take every single morning, right? So we are doing this together. So he kind of was like teaching me how the different enzymes and the different things work and like all that kind of stuff. So then I moved to Pennsylvania. Oh, I forgot a key part. So I told y'all I was going to talk about choking in a minute. They need to teach about healthy eating in school. Yeah, they don't. So the way that the government teaches us about eating has to do with capitalism and what they want to sell. They don't give a damn whether we are healthy or not. That is not the concern at all, not even a little bit. So let me back up to college because I had mentioned choking and I was telling you about the little bones. It was another time when I was younger. I had ate some raisin bran and one of the bran flakes got caught in my throat and I thought I was finna die. But this time I was really finna die. So freshman year at Fisk is Fried Chicken Wednesday, and it was popping. Fried Chicken Wednesday is a big day on campus. Everybody's in line. You got to get the best piece, you got to get it hot, all of that. So me and my friends, was maybe about 8 of us that hung out together. So we get to the cafeteria, we ready, we go through the situation. Everybody got their chicken. Now after you get your chicken, the procedure was one of us volunteers, we take everybody's drink order, you go get the drinks, everybody else is eating, and we just rotated that responsibility. So this particular time, one of my friends was taking a drink order, and I was like, "Oh, let me get a pink lemonade," right? So I'm eating my chicken. All of a sudden, I cannot swallow this. I, oh my God, I cannot swallow this. So I literally signaled like across the table to all my friends, like, oh, like I'm choking. Now, of course, I'm not talking because I'm choking. So nobody knew what to do except for my one friend who wound up being my line sister later, but she and I had gone to high school together. Her name is Miyoshi. Miyoshi jumps up from the table and does the Heimlich maneuver. I literally have an outer body experience where I see her doing the Heimlich maneuver in the cafeteria. I'm looking across the cafeteria. People think that we're playing. So they laughing and kikiing and going about their life. She's screaming, I need help. She's choking. I need help. Finally, somebody takes it serious. But by this time, the chicken finally comes up. And I'm just like, I was dead. I was really dead. So I'm just crying, like in the cafeteria, like, oh my God, I was dead for real. So I didn't stop eating chicken then, but it definitely made an impression in my mind. I had a couple more close encounters while I was at Fisk. I had choked on, I had taken a liquid gel capsule for medicine, and the liquid gels, they big, number one, and then they're not solid. I don't know. Got stuck in my throat. I had to stick a toothbrush down my throat to get that out. And then there was a time in Tampa that I was at a hibachi place and I was eating and I wound up choking on chicken and had to run outside and try to make myself throw up. So along this time, as I'm having experiences with food, I'm also having these experiences. So in 2015 or 2016, I stopped eating chicken. I was like, I keep choking on this chicken. Let me just stop because apparently I'm not supposed to eat chicken. So I stopped eating chicken. And then when it was in I was in Pennsylvania, so it was 2020 or 2021, and I was talking to one of my mental health specialists, and I brought this up because what had happened was I had wound up choking in Pennsylvania. So remember, in Pennsylvania, I'm living by myself. I'm living in Harrisburg. I have this 3-story loft that I'm living in, right? And I talk about how one of the ways that I knew I wasn't okay during that time is I kept envisioning myself falling and realizing it was going to be some weeks before anybody knew that I was dead. So when I had the experience, it wasn't chicken, but it was something else that I was eating. And I started choking in Harrisburg, and I had to do the Heimlich maneuver on myself on the counter. So I was telling my therapist about that. And she was like, I think that it's not necessarily what you are eating as far as like chicken or beef or da da whatever. She was like, I think you really need to pay attention to the energy of what you are eating. Now, it was interesting because this is the same therapist that used to always tell me to go buy plants. And I used to be like, girl, I used to be like, girl, I can't take care of no plant. I don't know how to grow no plant. She used to be like, you need to go get a plant. You need to go hug a tree. Like she used to be telling me this all the time, black lady. And I used to be like, okay, girl, whatever you say. Tosha said, I choked on a polo mint. It was so scary. I was trying to make myself spit it out. So imagine I've had about 10 to 15 of those experiences. It was another time I was in the Hard Rock Cafe, and not the Hard Rock Cafe, the Hard Rock Casino in the buffet, and I was eating crab legs. That got stuck in my throat, and the bathroom was so far that I thought I was going to fall out from trying to catch my breath before I got to the bathroom. It's terrifying. If you have never choked, please chew your food a little more slower so you don't have to experience that, and pay attention, because what my therapist was saying, she was like, I want you to think about what happens. And let me pause here too. I know the ADHD is kicking in, but also pay attention. But let me pause here and give this disclaimer. I'm not trying to influence anybody's food choices. Okay, you eat what you eat. I am telling you about my experiences and what happened to me. Okay, so what she said to me was, I think you need to pay attention to the energy that the food that you're eating is giving to your body, because you are, she said, imagine when an animal, she was like, an animal, especially if it is a farm raised animal, they are very aware that they are there to die. Like they're aware that they're not about to be frolicking in some fields somewhere, just kicking their feet foot loose and fancy free. They are very aware that they are there to die. So those animals are under stress. And then they go and slaughter that animal. That animal releases stress hormones, and then we eat it, talking about the heat gonna kill it. And she was like, animals can have cancer and they don't care. They're still gonna package it. Like we gotta understand that. So she kind of started planting these seeds in my mind about what is happening, because my body is clearly rejecting certain things. So like, what is going on with this food? Also in 2019, I had gone to Negril, Jamaica, and we went to this farm to table experience, and it was at this place called Zimbali. And the food that we had there, it was not a lot of food. They took us on a tour around their campus to show us like where everything was coming from, and all of the different fruit trees, and like the processes that they go through with these different fruit trees, and like all of that. So then they prepared a meal with all of the food that they had told us about. So if there was a guava tree, the guava was on top of the salad, right? So this was like one of the meals. So this is a salad, and I want to say it had jicama, guava, carrots, and then some type of dressing, some type of light vinaigrette dressing on it. Then this was like another like little dumpling situation. So there was like a little piece of meat or something in here, another little salad, and then whatever this reduction sauce was. This was the actual dinner. So this is fish, escovitch, And then there is onions, a piece of star fruit, okra, and then there's like this vinegar sauce or something that this was in, that the star fruit and the onions had been soaked in. Then the final thing was this, I think they called it black cake. And then it was like an apple compote or something. And then there's different fruits and stuff on top of here. So anyway, I wanted to show you that because it wasn't a lot of food. But that meal that I had in the Girl Jamaica had left a real impression on me because the energy felt different. And I remember it going in my body. And I remember being like, now that's the most delicious experience I've ever had. I felt satisfied, but I didn't feel full, like overstuffed. Like it just felt like it just hit every note, like every taste bud got what it needed. And that was great. So I had already told my therapist about this experience, right? So remember, this is 2020, 2021. I had taken a trip in 2019. So she brings that back up and she's like, you remember how when you told me about the farm to table experience in Jamaica and you were telling me how that energy felt different in your body? She was like, I think you really need to pay attention to how food is feeling in your body. And when your body is rejecting something, then you honor that. Okay. All right, cool. Now, fast forward 2021. I done left the US. Okay. I done had all of this toxicity in Pennsylvania working with the Department of Education. I done made my decision to leave the US. So I get to Mexico and I do a live because I want y'all to notice a couple things. I want you to notice how I look. And I want you to notice what I am saying. What you say, I could never be a farmer or have to kill my meals. So I do, that's just a hard line for me. Like I'm not about to be slaughtering no animals. I'm not doing it. And I'm not vegan. I'm currently pescatarian, so I still do eat seafood, but I'm not about to be wringing chicken necks and like I don't know. There's nothing about that that makes me want to do that. And I mean absolutely nothing. So if it gets to a place that the only way for me to have food is going to be the food that I actually grew because I cannot. I already know. Like I cannot and I don't want it. I don't want to even think about it. Okay? All right. So I want to show y'all this video. Here we go. I moved to Mexico. All right. So this again is October. So I moved to Mexico on October 9th. So this is October 10th of 2021. So I had just done a live. I was like, hey, y'all, I moved to Mexico. I'm not coming back. And people were on and they were asking me questions and all that kind of stuff. So this is towards the end. And one of the questions, somebody had asked something about food. But I'm trying to be open. Like, so, when I, for instance, get something to eat, like I don't want to, and that's why I went to eat out because I don't want to cook because I'll just be making things that I know how to make. Like, I want to see what the the cultural norms are besides tacos. Um, but I want to see like how the food is, and then they always talk about like how in America our food is so processed. So I really want to be able to experience like the freshness, everything of the food. I can say yesterday when I went to get tacos, they were the street tacos, right? So they're kind of small, and I had 3 tacos yesterday, and I was full. Like I was shocked because sis could eat some tacos. You hear me? Like I will smash them all. And I had 3 tacos and that was it. I had 3 tacos. I drank my water and I was like, okay. And I'm good to go. So I felt satisfied. So that's why I want to like really see what the food situation is like. Honey, COVID got your girl. Okay. So talking about like 2019 and like all the craziness that was happening into 2020 and COVID into 2021. Y'all, it's October, okay? Glad that I have a lot of walking that I need to do and some different food options. So That's going to be really good. See what that looks like and sounds like. So I'm going to pause it there. But as you can see, I, first of all, y'all see baby Raina. Raina was such a little girl. She was a little teeny weeny baby. But y'all can see like my face is so much bigger. At this time, I was wearing like a 2X. And I really had just said to myself, like I said, like, girl, this done got away from you, huh, sis? Well, I guess this is it, right? Now I want to go back and show y'all one other person that was really instrumental that came back up when I was in Playa. So I used to have a talk show. I used to have a talk show on a network called Beautiful Brown Girls. And I was with Beautiful Brown Girls for almost 6 years. I think it was 6 years. And while I was with Beautiful Brown Girls, I had an opportunity to meet so many phenomenal Black women, brown women who were doing incredible things in this world. And one of the women that I had a chance to meet is Nzinga Onewusan. And Nzinga is the founder of Yes Baby, I Like It Raw. So we had her on in April of 2021 and we were talking about food. Now, Nzinga is a model, she is a scientist, she is a yoga and wellness instructor and aficionado. Like, she has a lot of different things that she does. And the interview is really, really interesting. You can find it on YouTube. I'll put the link into the chat because one of the things that we talked about were different cravings that we might have and what those cravings are linked to. Listen in to what Nzinga says.
Our eating habits can be related to our emotions, right? And
Mm-hmm.
so sometimes our cravings are indicators of things that are going on, not just from a nutritional need. You know, if you eat a lot of ice, holistically, we
Mm-hmm.
know that that means you
Anemic.
might be anemic. You know, if you
Mm-hmm.
crave a lot of chocolate, you may need some magnesium. In the case of the holistic perspective of you and cravings, sugar, that craving can be an indicator that you're not giving enough love or getting enough love, or you're giving out too much love, which is the same thing, right?
Really?
So I'm going to kind of go down the list. um, so, so the craving for sugar from a holistic perspective can be an indicator that you're giving out too much love or not receiving enough love, which is the same
Mm-hmm.
thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is what you're putting out in the world equivalent to what you need for yourself?
Yeah.
That whole cup
Yeah.
filling kind of idea.
Right.
And the challenge is, I can, again, I like to use myself as an example. Sugar is one of my number one cravings, and that's because I have a large mother gap. My mother can't
Mm-hmm.
show up for
Mm-hmm.
me in the way that I need. And so, although I might have a healthy romantic relationship, I might have healthy friendships, I'm doing my self care to accommodate for the work that I do as a holistic practitioner. There's no one who can fill in that familial gap. And a lot of us have these
Yeah.
strong cravings for sugar because we're trying to make up for the love that our parents are incapable of giving us.
Wow. Can we just pause right there for a moment now? So I'm going to pause it there as well. And then this is what the other connections that she made. So she talked about sugar being a love deficiency. She talked about crunchy foods being something that we crave when we are stressed. She also mentioned creamy foods are something that we crave when we need to be nurtured. Chewy foods are foods that we crave when we need to release tension. And bread is a food that we crave when we have personal insecurities and dissatisfaction. So, Nzinga and I had that conversation in April of 2021. October of 2021, I moved to Mexico. And Zinga reaches out and she's like, hey, I'm doing this raw vegan fast. And it wasn't a fast, a raw vegan cleanse. And she was like, based on what we talked about, it might be something that you want to explore. So I was like, yeah, why not? Why not? I just moved to Mexico. Why not? So I do the raw vegan cleanse, and it was 3 weeks. And like the first week, you just like replace breakfast, and the second week you replace breakfast and lunch, and then the third week you do all of your meals raw vegan or whatever. And I remember meeting with Nzinga, and she was like, what impacts did you see as you were going through this process? And I was expecting that I was finna lose all this weight. I'm like, girl, ain't no pounds left. But what I did experience was mental clarity. And I remember telling her, I was like, one, I see that my poop does not stink. And then two, I feel clear. Like I feel like I can think clear, and like I feel this mental clarity. And she was like, yeah, so that's interesting because that's what your body needed out of this. So she was like, basically follow that. Well, I didn't. I didn't really follow that. So I continued, gallivanting around Mexico. And at the time, I was still coming back to the US to do work. And then I would come back and live in Mexico. So I'd be in the US for a couple days here, maybe a week here, whatever. Then I'd go back. And so I did that for a while until about September of 2022. And that particular trip was a really rough trip for me. And I remember like just being so ready to get back to the US. And this is the same trip, if you've heard me talk in other arenas, somebody has stole my wallet. Like it was all kinds of stuff that happened. Or not, they didn't steal my wallet, they stole everything out of my wallet at the airline. So I was just ready to get back. And customarily when I would get back, I'm living in Mexico City, I would get tacos El Pastor, and then I would get a bottle of Moscato. So I have my customary meal. I come back and I'm like, girl, you made it back, sis, girl. Have your tacos, have your wine. And I woke up that next day and I went to the bathroom and I said, I don't ever want to smell or experience this again in my life. I'm done. I don't want to do this. So that day, I stopped eating meat and I stopped drinking alcohol on that day. I was like, I don't want to do this anymore. It doesn't make me feel good. It doesn't, like, even the act of drinking, it would like make things funny and it would put me to sleep. But that next day, my stomach is tore up. I can't get right. Like, I don't like this feeling. So I just decided that I was going to stop. And then I entered this phase where I had a conversation with myself and I was like, listen, you're gonna have to figure out how to love you, boo. Like you're gonna have to figure out how to love yourself, how to be here for yourself, how to honor yourself, girl. You're gonna have to figure it out. And I ran down the Lizzo rabbit hole. Now, if you're not familiar with Lizzo, Lizzo is a pop artist and a flautist and entertainer, global entertainer, but she's based out of the US. And Lizzo had released an album called Special. And it, I guess, came up in one of my playlists or something, but I started listening to the song, It's About Damn Time. Okay. And I just really was like, yes, it is actually about damn time. It is about damn time for me to start like caring about myself. So I said, it's about damn time that I confess this past month has been really hard for me. On my way back here to Mexico, someone in the States stole all my credit debit cards and my license. They even took my laundromat card. I've never had anything stolen from me before, so that was a lot to process. Not to mention all the hoops you have to jump through to get new cards. But the added layer, just for me, is I live in Mexico and mail isn't really a thing here. So, anyway, it's been stressful. To top it off, I've been grieving some losses of relationships that I can't even explain why they dissipated. It's taken a toll. It's changed me. I'm not the Kimberland I used to be. Tonight, I decided I wanted to shift my energy and release those negative feelings that have been plaguing me. Okay. So then I said, let me get on these people internet and do a little dance, because after I did the first dance, people were in the comments and they were like, "Oh my God, you're so brave! Like you're so this and so that." And I just said, you know what? I don't care. Like I'm about to get on here with my flabby stomach, and I don't care because I have to figure out how to love me. And if y'all don't like it, just unfollow. Like I don't care. So I said, somebody said y'all wanted an encore. Well, here I am to give it to you. I'm curating my bad bitch dance party playlist, and this one has definitely made the cut. Turn up the music, turn down the lights. I've got a feeling we're gonna be all right. Dance with me. So I went through this era where I was just on the internet dancing in my drawers. Here's another one. This is Lizzo, You're Special. I said, this song chose me tonight. Lizzo Be Eating has those self empowerment bangers. So, truth is, I've received some interesting comments about my latest videos because I'm quote unquote so brave to be dancing on this here internet because insert backhanded compliment. But this is the thing. You have no idea how many great ideas I've had about different content I could make to help people. But then I don't do it because I say to myself that my hair isn't combed, or I don't have on any makeup, or I feel fat, or I don't feel like putting on pants. The struggle right here is real. Well, the other day when I was praying about why I can't seem to get out of this rut, God told me to show up as me. Just plain old me. No cute outfit, no contacts, no makeup, just me. So I literally was just bouncing around the living room, learning how to love myself, learning how to care, learning how to not give a F about all the other things that people would say. But yeah, so I really was just like, I'm doing this for me. Like I'm doing this for me. So a big part in that was me being able to just accept like this is who I am. This is how I'm showing up. And if you don't like it, man, scroll away or bye. You know? So it was a combination of things that started happening, but it really was like me coming back to myself and coming back into my body so that I was really able to honor the core of myself without feeling like I had to get all dressed up and I had to do all these things to be able to show up as presentable or what have you. So I didn't get that was 2022. I did not get on a scale until July of 2023 when I was in St. Martin for Beautiful Brown Girls. And when I got on that scale, I finally realized that I had been losing weight. I really hadn't been tracking it like that. Like I really was just trying not to worry about it. And because I wasn't having to go into nobody's office or anything like that, like I'm wearing leggings and t-shirts every day. Like I don't know, how much I weigh or I don't weigh. I had gone into a couple stores and I had tried on different things, and then I would just kind of attribute it to like, oh, their sizes must be off, if the size wasn't the size that I usually had. So it wasn't until I got to St. Martin that I realized, wait a minute, nah, I think we're losing weight here, and let me actually see how much I weigh. So the caption for this video says, October 2021, I left the US for Mexico. I weighed 225 pounds. I'm only 5'3", so yeah, it was a lot. I've changed a bit, like I no longer eat meat or drink alcohol. But other than that, sis did no exercising besides dancing when the music hit me. Last week in St. Martin, there was a scale in my room. The last time I stepped on the scale was when I was in the States. I knew that I felt different, and every piece of clothing I brought with me when I left the States is now way too big. But I wasn't sure how much. I have lost 33 pounds, y'all. I ain't did no exercise. Still eating Snickers when I feel like it. Still drinking soda sometimes. Many days I don't even go outside. But what I lost was the weight of being black in America. I've lost the stress of worrying about showing up in protection mode because I don't feel safe. I've lost the weight of toxic people who actively prayed against what God was doing for and through me. I'm glowing from deep down on the inside, and I'm looking at myself in ways I never even knew possible. I'm seeing my natural beauty anew. My smile is more genuine, my skin is clear and glowing, and though I'm still fat, these curves hitting in all the right places. So, my weight loss advice: get your passport and pack your shit and live. Frolic until your heart's content. You deserve to feel what this feels like. It's like nothing you've ever experienced before. Let me know when you're on the way so I can pour up some ginger ale to celebrate. The United States in October of 2021. At the time, I knew that my health wasn't the best, that I was stressed, but I really didn't realize how much. At the time, I weighed 225 pounds. I remember because it was the heaviest that I had ever been in my entire life. Well, if I fast forward to today, I realize that I've been glowing different. I feel different. All of the clothes that I brought with me are too big. So I've been revamping how I look at that. I hadn't been on a scale since I left the States, but when I was in St. Martin the other week, I said, let me get on the scale. Yo, why did I lose almost 35 pounds? I didn't even do anything. I just decided to leave the US. The food is better. Life is better. The air is better. I don't wear the burden of blackness on my shoulders. And I just want y'all to know, prepare to be sick of me, okay? Because I don't want to have on any clothes at any time. Prepare to see all of this melanated goodness, honey, because I have never looked at myself in this way before. And every day I fall in love with myself even more. So, my challenge to you: you're trying to get your life together, you're trying to lose weight, go ahead and get that passport, baby, and roll on out. Life is good over here. Bye for now. That's when I really like made the connection, like, okay, so just being able to not be so hyper vigilant and not have to worry about everything, like it really is paying off. Because like I said, I hadn't done any exercise. Like, I'm not a gym girly at all. And I wasn't counting calories or anything. That was literally just me living. So that was in 2023 that happened. Well, after, so soon after that trip, after St. Martin, all that kind of stuff, I had the mental health crisis. So then I had to move back to Mexico City for a little while, and then I came back here to Colombia. The second time I came back here to Colombia in 2024, I started getting really, really intentional about what I was eating and how things were making me feel. So I stopped eating cheese because, so, I talk about styrofoam grilled cheese all the time, but I don't eat grilled cheese anymore because cheese just really bothers my stomach. Lactose in general. I very much got that lactose intolerance. So I just was like, I'm going to stop eating this. I also think now, I feel like when I eat certain pastas that I get bloated. So I'm also looking into, is there some type of gluten sensitivity or what have you. The thing that's been interesting in all of this is understanding how bad I used to feel after eating and not realizing that that wasn't normal. I just thought that you would eat and you just have a stomach ache, or you just, eat too much and, I gotta undo my pants and whatever. Like, it was just kind of like a part of how I was existing. And it wasn't until I really started listening to my body that I was really able to pay attention to what my body actually wants and what it doesn't. It's funny that in one of the posts I said I'm still eating Snickers. I've actually since stopped eating Snickers. Like, I just don't even want them anymore. And something about me, when I get the ick about something, we're done. Like, we're done that day. There is very little coming back for me once I think about something too hard. It's a wrap. It's a wrap on that. So that's what happened with cheese. It's kind of in the process of happening with eggs. So I'm trying to ride eggs out because eggs are just baby chickens. So I'm trying to ride it out as long as I can because it is a source of protein. But once I get to thinking about something too much, we're done. Like, we're done. So at this current time, I am a pescatarian, which means that I eat fish and seafood. But usually that's not every day. It's usually maybe 3 times a week. And the rest of the time, I'm eating vegetables, I'm eating beans, or some other type of grain situation. But that's kind of where food is for me right now. And the last time that I got on a scale was in December of 2024, so just about a year ago. and I weighed 170 pounds, which for our kilogrammers in the house, that is, wait, 170 pounds is 77 kilograms. So I see that, I started all this. I was saying when a boy was like, I like big girls, I was at about 170 pounds. So, but it's different. It's different. It very much is. I am proud of my body. I love my body. I am getting into the habit of just noticing how my body is changing. I'm 44. So I'm honoring, what a 44-year-old me body does or doesn't do, and what I wanted to be able to do and not do, and all of that. And it really has just been like this self-love journey, is basically what has happened. So I said all of this to say, and took you all down this journey to really just think about how food is showing up in your life. What role is stress and mental health and shame playing in the ways that you're interacting with food? Do you actually have an eating disorder that maybe you have just never realized that that's something that Black people can have? Because we do. When I was talking to Nzinga, I realized, I was like, I have a very interesting relationship with food. Like, it is very disordered. And I don't know what label you put on it, but me and my relationship with food is not healthy. And I realized that over time, right? So asking yourself those questions, I think, is really important so that you are able to understand how you can repair that relationship, how you can honor what your body is actually asking for. I want to go back to those cravings, because one of the things that Nzinga said, and let me actually show you, there's a graphic here that she has on her website. So again, we had bready, insecurity, soothes that satisfaction. Chewy relieves tension. Sugars are a substitute for missing love, affection, ability to give and receive love. Salty redirects anger, frustration, and anger. Crunchy helps release anxiety pressure, and creamy needs to be nurtured and to receive comfort. Just because you may be having these particular cravings does not make them bad, nor does it mean that you can't honor the craving. It really is just for you to notice that I'm having this particular craving, and this might be a place where I want to direct some attention. Curiosity over judgment, if you will, is the thing that I continuously kind of hone in on, because it gives you an opportunity to unpack like what may be there that you hadn't really noticed or recognized. So that is what I wanted to deposit with you today, in thinking about food, the journey with food, and what that looks like for weight loss. So, I want, I guess, for our soul work to be for you to kind of talk about your relationship with food, and how has your attitude about food changed, even maybe as you have been watching this. Like, talk to me about the different thoughts that you all have about your own journey with food, and how you might want to show up differently in regard to your relationship with food. I want to make sure that I remind you all, we will not be having an episode next week, because next week is Thanksgiving in the US. So take that time off, all right, and go back and binge some of the other episodes, because it's a lot of them for y'all to watch and to catch up on. So whether you stay here in the Frolicking Truth, or whether you go head on over to So You Don't Put Syrup on Your Grilled Cheese, or whether you go down through the Hi, I'm Kim blog, okay? Take some time to see the other things. All right. All right. So the common thread through all of this is connecting back to ourselves. So our closing quote for today is from Nayera Wahid, and it says, "And I said to my body softly, I want to be your friend. It took a long breath and replied, I have been waiting my whole life for this." I invite y'all into a healthy relationship with yourself, with the starving parts of yourself that are looking for love and peace and rest, where your body finally has a chance to communicate with you and to let you know what it needs. Our bodies are very intelligent and they know and are trying to tell us how to make sure that we are taking in the things that we need in order to live a healthy and fulfilling life. So I invite you back into that relationship with yourself and just get curious about the things that your body may be telling you. Get curious about the ways that you feel after you eat and have different types of nourishment. And make a decision that you only want to take things into your body that are going to leave you better than you found yourself. Okay? I know that's a big challenge. I know it's a process, but we got to start somewhere. We got to start somewhere. So let's support each other and help to hold each other accountable. I want to extend an opportunity, an invitation again for you to join us in the archive to become a keeper. We do have a collection called the Sunflower Path where we talk about healing and food, and we also will have classes next year. I'm so excited. We're going to have classes next year to start thinking about how we can have more holistic living and really honor natural ingredients and things of that nature. So if that sounds like something that you want to be a part of, please go to patreon.com/minding my black ass business and join us in the archive. All right. All right, y'all. That's it. That's all that we have for today. Bye. Thank you for listening to The Frolicking Truth, where joy meets justice and our nervous systems get free. Please be sure to like, rate, and comment. Subscribe to the YouTube page, Minding My Black Ass Business, and follow me on all social platforms. Until next time. Bye. Boy, I tell you, y'all done missed out if y'all weren't here live because we had a good time just now, hanging out a little bit and doing a little pre-talk before we get started. So the inner circle is here and we are ready to jump into this conversation, honey. But I am going to go ahead and plug these two things. Go listen to Holly Bailey's album. It is called Love or something like that. And then Meg the Stallion just released, well, by the time this comes out, this is going to come out in December. So if you have not already partaken, go change your life. And if you have already partaken, go back and change your life again. And it samples Kissing You by Total. Go check that out. Go check that out. Go watch the video. Go be glued to the screen. Okay? Because it's transformational. All right. All right. So let us get into the things, y'all. Hey, y'all. I'm Kimberland, and this is The Frolicking Truth, a soft space for Black women who are tired, brilliant, and ready to heal. Here, joy meets justice. We calm our Black ass nervous systems, we unmask, and we leave behind whatever that is trying to kill us. You're seen here. You're safe here, and you don't have to do this alone. You know what I love so much about us as Black women is that we are so multifaceted and we can really go from twerking to intellectual brilliance in 12 seconds or less. And I think, why would you want to do anything else with your life but be a Black woman? I get it. I get why they always want to be us because we are pretty much phenomenal. So, anyway, hey y'all, welcome. Come on in, find a comfortable spot and take a seat. I'm so excited to have you here with me for episode 30 of the Frolicking Truth podcast for Black women who are tired, brilliant, and ready to heal, where joy meets justice and nervous systems get free. It is okay if you don't identify with any of those descriptors. It just means that when you come ready to listen, ready to learn, and ready to support. I do want to kick this off by saying this was pre recorded. So this was recorded on October 25th, okay? So this is not being released until December. So if anything has happened in between that time, child, I don't know, and I'm gonna have to talk about it when I get back, okay? Because I am on break, y'all. Now, this is me in the not break me thinking about what it's gonna be like for break me. And break me is very much excited and very much chilling and resting my brain. All right. And that's what we're talking about today is we're talking about my brain people, neurodivergence, how I figured out that I was neurodivergent, and the things that come along with that. So, I also want to give a shout out to the Inner Circle. They are here in the chat, hanging out, child, and helping to co construct this episode, as well as asking questions, giving comments, giving encouragement, just all the things. So, if you are like, dang, I would have wanted to be there, I would have wanted to be up in there with y'all, come on down over to the archive. The archive is the Patreon, and it is the place where we are keeping all of the recipes and keeping our culture and our music and really making sure that we are developing an archive that honors our blackness and our brilliance. Okay. So if you want the golden ticket, you want to be in here for the things, come on over and hang out. It's only $5 a month, and that $5 will get you entry into all of the different collections that we have. The Inner Circle is my collection, so that's where my people at. That's where we be hanging out. But we also have spaces like the Change Corridor, where, honey, you can get activated and understand what's happening, okay? And then we also have places like the Sunflower Path, where you can get information about healing and plant-based medicine and gardening. And y'all, we got some cooking classes coming up. I don't want to call them classes, some cooking experiences that are coming up. Ooh, we baby, 2026 is gonna be lit. So anyway, you want to be in that number. Go over to patreon.com/minding my black ass business. That is how you are going to be able to join the archive. Every person that comes into the archive is a keeper, and you decide what you're gonna be responsible for keeping. Okay, but that's where we at. All right, and that's where I'm at during this break, and then I'll see y'all when I get back in 2026 in January. Okay. All right. Now, our next session of the Healing Circle is coming up on Saturday, December 13th, immediately after the Frolicking Truth. So that's next week. We will have the Healing Circle, and the Healing Circle is a space for Black women who are looking to reconnect with their bodies, looking to be in a space where they don't have to explain all this stuff that's going on out here. We could just be like, girl, exactly. Right. So we can have those kind of conversations without having to worry about translating things and all that kind of stuff. In the Healing Circle, we do breath work. We have a yoga flow. We've partnered with the Well Educator. So she leads us in a nice yoga flow that gets our blood flowing and all of that. And then we have some time to debrief and share affirmations and then get kicked off on our Saturday, you know? So, if that also sounds like something that you would love to participate in, you have to register at tinyurl.com/Black Women Healing Circle. tinyurl.com/Black Women Healing Circle. That is how you get the link to join us for the Healing Circle. And we do that every second Saturday of the month. So that is continuing even during this break, okay? Because that's restoration. Thank you very much. So, yeah, so come hang out with us. Again, tinyurl.com/Black Women Healing Circle. Last announcement before we get into the things. I am collecting names for the Sisterhood Heals book study, which is something else that we'll be launching in 2026. Sisterhood Heals is a book by Dr. Joy Harden Bradford that I've talked about quite a bit over here, and we are starting a book study. So to get on the interest list for the book study, go to tinyurl.com/Sisterhood Heals. And then once I get everything scheduled out and all the logistics are taken care of, I'll be sure to hit you up and let you know what that's going to look like and sound like. What if the thing you've always called too much was the exact thing God designed on purpose. This is for the ones who've always known they were different. Too sensitive, too loud, too knowing, too intuitive, too woo woo. But what if your sensitivity is actually your superpower? What if your intuition was your inheritance? Discover Your Destiny is a 10-week sacred journey back to yourself. We explore the design of your soul, your spiritual gifts, and the unique way that God speaks to you. This isn't church. It's not a rule book. It's not a performance. It's the moment you stop chasing approval and start walking in divine alignment. You'll gain clarity, language, and confidence around who you are and what you are here on the earth to do. You'll learn the real voice of God. And if you feel called to go on to become a certified intuitive melanated life coach, this is where that path begins. There are two ways to enter this sacred container: the Destiny track, full investments and coaching experience, or the Divine Exchange track, where internship meets soul work. You'll support podcasting, content creation, or brand development behind the scenes while learning how your unique gifts benefit the collective. Your knowing isn't a flaw, it's the fingerprints of God. This is your invitation, and I hope that you'll answer. All right, so let's get into the things. I told y'all today that we are talking about neurodivergence and brains and all that kind of stuff. One of the questions that I get asked most frequently is, how did I know that I was neurodivergent? And let me also preface all of this with saying I really didn't figure out that I was neurodivergent until it was over the course, I believe, of 2023. I think I had inklings before that, and like I was already asking myself the questions, so I'll get to that in a moment. But I really didn't make the connection like, yeah, girl, this is you. You need to go ahead and buy a t-shirt, child, because this is definitely you. I didn't get that understanding until 2023. All right, so I want to preface all of that. And I'll also say here at the top that I was diagnosed by a psychologist, but also self diagnosis is very valid because you live with yourself every single day. 24/7. You are the only person who understands what it is like in your brain and how your brain operates. So, knowing that, that makes you an expert on who you are. Okay. So, if you're asking yourself these questions, or even as I'm talking about these things, and you're like, that kind of sound like me a little bit, then get curious. Get curious. So, with that, I'm going to say curiosity over judgment is what we are holding on to here in this space. Curiosity meaning asking questions, thinking about what might be under the surface, or just being curious. What we not finna do is be having to justify what someone is feeling. That energy is not welcome over here. And trust me, child, I'll block you real good. Okay. So just want to go ahead and put that out there. You got to tell the people how to behave when they come into a space. I believes in setting the tone. All right. All right. So where do I begin? The year was 1981. No, so, but the year was 1981. So I was born in 1981, and I do think it is important to understand in context, especially because I don't know where this is going to go in the future, that back then, thinking about neurodivergence and all that wasn't really a thing. We're not talking about mental health. We're not talking about brains. We're not talking about trauma. We're not talking about nothing, honey. Okay. And the world that I grew up in my home, was very much about achieving Black excellence. I've talked about this a few times on different episodes, that actually the episode last week, when I was even talking about food, we did not have money like that. Like, we were getting our food from the food bank. We had government cheese and canned peanut butter and canned chicken, okay, and powdered eggs. All right. So that's kind of where we started. Now, when my dad came along, then now there was a second income in the house, and then we moved on up to the east side and we got a house. But then all that did was made the pursuit of Black excellence that much more attainable. So I spent a lot of my life very much a high achiever, right? I was the top of my class in from preschool on. Okay, I walked into kindergarten. My grandmother taught me how to read and how to write in cursive by the time that I was going into kindergarten. So when I got to kindergarten, I was very much prepared. Now, for context sake, back then, and y'all might not even know what cursive is, child. These y'all that got these birthdays that start in the 2000s, y'all probably don't even know what cursive is. Lord have mercy. We're losing the recipes. So anyway, my grandma had taught me how to write in cursive, but usually in school you don't learn how to write in cursive until second grade. So that's kind of just context, right? So I was always high achieving, always at the top of the class. Graduated valedictorian in eighth grade, and also I went to a private Lutheran school. It wasn't a lot of kids that were there. We had classes of maybe 15 or 20 people, and there was only one class per grade level, right? So it was a really small school, but they did a really good job of making sure that they prepared us for high school. I also every summer was in some type of summer science program, whether that was at Dillard University or Xavier University, University of New Orleans. I'm doing robotics, I'm doing engineering. Like the comment says, hashtag high achievers. This is me. Okay. So I realized very early that school was something that was easy for me and it was something that I can do. So during that time, um, I always felt like I was clearly adopted. So, how do I explain this? Like, I don't know how else to explain it besides I always felt like I was adopted. So I was in my life, but I very much was not in my life. Like I was always adjacent to my life or behind my life or outside of my life. I just always grew up feeling like I was in the twilight zone. Like it just always felt like, what is happening here? Like, why am I not understanding? Something else I was often told is that I was always ready to cry at the drop of a hat. You know, Kim, she always had a tear in her eye ready to fall, girl. It didn't take nothing for Kim to start crying, girl. That's how they would tell me about myself and who I was as a child. So, of course, they very much, was trying to break me out of that, all that crying and shit. So that was something that was always present. I always had a strong sense of justice and wanting to do the right thing. So back in my day, back in the 80s, they had Officer Friendly would come into the school. And Officer Friendly would come to the school and be like, look both ways before you cross the street and put on your seatbelt so that you are, getting to the next destination. And baby, I was the police for the family. You understand? Excuse me, you all don't have on your seatbelts. We need to click it or ticket. Excuse me, you're not supposed to be once cell phones came around texting and driving, excuse me. Like I was very much like Officer Friendly said that you must look both ways before you cross the street and you only looked one way. So you need to look. It was a mess. Okay. I'm a snitch, been a snitch, definitely was a tattletale when I was in school. Cause why y'all not doing the right thing? Like get focused. This is school. What are we doing here? So I very much like was that person always. And then you pick up along the way, like people don't really like that too much. People don't like accountability. People don't like the truth, right? So then you kind of learn to like not say everything, but it's still things that needs to be said at times. right? I very much like just grew up like, what am I supposed to do? Let me do what I'm supposed to do. Let me do well at school. But also, these people are mad wild, and I don't know if I really belong to them. I don't really know. So it was a very, very interesting situation. So, I go on from middle school to high school, and I had friends. I was never like a super popular person or anything like that. And also the way, so I went to a private all girls high school and on scholarship. That's important to know. Okay, I was always in school on scholarship because one thing baby can do is take a test. Okay, baby can knock that out the park and use these critical thinking skills. Got it, no worries, right? So anyway, so I'm at the high school and I'm in honors classes, so I'm around the same types of people all day and the actual same people all day, and I'm just like in school and I'm doing different activities. I'm marching in the parades and in every club and all this kind of stuff, mostly because I didn't want to go home. But I'm just achieving because the goal is to get up out this house. You understand me? That is what I am trying to do. I need to get up out this house because when I was 8 years old, somebody told me about this thing called college, and they were like, if you go to college, you can get, first they said you can get money to go to college. And if you go to college, you go away somewhere and you learn some things. And like this, remember, the goal was Black excellence, right? So it's like, okay, college it is, right? And I don't know where that conversation came from. I don't know if that came from like conversations I was having with my mother or like where that came from, but I knew very clearly that college was the goal and college was going to get me out of here. So I'm doing my lessons, right? So I have friend groups. Like there was a core group of us, it was four of us that would hang out. And then I had like adjacent friend groups, and I would hang out with people and they would hang out with me, but I was never really like somebody's anchor. So even in my core friend group, there were four of us, and then two of the friends were already friends before they got to high school. So they already had a friendship. And then there was another friend that came in, but then she and I were like really close for a while, but then she kind of started having other friends. So then it was just always like, I was just like, okay, I guess we're done with that now. Like that was my life. Even in middle school, it was a group of four of us, and I had one friend we were friends since third grade. And then there were two other girls that came from a different school in seventh grade, and they were already friends. So then the four of us got to be friends. But then the friend that was my friend since third grade started being friends with them. And then it was like, okay, I guess we're done with that. So that was just kind of always my life. And also, I've talked about this too. My middle school friends, they were off the chain, y'all. They used to be fighting and stuff. And I was not about to be fighting because I don't understand why we're fighting in the first place. Can somebody help me understand like what is actually happening? Because why can't we just use our words and figure this out? Like, so why are girls trying to fight us over these dusty boys that we've been in school with since second grade? Like, don't nobody want them, but they try. I don't understand why we have to fight. So my job then was to cuss people out, and I've talked about this before. So I used to cuss like a sailor, baby. I was cussing them down, and then also I gotta go home because I have to be home by 4 o'clock. Like, so I don't have time to be out here in these streets doing these things. So I became the friend that was, oh, she gonna be somebody in life. They would literally say this. They would be like, oh, like they would be, doing they shenanigans and things, and with some weeds and things that was happening back then. And I was, what I used to say? I used to be like, I need my brain cells because I got to get out this house. So I cannot. Like, so what would happen is we would go to spaces and they would be doing whatever they're doing. And then somebody inevitably would be like, what's up with her? And they'd be like, she's good. She's going somewhere. She going to college. She finna be somebody. She's straight, right? So that's kind of what the dynamics became. Like I was just the one who was like, she's straight. Don't be trying to pressure her to do stuff. She good, but also I need my brain cells because I got to get out this house, right? So that was kind of what it was like middle school, then high school, and again by high school I'm very focused on what the hell need to happen, so I'm doing what needs to get done. So I leave high school and go to college. Now I don't remember this time very well in my life as far as my interactions with the bathroom, because there was definitely a community shower. I remember I had shower shoes, but I don't feel like it was bothering me, or maybe I was as conscious of what was happening in my body then, because I had trained myself. You got to do these things, right? So college friend situation, same things. Okay. Again, it's a large group of friends. They clicked up here, there, and everywhere else. I'm just over here like, okay, I guess. Like, and the same thing, I pledged a sorority, and everybody got somebody but me, right? So I'm just used to like being by myself, but also I'm taking these like professions of friendship and sisterhood very seriously. Like, as we are saying, we're friends, or nobody really was calling me their best friend. I had a best friend in high school. Let me tell y'all real quick what happened with that, right? Because this is the kind of stuff that happened to me. So I have my best friend in hold on, before I tell y'all this, let me grab this comment. This comment says, ooh, that was my fear about college. Someone said floors of people were getting crabs from communal bathrooms. Ah, we did not have those experiences, but my God, to date. And see, that's what I don't remember, like how many precautions I was taking. I know I was always very careful. I used to go to the same sink, the same shower, like all of that. But that is a lot. That's a lot. Okay. So anyway, so this what happened with my high school best friend, because this is the kind of stuff that happens to me. So I told you I was a group of four of us. So it was two and two, right? So the other two, they go off to college, whatever. One of them was actually at school with me. And then this other friend that was like my person, my best friend, if you will, we also go off to college. So she goes to fam, I'm at Fisk. We went to each other's graduations, like all of that. So I moved to Tampa and I get engaged. And so my fiance is in town at my house in Tampa. Now, her best friend was living in, another best friend that she had was living in St. Petersburg, which is like across the bridge from Tampa. Okay. So they're in town. Now, I had to go to work. I was a manager at Walgreens at the time. So I had to go to work, or I had just gotten off from work. Okay. But there was something about I had the car. So my fiance is there in the house. I want to say I had just got home from work, and I go to take a shower, and I get out the shower, and he tells me that my best friend had called with her friend to try to get my fiance to come hang out with them. And he was like, oh, Kim, just got off of work or whatever. She got the cards out. And it was like, and like, come hang out with us. And I'm like, so he's telling me this. And I'm like, what? I don't, why would y'all do that? So I call my best friend and I'm like, why would y'all try to get my fiance, who is here to see me, to come and be with y'all and leave me when he's here to be with me? I don't understand. And she thought it was the funniest thing in the world. Like, she was cracking up. And I was like, this friendship is over that day. So that's the kind of stuff like that be happening to me. I've got so many stories about this kind of stuff of people like Constance Kalanda put in the chat a little bit ago, the friend swap. And like, I don't understand. And I'm not the kind of person who is hoarding of my friends. I think that you can be friends with other people, but that also doesn't mean that you got to throw away the person that you was already friends with. Like, I don't, it's weird. It's like really, really weird. So anyway, so that was like post college and all of that. So now I'm living in Tampa, and I start teaching, and I get really curious about my students. My first year teaching, I remember I had the student named Andre, and Andre had ADHD, ADD, ESC, BAD, and all sorts of other things. I don't call kids bad. Kids make bad choices. I don't believe that they're bad kids. But Andre was a lot, right? So this is my first year teaching, right? And they prepping me. They're like, listen, he got a lot of things going on. So this is my first experience for real with like ADD or ADHD or anything like that. So I would call Andre over to come and talk to me about something. He would dance over to me, and then I'd be like, Andre, what's going on? He'd be like, I don't know. It's like he could not get his shit together at all. Like not even a little bit. So through much trial and error, I finally created this space in the back of the room for Andre. And I was like, listen, you could be back there in that square back there, and you can MC Hammer your life away. Okay, you can walk it out. You can do the jerk. You can do all of the things that you, this was 2006. You can do all of the things that you need to do back there in that corner. And when I ask you if you heard what I said, you better be able to answer my questions. That's what I know, right? So that was my first experience with like neurodivergence and brain differences. So years go on, and I keep getting different versions of Andre. So now I'm really curious like about what is like at the core of this, and also how can I help my students to be successful, because what we cannot do is be sitting up here going back and forth all class. I'm not finna do that. We got some science that we got to learn. So I really started getting interested in brain research and just really trying to understand what was going on. I also always worked at schools that were high needs schools with kids who had experienced a lot of trauma, and I'm seeing like the behavioral manifestations of what is happening. So the more that you get into trauma informed studies and trauma informed practices, the more you kind of see like what you should look for and like what that looks like and sounds like, and how again you support the student. So for instance, people that have experienced trauma, something that is really important for them is consistency. You need to know, and predictability. Like, so we would be really intentional with our routines and procedures within the classroom so that students knew what to expect, so that they could help their nervous system calm down. Now, we done talked a lot about brain research over here, right? And we've talked about our upstairs brain and our downstairs brain, and when we're in survival mode and when we've been triggered and all of that. Well, somebody who has experienced trauma may be in their downstairs brain, they have gotten triggered by something that was a threat or might have felt like a threat. So we're battling against all of this as I'm trying to get you to sit down and learn this science. So I really started getting very interested in that around the same time. So I left the classroom in 2011, 2012. So around this time, I then started doing professional development. And the places that I really saw myself thriving and the places that I cared about was in regards to thinking about brain research and trauma, restorative practices, social emotional learning. So I'm like, sign me up for all of those trainings. So I started to really become an expert in that area. At the same time, I had started going to therapy. Now, I skipped all of, remember, because in between all of this is I done met this man, and now I'm in this abusive relationship, and I'm trying to figure out how the hell I got in this abusive relationship. How do I get out of this abusive relationship? I'm also in the church. So they're, talking crazy to me and like telling me I need to do this and that to be a good Christian. And like all of this is going on at the same time. Right. So, once I started like really all of that's going on at the same time. So then I got to therapy. So once I got to therapy, the first thing that I learned in therapy was boundaries. And my therapist was like, girl, you got a sign over your head that says that if it's broken, Kimberland will fix it. And I was like, turn that off. How do we do that? So she introduced me to the concept of boundaries. So this light is bothering me, y'all. Hold on. I got to turn on the other light because it's about to get dark.
A few moments later.
This is my own little corner, my own little chair where I can be whatever I want to be. Anyway, so so the first thing that I grew to understand about was boundaries, and I realized my therapist had did something with me called legitimate rights. And she was basically like, you have legitimate rights as a person. So, for instance, some of our legitimate rights are you have the right to say no, and that be a complete sentence. You have a right to not have to explain yourself for why you give a no. You have a right to not be friends with somebody and not restore a relationship with somebody even after they've caused harm. You have that right. So I'm learning about these rights in real time, and then I'm also realizing, girl, you've been infringing on people's rights. Because I was very much, if you gonna tell me no, why? Why? Right? So I kind of like started like battling with that and asking myself, if I wanted to be somebody that was dishonoring somebody else's rights, now that I knew that I had these rights that I could exercise. Now, keep in mind, I told you I was very much justice. This is what you're supposed to do, like whatever. So once I learned about, oh, I've actually had all these rights the whole time, now I also need to be accountable to not dishonoring somebody else's rights. So I learned about that in the process of boundaries. Let's Talk Sis says, I love how the right language can radically improve self acceptance. Exactly. That is exactly what we are here to talk about today. So, she taught me about that. So I started to understand that. Then I started to understand the type of manipulative relationships that I was in and how people were taking advantage of my wanting to do the right thing or wanting to help people, caring about people, like all of that. So then I started like making those connections, right? Okay. So I get out of the abusive relationship. I'm continuing during this time to do research because I'm still working in education. I'm still doing professional development. Now I've gotten over to, I went back to a school. So now I'm at the school and I'm improving the school and like all of this. So I'm doing all of these things. And I'm also in therapy, understanding what has happened to me. So now I'm gaining the language about my own traumas. And I'm like, oh, this is wild. Damn, that's crazy. Like that was trauma too. Woo wee. Like this is a lot, right? So now I'm seeing myself and my students, which I had always seen myself in my students, and it was always, I always tried to be very intentional about that. One of the things with me in education and just in life general is stop looking at people and actually see people. Stop for a moment to see who somebody is and what they may be feeling and like everything that's going on. Because a lot of times we just be looking at people and you're not even looking them in their eye to see if they're actually okay. Like how we be asking people, hey, how you doing? And now you gone. And the person, they might be having the worst day of their life. You know? So I'm learning all of these things at the same time. I'm gathering this information, I'm processing it, and I'm starting to see myself in my students, and I'm starting to see, like, girl, you have had a lot that you've had to deal with. I processed the fact that I was in this abusive relationship. I've talked about the last time that I had to see him was at this fashion show, and I wound up having to call the police, and like I was just over, and like it was just a lot. All right. So after all of that, I wind up meeting Lewis and getting engaged. Okay. Now, one of the first conversations that we had was about like tiny houses and minimalism and like all this kind of stuff. So he was like pointing out like different things. Like he would just point out like different things. One of the first things that we were talking about was we were taking a shower, and I do not like to step on, even as I'm saying this, y'all, I'm sitting here crunching my toes as I'm sitting here saying this. So I don't like to step on the drain of the shower. It really cringes me out. I don't like it at all. So of course, usually when you're in the shower with yourself, like you don't have to navigate like how you're taking a shower. So we're in the shower together, and I'm like doing everything in my power to not have to step on this drain. Like at one point, he might have like moved me, and I was like, "Ah!" Like it was like a lot. So he was like, okay, note to self. Like I was like, I just don't like it. I do not like it. I didn't really know why, but I was like, I do not like it. right? And again, I've just been with myself all this time, so I haven't noticed these little things like that are happening. So that happened. There was another time, by this time I had gotten to Pennsylvania and I was in the bathroom and something had happened with the rug because I definitely have to have a rug to step on in the bathroom. I don't like tile and I don't like my feet to touch stuff. So however I was getting out of the shower on the rugs, I was very intentional about like stepping to one rug to the next. And Lewis is very much, I'm putting all his damn business on the street. Let me do a quick poll. Let me ask y'all right quick. How do you use your bath rugs? This is actually a question that just came up in my Facebook memories today. Okay, this is option number one. You you step on the bath rug with a wet body. Might not be soaking wet, but you step on a bath rug with a wet body. Or option two, you dry completely off before you step on the rug because you don't want the rug to be wet. All right. Option one is you put your wet body on the bath rug. Don't have to be completely soaking wet, but you the bath rug might get wet. Or do you make sure that the bath rug don't get wet and you dry completely off? Y'all tell me in the comments. Okay. So I am number one. All right. Oh my God, I'm literally sitting here crunching my toes, y'all, while I'm sitting here. So I take my shower, I dry off a little bit, and then I step on the bath rug to help the bottom of my feet get dry, right? So, and then I finish drying off on the bath rug. Lewis is number two. He don't like a wet bath rug, right? So we started having these conversations about like bath rugs and things. And I'm like, why the hell you got a bath rug if you can't step on it when you're wet? Like, this is dumb. And he's like, I used to get my ass beat for stepping on bath rugs. It's wild. So we started having like all of these conversations. We also started having a conversation about brain people because I would notice when I would talk to him that like he's really good with calculating numbers and like processing information. And so I'd ask him a question and then he would kind of look off and then he would like blink his eyes sometimes and he'd just come back with this figure. And I'm like, bro, where did you go and what just happened just now? You know? So I got really intrigued and really curious about what was going on. So I noticed that as I'm talking to him. So now we're developing this language about how we want to talk about our brains because he's trying to explain to me everything that's happening in his brain. And so now I'm like, well, let me go take a walk through my brain and see what's happening in my brain, right? So we developed this concept of brain people. Now let me pause here and let me look at the poll. I step on the rug closest to shower, grab the towel, then immediately get to the dry rug closer to the door. Can't dry off in the shower, feels wrong. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, and see, I don't know that people think about these things, but this is the stuff I be thinking about all the time. Let's Talk Sis said is giving brilliant minds. Exactly. Exactly that. So I'm fascinated because I'm seeing this happening in front of my face, right? So we developed this brain people language and it makes me start getting really curious about what's happening in my brain. I'm talking, we write movies, y'all. We write in full on. There are so many things that we have to animate to put out into this world were conversations that we were having about our brains and just random things that were happening. So I really started like leaning into this concept. And if you've been here for any amount of time, you have heard me talk about my brain people, okay? And we have probably had a conversation about your brain and your brain people because I saw like how much richer and deeper conversations that we were able to have about our brains. All right. So this is, let's say, 2021. All right, that this starts happening. So then I was friends with this lady on, and I'm still friends with her on Facebook, and she started sharing all of these like ADHD memes, and they were so funny. And also, I was like, I very much relate. Like every time she would share one, I would be like, I think that's me too. Like, this is wild. And I had never thought of myself of having ADHD, though I would say to myself often that I had ADHD tendencies because I could never remember shit. So like I was taking birth control pills for a long time. I could never remember to take them damn birth control pills ever. Ever, ever. There was not probably 2 months in a row ever in 20 years that I was on birth control that I ever went 2 months straight with having taken my pill every day. And in the months that I took it every day, it definitely wasn't at the same time. That's for certain. Okay. But usually it looked like, okay, I missed, yes, so let me take two today. And then sometimes it looked like, I done missed 4 days. Okay, so if I take one a day, catch up today, then two tomorrow, then one the day after, then I might, okay, then that's gonna be two, and then one, but then I catch it. It was a wreck. I could never, ever, 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 ever remember. And I would have to do now what I know is a lot of work to keep my mind focused. Because, like, I would be reading stuff and then I would get distracted and I'm like, God, I got to read again. But what would happen is I would be beating myself up. So I would be saying to myself, get your shit together. Like, why are you like this? Like, get it together. So I'm like putting more pressure on myself instead of understanding what is actually happening. The question here says, does it work like that? They're talking about the birth control pills. Thankfully, that it worked enough for me to not have no kids. Is it supposed to work like that? Hell no. You're supposed to take it every day. But I did what I had to do, okay? I did what I had to do. But I realized, like, now in hindsight, how much energy that I was putting into remembering things and staying focused and all that. I also started to think about like the type of structure that I had built for myself. So mind you, during this time I had Jack. Jack had the Dia de los Muertos episode. So y'all go back and hear about Jack and who Jack was. So Jack was my dog. And that kept me very structured because he ate at 7 and 7, and I had to walk him. I had to make sure I was home. And also my life is very different at this time. I'm very much working consistently, like I have a routine, and I am somebody who needs a routine. Okay. So all of this is just stuff that kind of is, but not stuff that I'm actually thinking about. Not after COVID and wasn't really nothing to do. Then my brain kind of started getting real more field trippy, if you will. So I'm not having to push my brain so hard per se. And I'm starting to see what it's like to kind of allow my brain to kind of frolic about. Then I got back to 2021. So now I'm in Pennsylvania and now I'm stressed the hell out. Okay. Now I'm stressed the hell out at this crazy ass job. It's COVID. I am living alone. So Lewis would come to visit, but it was really just me all day, every day. And so I'm in therapy, and I talked about this last week in the food episode. I'm talking to my therapist about me choking because I had just had a choking episode. I had choked on some food and I had to do the Heimlich maneuver on myself in the apartment, and it's only me. So I was telling her that, and she was like, talk to me more about your food sensitivities. And I had never thought about having food sensitivities outside of the fact that I knew I couldn't eat chicken anymore. I stopped eating chicken in like 2015, 2016, something like that. Like, it just grossed me out one day. And I was just like, we're done here. So the more that she started to ask me about that, the more that I started to go back and thinking about my food sensitivities, like from a kid, you know? So my cousin is on here, and I talked about this last week too about okra. And okra was something that used to get put into our beans, and it was incredibly slimy. And we were forced to eat that, and it was a lot, and I'm not eating that right? And last week I was talking about how I would very much all the time be like, I'm not eating that. Like, you can beat me. I don't care. I'm not eating that. So as I started going back and thinking about the different issues that I had with food, also there's a lot of times that I won't get hungry, or like my hunger sensations might be broken, especially if I'm focused on something. I won't eat, I won't go to the bathroom. I am just there. Like, I am just there. So I'm seeing these memes on Facebook from the lady I follow. I'm having these conversations with my therapist, and the thing that kicked me over the edge, Melissa, I see, she said I'm on the edge of my seat about this food. So this is going to release in December, but the episode prior to this, episode 29, I'm talking about food, so that might be an interesting episode for you to go back and watch. But the deciding factor, if you will, excuse me, when it came to food and the relationship with food, is that my therapist was like, you need to be sensitive about the energy of the food that you put into your body, because there's something that's happening with that energy. And I was like, okay, girl. So I'm hearing her, but I'm also not like taking in what she's saying. All right, girl. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Whatever. Right. So after 2021, I wound up leaving the US. And so now I'm living I went to Playa del Carmen, then I went to Mexico City. During this time, I started seeing like I needed to be really intentional about the places that I was staying, because I started, and at this time, I'm calling myself bougie. I was just like, y'all, I'm bougie and I have to stay at a particular type of place because certain type of bathrooms I couldn't get with. For example, I don't like tile. So if I open, an Airbnb or whatever, wherever, and there's a bunch of tile, I'm automatically like cringing. So I started realizing that, and I'm like, this is really interesting. Okay. So I'm just kind of taking note, but not really naming stuff. So now, fast forward to 2023, and I wind up, well, actually, let me not fast forward, let me adjacent this. So I've talked about Lewis quite a few times. Lewis is my ex-fiance, and we were going to get married in 2019. We did not get married because Lewis was experiencing his own like burnout and self-discovery process. So, but we remained friends. So as I'm watching him go through this situation, I'm like a couple years behind him. So now stuff is happening that he was telling me about what's happening to him, and now I'm having the realizations myself. So I'm like, okay, this is really interesting. Like, this is really interesting. So 2023, July of 2023 is when I had the mental health crisis. Okay. Now, before that, my apartment that I was living in here in Medellin, I remember that I had to do a lot of things to make the primary bathroom feel cozy for me. And so I was being aware that I was having like more issues around the bathroom, but I'm not naming it anything again. Okay. So 2023, I have the mental health crisis, and now I'm looking for a trauma therapist. So I get to a trauma therapist, and I'm just saying, what the hell just happened, girl? Because what do you do after you had a mental health crisis, girl? What happens now? Like, what you supposed to do? So she's like helping me kind of process, what was going on. So I'm telling her something one day, and I just kind of was like, I think I was talking about my dad, and I was like, yeah, and then he laughed, and but I understand why. And she was like, hold on, let's just pause right there, and let's not skip over that. Let's actually process that. So she was really good about making me stop and process stuff, because before this, I was doing what they call emotional bypassing. Is I would just be like, yeah, 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 okay, it's fine, everything's fine, everything's fine, everything's fine. It's fine. Put it in a box. It's fine. Even though I knew that things weren't fine or things had impacted me, but I wasn't really doing anything with that. So she was really, really intentional in helping me to like stop and pause, which also was helping me to connect back to my body, because in this time I had not really been connected to my body because I had been on medication. So when I was in Pennsylvania, I got put on Lexapro. And the conversation that me and my doctor had was, If you give a fuck about what these white people talk about, girl, we're gonna up your dosage and until you don't care anymore. So I was on that regimen, right? So by this time in 2023, I had taken the first time I took myself off my medicine was in 2022. And so when I got put back on my medicine after the mental health crisis, I was having a very difficult time feeling. And I was like, this is odd because I have now experienced how to feel. And this is weird to not be feeling like I don't like this, right? So I'm processing that. I'm clocking that. I'm paying attention to that. So I wound up having to leave Colombia to move back to Mexico City in December of 2023. This was a very traumatic time for me. Um, I had moved in with this girl that I thought that we were friends. Turns out we were not, and that she tried to end my life, and it was a whole crazy situation. But the thing that was most difficult for me while I was there is that the bathroom that I used what felt like really, really cold. And it felt very much, I'm sitting here cringing as I'm talking about this. It was a lot of tile. And the shower was not properly draining. So I remember saying to myself, like I was beating myself up. I was talking to my therapist and I was like, I should be able to take a shower. Like I don't understand what is wrong because it was taking me like I say I probably took a shower when I first got there that first day. And then it was a couple days where I was like, I just cannot do it. Like I was sitting in the room like I cannot do this. Like I don't know what is wrong with me is what I'm saying right now. Mind you, I just said this mental health crisis. So I'm like, bitch, your brain is broke. Like this is crazy. So my therapist said, she was like, why do you have to step in the shower with bare feet? And I was like, I should be able to do that. And she said, who said like why is that something that you want to the hill you want to die on about having your bare feet in the shower? She was like, why don't you just get shower shoes so that you don't have to think about it or worry about it? And it was like this novel idea for me, even though I told you I was in college and it was shower shoes and all that, but that was a communal bathroom. People was getting crabs in the bathroom. Like, so I that made sense then, but in my mind, I should be able to do this in the here and now. And it was the first time that anybody had ever like treated, or the first time that it came up for somebody to be able to treat something like that with like so much compassion. And she was just like, just make the accommodations that you need. That's it. If having shower shoes is going to make you feel safe in your body, then do that. Right. So then she recognized, which I now know she's also neurodivergent, but she recognized the struggle that was going on with me. Right. So she said, I want to do a strategy called EMDR. EMDR is eye movement desensitization reprocessing. And it's basically what happens when you experience trauma is that your brain gets stuck in that place. And so instead of it moving out of your short term memory into your long term, we've processed this, this is over now, it remains in your short term memory. Like there are books like The Body Keeps the Score and like all of that where they talk about this. So what was happening is I was experiencing a lot around bathrooms in the present that I was carrying from the past that I didn't know. So, child, we do the EMDR thing, and I made the connection that a lot of the abuse that I used to experience was in the bathroom. And that was one of the places that my mother found joy and beat me when I got out the shower or out the bathtub or whatever. Like it just, bathrooms have just never been a safe place for me at all. So she helped me to make that connection. Then she started talking to me about somatic practices and ways to move energy through your body. So she taught me about like pushing a wall and or an immovable object, and you push it with all your might until all of that energy flows through you until you start shaking, and then you shake all of that out, and then you reassess, and if you still have stuck energy you do it again, or like jumping up and down like as hard as you can, or like flapping, right? So when she started telling me this, I was like, this sounds like stimming, like this sounds like autistic stimming. Also, this shit is working. Okay. And so at this time, before it, while she was working with me on this, I would do that before I got into the shower. So I would have, my towel on or whatever, and I would do my jumping exercises, and I would push the wall, and I would move all the energy around, and then I would put in my headphones so that I could drown everything else out, and I could just be in that space. And I got my shower down to 5 minutes flat, and I would be in and I would be out, and then I would get back into the room, and then I would do all of it again and release all the energy. And then it was like, you did that, girl. You did that, right? So I'm thinking to myself this whole time while this is happening, I'm like, man, this is really wild. Like, I didn't realize I had these issues, is what I was calling them. So I wind up having a conversation, another conversation with Lewis, and I'm telling him what happened. I'm like, I had to meet with my therapist, and she was helping me with the bathroom because I'm like, I'm having a really, really difficult time with the bathroom. And he said, have you ever read Howie Mandel's book? And I was like, no, but I actually think I should. So I pick up, or I go into Audible and I listen to the introduction of Howard Mandel's book. 5 minutes. Sis is in tears. I'm talking snotty nose crying, just like I cannot believe, like, this is my life. This is my life. I'm like, oh my God, like, this is my life. This is what happens to me. This is how I feel. Like, this is what's happening on the inside. But on the outside, I'm trying to keep everything together and I'm losing my shit on the inside. Like, it is tearing me down. And I'm like, oh my God, like, this is so crazy. So once I realized that, then now I have another name. So I was like, okay, that's OCD. So I start doing additional research about OCD, and I'm like, I've got to figure out, like, how do I help myself with this? So I go see my dentist. So at the time I had braces. So I get to my orthodontist. So I get to my orthodontist, and she was very aware of like everything that had happened, the mental health crisis. Like, she was so supportive. Like, it's funny because I remember I was talking to one of my friends, and I was telling them, because when the mental health crisis happened, a lot of people were trying to get me to come back to the States. And I was like, I can't do that. I can't come back to the States. And they were like, I said, I'm going to go to Mexico City. Like, at least I know people there. So they were like, well, who do you know there? And I was like, my dentist. And they were like, your dentist? Like, how's your dentist about to help you with your mental health, basically, right? Well, I get to my dentist and I'm explaining to her what happened. And I'm like, I'm just, girl, it's been a lot. So I said, I need a psychologist. I'm like, I need to figure out like what's going on. I don't know. So she was like, I have a patient. I have a patient and she's a psychologist. And she said, I bet she knows somebody who can help. This was like a Tuesday or Wednesday. Child, that very next day, she messaged me and she was like, here's the number. She speaks English, and give her a call. So I messaged the psychologist and I'm like, hey, how you explain all this? I'm like, hey, I've been through a lot. I had a mental health crisis, and also I'm struggling with bathrooms, and like, it's a lot. I don't know what the hell is wrong with me. When do you have availability? So, so she was like, can you come on Friday? And so that Friday, I go and I meet with the psychologist. And through my work with my psychologist, I really started to understand how to give myself grace about what I had been experiencing and all the things that I had been experiencing over the course of my life. And she started to help me to just understand how my brain works, because again, I'm still saying stuff like I should be able to do this and I should be able to do that. And she was like helping me to release the should and just what do you need for yourself. So I've been working with my psychologist now for 2 years. It's been interesting. A lot of what we had to work on was structure and creating structure for me that works for my life now, as opposed to the life that I used to live or the life that somebody told me that I had to live. And the other part of that was accepting that nothing is wrong with me. Because I used to be like, as I told y'all, for instance, all these experiences that happened with the different friend groups that I had and all that, I'm like, I've got to be the problem because I'm clearly the common denominator. Like, what the hell is wrong with me? And it just felt like so inherently like I was the science project that I constantly had to fix, and I constantly had to figure out how to be better so that people would care about me or wouldn't walk away, or like wouldn't, that people would stay and care and see, the same way that I'm caring about other people. And I am still very much in this journey of understanding what it means to be neurodivergent. And so, just for label's sake, but just to kind of, I don't know, bring us some common language, let's just say. So, I have understood that I definitely got that ADHD, honey. So, ADHD, which is attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. I also live with OCD, which is obsessive compulsive disorder, and CPTSD, which is complex post traumatic stress disorder, along with anxiety, depression, and being a Black woman in the world. So the labels are not really the part that is important to me, as far as none of it is really about identity, but what the labels do, or what the understanding of these particular neurodivergences do, is it helps to give language. Let's Talk Sis made a comment earlier, and she was like, when you have the language to be able to communicate what's going on, it unlocks this world. And what this process has done for me is that I now have the language to be able to advocate for myself and to be able to advocate for my brain. I now have the language and lived experience to be able to have conversations with other people about their brains. I now have the language and experience and understanding to be able to give myself more grace. Just a couple weeks ago, it was a lot that was going on, and I've been telling y'all I needed this break, right? Which is why I'm on break right now. But I was trying to I was this was when I had my old house shoes. And again, I don't want my feet to touch the floor like that. And I made a mistake and I touched the floor twice with my foot in the same 20 minutes, and I about lost my shit. Because what it feels like is like now I need to cut off my foot. That's what it really feels like. Like I just need to cut off my foot and I just won't have a foot. So of course I can't do that. But now it's like I need to go take a shower. I need to, like, because the thoughts are very much obsessive. And I don't know what the thoughts really are, but they're very much obsessive. And also let me add this additional layer. I'm a biologist, y'all. I have grown cultures of bacteria. I have swabbed things in life and put it on a plate in a lab and put it in the incubator and seen the bacteria flourish. Do you know how much work it takes when you understand what is happening at a microscopic level that nobody can see, but you know that it's there? And I have to divorce myself from that every single moment. Oh my God, it's torture. It's torture. So I'm still learning how to live with these neurodivergences, but it is giving me the opportunity to give myself so much more grace. Like, I really do have to be much kinder with myself. And It's interesting because it's kind of like this back and forth process of like nobody saw this, right? Because I started out telling y'all all of these things that were happening as I was a child that, I'm being broke out of, but all of that was symptoms of the fact that her brain operates a little differently. She has a different type of spirit. Then, when you start talking about the intersection between people who are neurodivergent and people who are spiritually gifted, and how those gifts and those neurodivergences work together, it's a lot. Because many people who are neurodivergent are also very empathetic. We feel energy, we feel very deeply, and it's really difficult to process that sometimes, you know. And because we feel deeply, a lot of times we get taken advantage of because people are dishonest. So another thing that they say about neurodivergent people is that we have difficulty reading social cues, and that is not the truth. What happens is that people be lying and people don't give authentic social cues, or people feel like they have a right to be able to infringe upon your boundaries. Let me give y'all an example, then I'm gonna get out of here. So there's this guy that reached out to me and was telling me that he can teach me Spanish, right? Because I'm trying to get conversational. So I'm like, okay, message me, this is my number, whatever, like message me about the things. So also I don't have notifications on my phone. So I also didn't get the messages for a while. But okay. So I finally get the messages and I'm like, hey, I don't have notifications on my phone. Now that I know that you're talking to me, I'll do a better job of checking this or whatever. And in his messages, he's like, hey love, hey amor, hey mi corazon, which is something that they do in Latin America and South America. Hispanic people, Latin people, they do a lot of that. Hey love, hey mi amor, mi heart. And what I have discovered, it don't mean shit. And because I am somebody who is autistic, oh, I didn't mention the autism. That's also a thread through all of this. But I words mean things, right? So you calling me love and amor and all that kind of stuff, and then you gonna get mad about something. And the moment that you get mad, then it's about to be F you, your funky beat. Like, so to cut it out. So what I said to him was, actually, let me read to y'all, because I love a good quotable. I said, I would like to say that my name is Kimberland. I know here you all use amor and love very, in all caps, loosely, but it makes me feel uncomfortable as it doesn't mean anything. And those words mean a lot to me, and I don't use them freely. So if you can please call me Kimberland, that would be best. And then I said, you can write in Spanish, it's easier to translate, whatever. So he says, hola, when I say love or heart, is my way of treating a woman like you well. So I said, I understand your intention. I am sharing with you that it doesn't feel that way. I appreciate that you think I'm a good woman, but in all fairness, you don't know that to be true. We don't know each other at all. So I would appreciate you using my name when you refer to me and leaving out amor, corazon, or any other pet names. They do not feel good to me coming from a stranger. Thank you for understanding. You know what that man said after that? Mi amor. He said, my love is that here in Colombia, in Antioquia, we are paisa. That's how we talk. It's a way of treating you well, even if we don't know each other. So I said, that's interesting that this is your response. I already told you that I understand the cultural practice and have respectfully requested that you do not. And you are continuing to do something I have explicitly asked you not to do. Is that correct? So then he says, Kimberly, which is not my name. So now I'm about to block you. So he says, Kimberly, can I just come to your house and we talk about it? And then you tell me we can start classes? So I said, no, I'm not available and I don't want you at my house. especially when you are showing me that you do not respect what I'm telling you my boundaries are. So he says, well, I'm sorry that you are taking things the wrong way. It's just that we are different cultures. So now he's blocked because those words don't mean anything. You're using those words and you want me to feel like you're respecting me when I'm telling you how to respect me, but then you're choosing not to do that. And so that's what usually happens in interactions that we have with people. And there are so many intersections here. So there's the neurodivergence, there's the blackness, there's being a woman, there's also being from a different culture. The issue is not that I don't understand. The issue is that I made it very clear to you, and you are making a choice not to understand. And that is usually what happens. Or there is some type of inauthentic expression, and then I take you at face value and literally, because words literally have meanings, and you're literally saying something, and then come to find out you was lying the whole time. That is what happens. So navigating that is really interesting. And what I'll say is what we find is that neurodivergent people often wind up being around other neurodivergent people because we don't have to explain this. Because I know that I'm dealing with somebody that when they say something that they mean what the hell they're saying, that words actually mean something to them. So I'm going to take y'all back to remember the soul work that we've been having all this time, where we've been talking about community and what you need to feel safe in community and all of that. If you are a neurodivergent person, it's really important to have a community that understands that, a community that is not telling you that you're not. Because I've been telling y'all over this time. It was just a dude a few weeks ago who was a psychologist who was telling me that I'm not autistic. I'm not autistic. I have Asperger's. Sir, you don't know shit about me. What are you talking about right now? But for people to have the audacity to try to tell you something about yourself when they don't live in your body because they think they read something in a book one time. So I'm going to go back to self diagnosis is very valid. And if you're asking yourself, I've seen a few comments come up and it's like, yeah, that feels like me. And I think I might, yep, that feels authentic to my experience. I invite you to get really curious, right? You don't have to put a name on it. You don't have to label it. You don't have to make it a particular thing outside of I'm learning how my brain works. Right now, once you find, okay, it feels like I'm kind of like here, or it might be this, like these experiences feel parallel to mine, then you might be able to develop some additional language. But the goal is not to necessarily have a diagnosis. The goal is to be able to learn more about your brain. And I will say this too, if you living in the United States, if you living in the United States, you want to be very careful right now about diagnoses and even mental health specialists because how can I say this and make this make sense without it sounding like I'm trying to discourage you from getting support because that's not what I'm trying to do. But what I need us to realize is that let me say this. There right now is a decolonizing movement for mental health specialists right now because a part of the licensure process, from what I understand, is very much colonized thought. So it's very much around you should be behaving this particular way. And if you don't behave this particular way, then we may commit you or whatever, right? And this is the part that's being left out of all of that are the systemic and cultural things that exist, especially for us as Black women that are contributing to the layers of distress that people might be feeling or the layers of hopelessness that people might be feeling. So if you don't have a mental health specialist who is also practicing decolonization, it becomes a very toxic environment, right? Melissa said the labels help them put folks in a box. Correct. So, what I want to say is if you are feeling like, okay, these are some things that I need to get curious about, this is stuff I need to think about in my brain, I want you to be really intentional about the mental health support that you seek and asking questions about where they stand on things like colonization, decolonization, structural and systemic racism, understanding the plight of a black woman. Like, understand that you have a right to interview your mental health specialist and decide whether that person works for you or not, because you want to be able to learn more about your brain in a safe environment where you don't feel like I still have to mask here, because that defeats the purpose. And when we say masking, that's when you present a certain way. So when you present a certain way on the outside, but there's shit that's happening on the inside that you're trying to control. You don't want to have to show up to your mental health support guarded. You want to be able to go, you're there to get support, right? So make sure that you're asking questions about who they are, how they are, what decolonizing work they are doing, where they stand on particular topics. Like, you interview them as well. Okay. And then I need you to follow your spirit. If it does not feel like this is somebody that can fully support you in the whole of you, remove yourself from that environment. I am working on a collection of mental health specialists that I trust and that I know subscribe to this school of thought. If you would like suggestions about that, if you will email me at kimberland@kimberlandjackson.com and just put mental health specialist in the title, and then I will send you over some recommendations. I am working on a directory, but that is not ready yet. Okay, so that's going to be a 2026 thing. But if you're saying to yourself right now, I need support, I really need to think about what this looks like, I want to get to somebody that I feel might be able to support me, please send me an email at kimberland@kimberlandjackson.com, and I will definitely give you some links. I also want to say, though, I'm on break right now, so it'll be top of my list come when I get back from break in January. Okay. But go ahead and send it so that you can get it off your list. It's done. And then I will go ahead and respond in January. And then, you can kick that off and take it from there. All right. All right. So that is my journey. Now, I do want to pause here because the inner circle is here with me and they have been talking in the comments and processing in the comments and all that kind of things. So I'm curious if y'all have any questions that you want me to answer. Did you find your therapist on the first try? So, I've definitely had therapists that I have had to break up with over time. I've had multiple therapists along the way, but usually, so the resources that I usually use to find a mental health specialist are Therapy for Black Girls and Psychology Today. And usually, what I would do, so like one of my therapists, the therapist that I talked about when she helped me understand about the food and the energy and all that kind of stuff, she was in Tampa, and I had found her on uh Therapy for Black Girls, but it was a few people, so it's maybe like three women that I had emailed, and she was the only one that responded, and I took that as a sign. So basically what I would do is I would put up some kind of like, listen, Lord, now if that ain't the right person for me, don't send me over there to them. Okay, now close that door. But that was after I had had different experiences with therapists. The first therapist that I ever had was a white woman, and she was a Christian. She's actually the one who told me about boundaries. But my only requirement at that time was that it was somebody who was a Christian, because I didn't want to have to explain church language. Then the next therapist that I had after that was a black woman, and she wound up taking me on because the previous therapist was moving. So it was literally just like, hey, I'm new, I got your caseload, so here we are. But she's also the therapist that introduced me to the journey that was the foundation for Discover Your Destiny. So I said all that to say I have had pretty good luck with therapists. But if you are feeling anything that feels off, I definitely would recommend talking about it, like, addressing it with your therapist, and then also paying attention to how they respond to whatever your concern might be. But one of the things from all the mental health panels that I've done and like all the work I've done in mental health that therapists have said consistently, if it is not working for you, find you somebody else. Find you somebody else, because the therapy space is supposed to be sacred and it's supposed to be safe. So if it doesn't feel safe, find you somebody else. And I know that is easier said than done, but that's also why having networks and being able to ask people for recommendations is also really helpful. Because even if, let's say, I tell y'all, like my therapist, my trauma therapist that I was working with, let's say I tell, and also let me say this before I say it. I found my trauma therapist because I had messaged somebody that had been on Beautiful Brown Girls, that had been on my mental health panel. And after I had the mental health crisis, I trusted her. So I was like, hey, I need somebody who specializes in this. And then she got me to my therapist. So what I was about to say was, even if you find somebody that you're interested in, and let's say they have a long wait list or they're not taking clients right now, ask them who they would suggest that you work with, and then they are usually very good about giving you a recommendation. So what I'll do in the description is I will put some of the people that we've had, for instance, on Beautiful Brown Girls before, that have been mental health specialists on our mental health panels. I'll share their information, and you all can feel free to say, I got your information from Kimberland. I don't know if that gives you bonus points, but but definitely you can say, I saw a video from Kimberland and she had your information in the description, and so I wanted to reach out. So I definitely can do that. But you might have to shop around. You might have to shop around a little bit. And that's why you also want to know what you want to get out of this space, right? Therapy is very much a self driven space, and it should be treated that way. So you also have to get curious about what it is that you want out of that therapeutic space so you can make sure that it is meeting your needs. You paying for this. So get your money's worth, right? In the past, organizations have been really intentional about having free resources for therapy. So that's something else that I'm looking for, because sometimes that is a barrier to access, is being able to get to a therapist. So one of the things I will say, and I don't know how safe this is going to remain, but using your employee assistance program. So if you have EAP benefits at your job, please do take advantage of those benefits. What I will say, so what I did for me, because there was a time when I was in Pennsylvania that I had three mental health specialists at the same time. My EAP mental health specialist, I only talked about certain things in that container. And so, especially if your trauma and experiences are work related, and if you're a Black woman, it's very likely that that is the case. That was a place for me to document the impact that that work environment was having on me. So I talked about that in that container. I had another mental health specialist that I talked about leaving the US with. So that was a different person. Then I had a third mental health specialist where I sat on her wait list for almost a year. And in that container, I talked about my relationships with my mother. So you very much can decide like what you want to bring into the space, especially if it's linked to work. So you have your EAP benefits. Unfortunately, a lot of mental health specialists are not able to take insurance because the rigmarole and all that kind of stuff that goes along with it. But some of them do operate on a sliding scale. So you want to ask about that. You also want to ask them if they have any types of programs or something like that where they would be willing to do sessions. So with the EAP sessions, you usually get 5 sessions per instance. And there are ways that the therapist can code things to be like, she need 5 more. And she need 5 more. It's a new situation that's happening now. Like there are ways that they can kind of make that happen, but you want to look for the free opportunities if you are able. So EAP is going to give you free, and then if you go through like therapy for Black girls and stuff like that, they do so many free hours per year that they will give to a particular organization. Point is, you want to ask. You want to ask so that it can be as accessible as it possibly can. I'll say one of the mental health specialists that I had, the one who helped me prepare my mind to leave, she did all of my sessions for free. And I was so like at a that baby, I was at a time where I was girl, girl, you are saving my life right now. So that might also happen, so you don't know till you ask. You don't know until you ask. So please do ask if they have any ways to be able to lighten the burden or be able to give you access. I hope this has been helpful. I try to be as transparent about my life as possible because I feel like if I'm asking myself these questions, somebody else might be asking themselves these questions as well. So even just the urge to create a safe therapeutic space, like there's something, that you can be doing towards making sure that you are taking care of your mental health. I would definitely say right now, 2025, we got to prioritize us. A part of our resistance is making sure that we are getting our minds in a place where we are grounded and stable and able to strategize. So if you are saying to yourself, my brain is feeling overwhelmed, my brain always used to feel like I was drowning. Like I just felt like I was underwater or that my brain was too big for my head. If you're feeling stuff like that, that means that we need to tap in and we need to figure out what's going on. You may possibly be approaching burnout, and that's a lot as well. So, when you talk about burnout, as well as neurodivergence, as well as being Black in America, that's a lot of things that you're dealing with. And a lot of times, our brains have been trying to give us warning signals, and we haven't been honoring them. I think my closing quote for today is curiosity over judgment. I really want to leave us with that thought. What does it look like to be more curious about the life that you are living, about the brain that is working to keep you alive? And also, gonna add this on. I'm curious about what you need to get curious about when it comes to your brain and the way that your brain operates. What do you need to get curious about when it comes to your brain and the way that your brain operates? Okay. So that's it. That's all. I appreciate y'all for hanging out with me again. I will say if you are wanting to be a part of these conversations, please come hang out with us over in the archive and find your way to the Inner Circle collection. If you go to patreon.com/minding my black as business, that is where you will be able to find the community. Okay. All right, y'all. That's it. Bye. Thank you for listening to The Frolicking Truth, where joy meets justice and our nervous systems get free. Please be sure to like, rate, and comment. Subscribe to the YouTube page, Minding My Black Ass Business, and follow me on all social platforms. Until next time, bye. Mic check 1 2 1 2. 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2. 1 2 1 2. Hello again to all my friends. Let's get this party started. Hey y'all, I'm Kimberland, and this is The Frolicking Truth, a soft space for Black women who are tired, brilliant, and ready to heal. Here, joy meets justice. We calm our Black ass nervous systems, we unmask, and we leave behind whatever that is trying to kill us. You're seen here, you're safe here, and you don't have to do this alone. Yes. Hello, hello. Hey, y'all. Come on in, find a comfortable spot and take a seat. Welcome to episode 31 of the Frolicking Truth podcast for Black women who are tired, brilliant, and ready to heal, where joy meets justice and our nervous systems get free. I'm excited to have you here with me today. I really am. So, even if you don't identify with any of those descriptors, please do stick around. All I ask is that you come ready to listen, to learn, and to support. So, my name is Kimberland, and I often forget to say that, but I didn't forget today. I didn't forget today. And I actually am recording this in November, right? So, I'm actually on break right now. And one of the reasons that I needed to do that is because what we're talking about today, which is emotional intelligence and emotional integrity, and really understanding what that means. But I am recording this in advance so that you're still getting this content today. So I do want to shout out the inner circle who is hanging out with me. That is my own special corridor and little slice of the world over in the archive, which is our Patreon. So I do want to invite you to join me over there. I'm actually still active in the Patreon right now, even though I'm on break. So they're getting all the behind the scenes stuff of what's happening during this month and next month while I am taking some time away. So if you are looking for community, you're wanting to get connected, you're wanting to understand the BTS, you want to know what's going on, come on over to the Patreon. Come and be a keeper in our archive and make your way down to the inner circle. All right. So you can do that by going to patreon.com/ minding my black ass business. That is how you can join me and join us over in the inner circle. All right. So, having said that, I don't have nearly as many announcements as I usually have. When this airs, it will be December 13th. And that means that the Healing Circle is happening directly after this episode. So, the Healing Circle is where myself and Vanessa from The Well Educator, we come together and we create a space for Black women to connect to their breath and connect to their bodies and take some time to do some breath work and a yoga flow, affirmations, and really just honor each other in community. So if that sounds like something that you want to check out, please do. I'm telling you, it is. As long as you're a Black woman. Now, if you aren't a Black woman, this space is not for you. Okay. But if you aren't a Black woman, send this to a Black woman and tell them to come on over because they probably need to breathe and reconnect to their breath. All right. But you can register for the Healing Circle at tinyurl.com/Black Women Healing Circle. We have the Healing Circle every second Saturday of the month, continuing into the new year. So you can register in advance for the circles that we have coming up. All right. So that'll be happening directly after this premiere. Speaking of premiere, if you're watching this during the premiere, there is a live chat. So go see who's in the chat. I might be in there. Some other folks from the community might be in there. So come and hang out with us. That way you can talk to me, you can talk to others, you can ask questions, you can share your commentary and your feedback about what you're receiving and all of that. All right. So come down into the live chat. Just click where it says join live chat, say hello, let us know where you're joining us from, and come be in community. All right. What if the thing you've always called too much was the exact thing God designed on purpose? This is for the ones who've always known they were different. Too sensitive, too loud, too knowing, too intuitive, too woo woo. But what if your sensitivity is actually your superpower? What if your intuition was your inheritance? Discover Your Destiny is a 10-week sacred journey back to yourself. We explore the design of your soul, your spiritual gifts, and the unique way that God speaks to you. This isn't church. It's not a rule book. It's not a performance. It's the moment you stop chasing approval and start walking in divine alignment. You'll gain clarity, language, and confidence around who you are and what you are here on the earth to do. You'll learn the real voice of God. And if you feel called to go on to become a certified intuitive melanated life coach, this is where that path begins. There are two ways to enter this sacred container: the Destiny track, full investments and coaching experience, or the Divine Exchange track, where internship meets soul work. You'll support podcasting, content creation, or brand development behind the scenes while learning how your unique gifts benefit the collective. Your knowing isn't a flaw, it's the fingerprints of God. This is your invitation, and I hope that you'll answer. All right, so this is episode 31. And episode 30, we talked about my journey to understanding that I am neurodivergent and what that looked like and sounded like along the way. And if you have not yet watched that, go back and check it out. It is a pretty interesting episode, if I must say so myself, you know? But yeah, so this week I wanted to talk about the emotional side of things especially as a neurodivergent person, and to really help us to start thinking about what emotional intelligence really is. Not just like that is this corporate buzzword or like something that we're saying just to say it, but actually tapping into our spiritual, emotional, relational practices that guide us towards freedom and awareness, a sense of deeper self trust, if you will, right? So, I want to just kind of pause here for a moment and take a moment to actually connect myself. One of the tools that I use to do that is the feelings wheel. So, if you've been following me for any amount of time, if you've had the pleasure of having one on one time with me, you know I will whip out the feelings wheel in a millisecond, okay? Because this is the way that I am able to practice what we call emotional integrity. Well, first emotional awareness and then emotional integrity. All right. So let me, before I get into all those things, let me share the feelings wheel just so I can show you how it works in case this is your first time being over here at the Frolicking Truth. So I am a teacher, y'all, all right? And a teacher gonna teach. So I be having my visual aids to make sure that we understand what is going on. So here on the screen, I have the feelings wheel. And this is a tool that we use to help us identify what our feelings are and to name what we are actually feeling. So inside the center of this wheel, we have these big feelings that are represented here. So we have happy, sad, disgusted, angry, fearful, bad, and surprised. These are feelings that we are hardwired with, that even as babies, we know these feelings. We don't have to learn the nuances of these big feelings. The further out that you get on the wheel, you get more specific, right? So each of the feelings is then broken down into some more feelings. Then, when you get out to the third ring, it gets even more specific, where each of those feelings are now broken down to an additional two or three. So, I want to take a moment to kind of just do a body scan and to think through what I am actually feeling right now. So let me just take a moment to kind of ground myself, and I invite you to do the same, to just take a couple of grounding breaths. Do a couple more, and when you inhale, try to fill up your belly as much as you can, and then out through your mouth. All right. So that helped me to kind of center myself. I also realized I didn't really breathe today, which is something that we breathe, of course, to sustain life, right? We're not dead. But oftentimes we don't breathe to really fill our oxygenate our bodies, if you will, oxygenate our brains, oxygenate our blood. We don't often do that. So I'm grateful that I just took that moment, and hopefully that also was helpful for you. All right, so let's get my feelings well shared here again, and I'm going to zoom in. I think that today in my own body, I feel like I feel happy and peaceful. I feel thankful, um, creative. I feel confident and curious. I just had a really good meeting before this, and I'm really curious about where that's going to go. I also think I can add some eager over to it and some energetic. Um, and let's see if there's anything else. And I'm going to also throw in some inspired. Okay. So that's how my spirit is feeling today. Again, I invite you to access the feelings wheel and determine how your spirit is feeling today as well. So I wanted to do that at the top of this just to kind of give us an opportunity to ground and center ourselves, especially with the emotional climate that is present right now. It is so much that is going on in the world. So, for context, the day that I am recording this today is November 6th. So, if things have happened after this point, I'm not talking about it on here. So, but having said that, there's a lot that's happened. There was just an election. What's today? Today's Thursday. So there was just an election on Tuesday, and there were some positive gains in the election, and people are feeling a sense of hope again, it seems. And there is also a consistent heaviness that kind of just sits in the background of everything that is going on in the world right now and the way that people are choosing to show up. So, we're holding space for all of that. And I know within my feelings wheel utilization just a moment ago, I did not really tap into my feelings about the world. I more so was talking about my personal world. And honestly, if I think about the state of the world right now, it really feels overwhelming and disappointing and heavy, you know. But even in that, I am doing all that I can to stabilize my internal world because I cannot operate in the external world if I do not stabilize my internal world. All right. So the weight of the world really requires this need for the ability to be able to self regulate. And when we're again today talking about emotional intelligence, it's really like the bridge between being aware in what's happening, but also having the integrity to be able to name it, right? So I have a quote here that I want to start with, and it says, emotional intelligence begins where reaction ends, in the pause where we choose who we want to be next. And this feels so authentic to what I feel like I'm experiencing right now because I'm doing all I can to put myself in a reflect and restore and renew type of space. And that is really important for me and the work that I do because there's constant like jarring things that happen like all the time, right? Especially in advocacy and activism, and I work in education. So there's a lot that goes along with that. So I have been really trying to be very intentional about honoring how I'm feeling, as well as talking about this concept of emotional integrity, of naming what I am actually feeling and creating space to hold what I'm actually feeling. Something that we do a lot that we've been trained to do, honestly, is emotional and spiritual bypassing. And we embrace things like toxic positivity. And so, toxic positivity might look like everything is crashing around you and you're like, no, everything's totally fine, everything, yep, all right, well, and then you add the spiritual bypassing on top of that. God is in control and amen, right? But you're not really necessarily being integrous about what you're actually feeling. And that's something that I used to do all the time. Like, I would really just be like everything's fine, even though inside my head I'm knowing that things are not fine. They're not fine at all, right? So let me back up a little bit and just make sure that we have consistent language. Okay. So when I say emotional intelligence, I'm talking about the ability to recognize, understand, manage our own emotions and to recognize, understand, and create space for the emotions of other people. So it's not about suppressing the emotions. It's really about honoring our emotions and then integrating our emotions into the way that we are living in the world. Now, I've talked on here a few times about how when I was a kid, the communication that I received about who I was as a child is that I always had a tear ready to fall and I was always ready to cry about something. And I remember being quote unquote broken out of that type of way of existing and being told, I have to divorce myself from my emotions. So learning how to feel and learning how to identify emotions is a skill. That's not something that we are born with. While we are born with a certain set of emotions, we are not necessarily born with the skill to be able to identify what those emotions are. That's something that we learn. And you cannot learn emotional intelligence if you don't have emotionally intelligent people who are teaching you, right? So it really becomes an interesting type of cycle if you are around people who do not acknowledge their own emotions, who do not create space for emotions. Then this is how you get people who are suppressing their emotions or told they can't feel, or the only feeling that they are able to express, for instance, is anger, right? So I want to give us some tools, if you will, to really empower ourselves as we're thinking about this concept of emotional intelligence. So I'm going to go to this site. It's called Castle. And Castle is the organization that does like the leading research in social emotional intelligence. They're like the leaders in the industry. So, a lot of the research and work that has been done through Castle is the foundational work of social emotional competencies and emotional intelligence and what that looks like. They also have a very extensive framework for how to implement this type of learning within classrooms and with young people and also with adults, right? Because emotional intelligence, I guess I need to pause here and say this, is that emotional intelligence is not just for children. Emotional intelligence is for people. So, especially in educational types of environments, a lot of times people will um they will be like, this is something that we're doing to the kids. Like, the kids need to do the SEL. And it's like, no, actually, the kids don't have fully developed brains, which we'll get into in a second. So it really is up to the adults to be the ones who are managing these social emotional competencies. And often we as adults do not have the social emotional competencies that we are expecting children to be able to implement when children are children. So, how are we expecting children to be able to regulate their emotions, to name their emotions, and we as adults are not even able to do that? That doesn't make any sense. Okay. So, let me go ahead on and open this image so we can talk through these competencies. All right. So when we're talking about social emotional learning, there are five core competencies that go into this. And if you have been with us here on the Frolicking Truth before, you know that we bring this up every so often. So it's coming on back up today. All right. So it starts in this top right quadrant, or this isn't a quadrant. These are five in here, and I don't know what the five section is. So anyway, it starts over here with self awareness. So, self awareness is being able to recognize your own emotions and values as well as your strengths and your challenges. Something that an easy way to be able to test this is if someone were to ask you, or you were to have a conversation with somebody about what are both your strengths and your weaknesses. A lot of times we are trained to be critical and look for things to fix, and it is often really difficult for us to talk about the things that we're actually really good at and the things that we excel at. So self-awareness is where those kind of skills live, where you are able to think through not just how you were feeling, but also to have an objective understanding of who you are as a person, and an objective understanding again of the things that you do really well as the things that you want to work on. After self-awareness, the next part is self-management. So self-management has to do with, now that I understand my emotions, now that I've been able to name them on the feelings wheel, I understand the nuances of the different emotions. Now I have a plan for how I manage those emotions. I have the ability to be able to implement certain tools or implement certain strategies that can help me to remain at baseline, as opposed to being thrown all over the place and tossed to and fro with my emotions. So, self management might look like, when I feel overwhelmed, I am going to stop and take a deep breath. Or one of the things that I might do proactively to manage is I'm going to stretch or meditate or intentionally use my feelings wheel so that I can give myself the language that I need to use so that I'm able to advocate for what I need. So all of that is stuff that we have to be able to do within ourselves and for ourselves as we're thinking about social emotional competencies and emotional intelligence. Now, once we understand that and we understand the things that we have to do within ourselves, then we move into a space of social awareness. And social awareness is when we understand that other people also are having these experiences and that they're in different places on in their path of what emotional awareness looks like. So, social awareness is where empathy lives and where we show understanding for other people and recognizing that they're in their own movie that is parallel to ours. With that social awareness, we take that and we think about building positive relationships. And positive relationships is not just the building and forming of those relationships, but it's also dealing with conflict and repairing those relationships when they are ruptured. Any relationship that you are in, there is going to be a time where there's some type of misunderstanding or some type of conversation that needs to be had in order to strengthen that relationship. So, within that building positive relationship skills, that is where that lives, where we learn how to build the relationships. We also learn how to repair the relationships and do the work that it takes to maintain those relationships. And when I say the work, a lot of that work is back up here in this self awareness and self management place. Okay. Now, the last component of social emotional competency is responsible decision making. And that's about making good choices for both yourself as well as the way that you interact with other people, and making those responsible decisions in order to support the type of outcome that is going to create an emotionally safe type of environment. All right. So, those are the five competencies of social emotional learning, of emotional intelligence. All right. All right. So now that we have that, and now that we know that, and now that we have that type of language, a part of us also understanding what's going on is understanding what happens in our brains when we are thinking about how our emotions play a role, right? So let me go back over to the image of our brain and take us through our brain research. All right. I know y'all didn't know you was coming to science class today, but here y'all are. Welcome. Glad you're here. Okay. So we have four areas of our brain that are represented here on the screen, and I'm going to start from the bottom to the top. So at the bottom of our brain, we have the area called the brain stem. And our brain stem controls our involuntary systems. It controls our fight, flight, freeze response. It works with the limbic system. Lord Jesus, I can't talk. It works with the limbic system to get us to act when there is some type of fear response that happens. So our brain stem is a part of our brain that we really don't have a lot of control over. When it says involuntary systems, that's our breathing, our blinking, our organ systems working. This is all the stuff that we don't have to consciously think, oh, I should do this now, right? The things just happen. So the limbic area which is that next area, is where our amygdala lives. And our amygdala is like the security guard of our brain. So our amygdala lets us know, hey, stuff not looking right. We might need to flip the switch and let the brainstem take over because we need to fight. We need to flee. We need to figure out what's going on. Danger, right? Or the amygdala says everything's cool. Y'all good. Everybody do what they need to do, right? So that's how the amygdala works. Now, what also lives in our limbic area is our hippocampus, which is where our memory lives, specifically our short term memory. Okay. So the hippocampus houses the memory, it is the memory center. But when the amygdala has flipped the switch and said fear, fear, warning, shut everything down, the hippocampus goes with it. So when we're in a situation where we're feeling triggered, fight, flight, freeze, fawn, friend response, our memory is not online. It is off. We're not biologically capable of accessing that part of the brain. It is cut off the system. The amygdala has flipped the switch. Brainstem is in full control. All right. So that's important to understand because the areas of our brain that deal with things like decision making and awareness live in that upstairs part of the brain. All right. So let's start looking at that. So our prefrontal cortex is the part of our brain that controls impulse, insight, and empathy. Now we just finished talking about the um the five parts of social emotional learning. And we talked about social awareness and we talked about empathy, right? So, this is the part of the brain that empathy lives in within our prefrontal cortex. This is also the part of the brain that is responsible for responsible decision making. Okay. Now, our prefrontal cortex, one of the things that we need to know is number one, it is not fully developed until the age of 25 to 27. Okay. So if you are under the age of 25 or 27, your brain is not finished being developed. Okay. The second thing is that when we're thinking about stuff like, for instance, when we move up here to the cortex and we're thinking about our thinking, this process called metacognition. When we are looking to access the real thinking that happens in our brain, that happens in a part of our brain that, one, again, is not fully developed until 25 to 27, but it also happens in a part of our brain that we cannot access if we are in a state of feeling heightened or triggered. And so biologically, there are certain things that are going on within our emotional processes and our biological processes that might cause us to behave in certain ways. All right. So let me add an additional context to this. So we're going to call it the downstairs brain and the upstairs brain just for simplification purposes. So our downstairs brain again is where our brainstem lives, fight, flight, freeze response, our limbic area, which is where the amygdala lives, as well as the hippocampus. Our upstairs brain is our prefrontal cortex and our cortex, where we are thinking about our thinking, where empathy lives, decision making, all of that. All right, cool. Now, when we look at this slide here, there are some questions that are represented here on the screen. So the first is the survival state. It says the message, am I safe? When we experience a triggering event, what our brain immediately wants to do, the amygdala, again, is saying, are we safe? That is the only question that our brain is concerned with answering. Are we safe? If your brain cannot say, yes, I am safe, then your brain will remain in your brainstem until you are able to say, yes, I am safe. Now, keep in mind, in that brainstem, this is the part of the brain that controls the involuntary systems, your fight, flight, or freeze response. You are not possible to It's not possible to access your memory center when you are in a state of wondering if you are safe. Okay? This is important to understand because no matter how much you try to get up there, you see at the top where it says, what can I learn? No matter how much you want to be at a place to be doing some learning, if you are in a survival state, your brain is not biologically capable of accessing the part of your brain that has to do with learning. All right. So after you ask yourself, am I safe? The next question that your brain is asking is, am I loved and am I connected? And depending on that statement, or depending on the response to that question, am I loved and connected? Then your brain is either going to remain in that loop. Am I safe? Am I loved and connected? Am I safe? Am I loved and connected? Or your brain will get the green light to say, yes, I am safe. I am loved and connected. And now I'm curious about what can I learn. So this is an idea of psychological safety, right? When we think about our workplaces, when we think about children's classrooms, when we think about our relationships, when we think about different environments, if you're going into that environment, you're already feeling like you're not safe or you're not loved and connected, your brain is not going to be in a space where you're able to be free and creative and joyful and inspirational. You are very much in a shelled form because your brain is saying this is not a safe space for us to be. Okay. So I wanted to give us that foundational information because that's important to understand when we're talking about a concept like emotional awareness and emotional integrity. Because if my brain is kind of struggling with what's happening and I'm trying to will my upstairs brain to come online, I need to realize that I have to take care of my downstairs brain first. Now, I'll also add to this, if you are in a state of complex trauma or in a state of burnout, it becomes even more difficult to be able to move yourself out of that downstairs brain and into your upstairs brain. So, the first step in creating a safe space is being able to have the awareness and to be able to say, okay, this is what I'm feeling right now, and giving yourself grace in those feelings. So that's kind of the foundation of everything, right? So that is the emotional intelligence, emotional awareness part of it, right? Recognizing these are the different ways that my brain operates. This is how my feelings are situated within that. These are the different feelings that I see myself having consistently, what have you, right? Now, once you have that awareness, the next step then is having the emotional integrity. And emotional integrity is about being honest about how you feel, even when it's messy. So now we got to think about our people pleasing tendencies or our tendencies to try to just keep the peace. And, I don't want to rock the boat. So I'll just swallow all the stuff instead of saying exactly what it is that I am feeling. And for myself, this is something I don't remember what year I made the decision to say I'm going to practice emotional integrity, but I definitely made a choice and started utilizing it in my language. And I know it definitely was during the time that I was writing Discover Your Destiny and I was trying to get out of the abusive relationship and like all of that. And I remember people just asking me how I was doing, and I wasn't okay. And I hadn't been okay for a really long time. But people were just asking me out of habit. They weren't asking me because they actually wanted to know. So then I made a decision that I was going to stop muting myself and I was actually going to say how I was doing. So I started practicing that. When somebody would ask me how I was doing, instead of saying I was fine, I might say something like, I'm present. Or I might say something like, what are some of my other responses? I would say I'm here, I'm present. I might say if somebody said, how are you doing? I might say not well, but thank you for asking. Right. So I just kind of started taking these small steps toward let me be truthful in what I am actually feeling instead of being emotionally dishonest, because it's very possible for you to be emotionally intelligent, like you know what you're feeling, you know what's going on, you know where it came from, you know why, you could track it, you know all of that, and then you can also still lie about how you're feeling. And it's funny because last week again we talked about neurodivergence, and a lot of times one of the characteristics that is often attributed to people who are neurodivergent is that we struggle with understanding emotions and understanding nuance and all of that. And it's really not that we struggle with that, because every neurodivergent person that I have met does a very good job at being able to identify emotions and what people are feeling. And that's not to say that the experience is universal, but this is my point. The issue do not be with neurodivergent people in our interpretation. The issue is oftentimes with people who are not practicing emotional integrity, because you're telling me that you're fine, but I'm also looking at you slamming stuff. I'm looking at your face. I'm listening to your tone, and you telling me that you okay, but your actions are not matching that. So now I'm glitching because I'm seeing that these evidences are not matching up. So the issue is not with my interpretation. The issue is with your lack of honesty. If you can't say amen, say ouch, right? So it's very possible to know what's going on, but still people are making a choice to mask, or they don't feel safe to be able to communicate, or they have not learned how to communicate how they are feeling with integrity. And it really requires courage and vulnerability to be able to practice emotional integrity. One, because you can't control how somebody's going to receive what you say, right? You can't control how somebody's going to receive your feelings. So there's a level of vulnerability that you have to have. Vulnerability being taking a risk of getting hurt, if you will. So there has to be a level of vulnerability for you to truly and honestly say, this is how I am feeling today, or this is how this situation made me feel. So there has to be a willingness to face what's inside and then name that before managing it all. Like, there has to be a willingness to face it, there has to be a willingness to be able to name it. But when we practice emotional integrity, we stop gaslighting ourselves. Because that's what I felt like I was doing. I felt like I was real life gaslighting myself, that I'm like, everything's fine, everything's totally fine. And I'm also somebody who would practice disassociation. So I would just be like, this isn't happening right now. This isn't even happening. Like, I would just totally just, nope, it's not happening. Nope. Mm-mm. And so in many ways, I'm gaslighting myself. And so a part of that was me not telling myself that something isn't happening, or telling myself that everything is fine, and actually giving myself the opportunity to say, I'm not okay right now. I'm not okay. This is not okay. Whatever that might look like and sound like. Um, and it's a really important skill, because there are so many emotionally disingenuous people out here in the world. So, how then do you practice becoming more emotionally intelligent and more emotionally integrous when you are around people who don't practice emotional integrity, right? So, now we got to think about audits and auditing the people that are around us, and really thinking about the types of environments that we have curated around ourselves that may not be allowing us to show up in a space where we're able to be honest about how we're feeling and what we're thinking. So, this has been like a consistent practice for me. And it's interesting. One of the ways I practice emotional integrity, honestly, is on dating apps, because I kind of like, first of all, dating is just wild. Okay, that's what I want you to know. Just if you are somebody that is in a relationship, God bless you, and be happy that you're not out here in these streets, right? But if you are out here in these streets, you know that dating is just wild, period. Then, if you are someone who is a heterosexual woman who is looking to date men, it adds an additional layer of wildness, because men and emotional integrity and emotional awareness, that don't really be their strong suit. I understand it's a generalization, but generally, it don't be their strong suit. So it's a lot that goes on, and there's a lot of invisible emotional labor that goes along with dating that can be a lot. So one of the things that I do is I practice telling people exactly how the hell I feel on these dating apps. Like you not finna talk to me like that. You not about to minimize what I'm saying. You're not about to dismiss what I'm saying. You are going to honor who I am, and I practice that voice in this space with people that I may or may not choose to continue to know. And what it does is it practices that muscle, it keeps it fresh, it exposes me to the different types of people that are out here, because I also sometimes feel like I can live a very insulated life, and I usually do surround myself with people who have emotional intelligence and emotional integrity. So when I tap into a world where it's kind of variable, it gives me different experiences to kind of be able to name. It gives me additional red flags to look for. It's my own social experiment, okay? But it also helps me to be able to show up for myself and to honor what I'm feeling, because I don't owe these people nothing. They ain't paying my bills. They ain't doing nothing for me but trying to get to know me. And if that is what you are trying to do, then you are going to have to do that in a way that honors me. And I'm going to tell you what that's going to look like. So it very much gives me an opportunity to be able to practice those skills, because these are skills. It's a skill to advocate for yourself, especially as a woman, when the world is telling you that you don't have a right to a voice. Okay. So we got to get our reps in, if you will. And that's one of the ways that I do that. Another thing that I did is I got really intentional about paying attention to my body and how I feel in certain situations. So there are certain things that happen to me physically where I know that I'm getting frustrated. So for instance, when I am not feeling heard and I'm getting frustrated, my throat will get scratchy, my ears get hot. Sometimes my, well, not sometimes, my heart is usually racing. Sometimes I get like, my brain be glitching, so I get real like, I don't. I don't understand, does not compute. And so I had to start paying attention to those different signals that my body gives me, so that I am honoring what I'm actually feeling. So in those moments, I usually will take a pause, and either I might say that, like, I'm taking a pause right now to assess, or I might say something like, I'm sorry, my brain is glitching right now and I don't understand what's happening, but I'm giving myself a chance to process what I am actually feeling and thinking, as opposed to just trying to push through and make sense of it all without the appropriate information that I need, which leads to my brain short circuiting. And I don't need my brain to short circuit. Okay. So that's one of the things that I really had to be intentional about, because I feel like I kept finding myself in situations where I was on the other side of a blackout. I had done popped off, I had done crashed out, I had done lost my shit. And now on the other side of that, I'm trying to piece back together what happened. So I'm like, I need to catch this on the front end so I'm not cleaning up stuff on the back. So a huge way to be able to do that is just pausing. Just pausing. And again, you might need to say that, like, I need to take a moment to pause and take a breath before I respond. Or it might sound like I want to give you a response that is appropriate and authentic to what I feel, and I'm not able to do that right now. So let me get back with you, or having some type of pause and statement practice, if you will, that you are able to implement, so you're able to support yourself in these moments where you might need to process what the hell is going on, right? And then asking yourself intentionally, what am I feeling? I pulls up the feelings wheel, baby. I'm gonna tell anybody that know me in real life, know I'm gonna pull up this feelings wheel, because that is going to give me a tool to be able to kind of guide what I actually am feeling and to be able to name it. I think another question to ask yourself is, what do you need in that moment? A lot of times water can be a powerful tool. And actually, let me take some right now. So one of the things that water does is it makes you slow down, because you have to actually like concentrate and drink. Water also helps to dilute the cortisol that is built up within our system, and cortisol is the stress hormone. So, if you are in a triggered state, cortisol and adrenaline has been released into your body so that you are able to fight whatever needs to happen. So, water helps to dilute that within your system so that your system is able to come back to homeostasis. So, you may in that moment need to drink some water. And that is okay to say that. So then once you have that time with yourself and you're saying to yourself, okay, I paused, I'm assessing, I'm taking my deep breaths, I'm using my feelings well, I see that I need some hydration, I see that I need to take a walk, I see that I need to leave this environment, I see that I need to put on my headphones so that I can go in my own world, whatever that looks like. Then the question is if I need to communicate now what I am feeling, is what I'm saying aligned with what I feel? That's where the integrity comes in. And what I will say is sometimes it might not be safe to do that, right? If you're in an environment, for instance, let's say you at work or something, and you're in a situation where you are feeling XYZ type of way, that might not be a safe space for you to be able to share that. You might be in a work environment where it feels like a war zone. Well, that's not really where you're going to bring your vulnerability. But then my question would be, where are you able to bring your vulnerability? Is that with your mental health specialist? Is that with your friend group? Is that with your partner? Is that with your journal? What does that look like for you to actually give yourself the space to say, this is what I'm feeling, this is what I'm holding, this is how this is impacting me? Because if we continue to pretend that everything is okay, all we are doing is gaslighting and lying to ourselves. And when we do that, we are teaching ourselves not to trust ourselves. And the whole time, your spirit is trying to guide you for what you need to do. But if you telling your spirit that it's lying every time, well, how y'all gonna have a good relationship, child? The relationship is ruptured, you know? So, what are the spaces that you can create for yourself to be able to practice this emotional integrity without feeling like you have to defend how you're feeling or over explain? What are the spaces in people that you can communicate with that help you to feel safe within what you are experiencing? So you may have those spaces, but if you do not, and even if you do, journaling is also an effective way to really think through processing different types of experiences that you might be having. So you might want to ask yourself things like, when do I feel most emotionally honest? And when do I feel pressure to hide how I feel? Again, this is like there might be certain people, certain spaces, certain times that you see I can be emotionally honest in these areas, but over here, I feel like I cannot. So then the question would be identifying those spaces and people, and what are we going to do about that? Another good question is, what does emotional safety feel like in my body? Now, this is something we've been talking about over the past several weeks. I've been asking y'all consistently, what qualities and characteristics do you need to see in order to feel safe in community? What does that look like? What does that feel like? Where a huge part of that is you understanding what safety feels like in your body. And honestly, I don't know that I really felt safety in my body until I left the US, to be fully frank with you. There were definitely times that I felt more grounded in context of the bigger thing when I lived in the US, but leaving the US gave me an opportunity to just be with my body outside of an area where I was hypervigilant. I was always trying to think about what else might happen or what have you. And I was able to experience what emotional safety feels like. It's important to know that because then when you get around somebody who does not make you feel emotionally safe, you're able to identify it because you've already identified what homeostasis and balance feels like for you. Another question to ask yourself might be, what emotions am I avoiding? And what might they be trying to tell me? So, this is not necessarily an emotion, but like people will say this. For instance, I might say something like, oh, I'm getting sick. And then somebody's like, oh, I rebuke that. Okay. Also, though, I'm getting sick, right? So, what type of emotional or spiritual bypassing might be happening that you are not actually dealing with? And what might that be trying to tell you, right? There are emotions, the holidays are coming up. So, you might be sitting there thinking to yourself, like, I don't really want to be in certain environments with certain people or certain family members, or somebody gonna say this or say that. Like, what am I avoiding in those situations? And what is that telling me? It might be telling me these are not safe people for me. It might be telling me that my spirit has outgrown this particular environment, this particular relationship, right? So, what am I avoiding? And what is that trying to tell me? And then the last question is, where in my life do I need to practice more emotional integrity, either with myself or with others? Emotional integrity definitely starts with yourself. If you can't be honest with yourself, you can't be honest with nobody else. Okay. So it definitely has to start with you. But then there may also be other relationships that actually we need to be a little bit more emotional integrous, and we need to talk about how this relationship or this particular situation or what you said, whatever, has made me feel, because I want to honor my feelings and I want to honor my emotions because they do matter. So those are a few questions that you can kind of journal about, right? Or bring up even in your friend groups or with your partner or with people who are willing to have a safe environment where you're able to have these types of conversations that are going to help you repair the relationship that you have with yourself, with your heart, with your spirit, with your brain, with your body, right? We are doing the work to help us reintegrate into our lives. And a part of that is honoring what's happening within our emotional spaces and what is happening within our brain. So, I do want to offer an affirmation before we get out of here. And feel free, if this affirmation does it for you, perfect. If you have your own that you would like to share, feel free to put that into the comments and share that with us, because we can all benefit from different affirmations. I also want to highlight that I do have an affirmation video here on Minding My Black Ass Business, Brown Girl Affirmations, and it's about 10 minutes. And within it, I get a lot of really good feedback of people saying that they feel empowered. They take what they need. All the affirmations might not be what you need right now, but they might be something that you need. Okay. So, anyways, so for today, this is the affirmation that I want to offer. I honor what I feel without shame or rush. My emotions are sacred messengers, not enemies to silence. Emotions are welcome in my space. So, if that affirmation feels good to you, let's go ahead and write that down on a sticky note, if you will. Put that in your notebook, put that everywhere that you're able to see. Or if there is one that you resonate with more, please do feel free to share that again in the comments. So, as we wrap up, I do invite you to share at least one thing that you learned today, or maybe one emotion that you're sitting with, if you will. So, talk to us in the comments. Also, if you're in the archive, come over to the chat and have a conversation with us about emotional intelligence and the power of emotional integrity and how that is landing on you. So, let's keep this conversation going. Here in the chat, we have I am enough. Yes. Absolutely, right. And knowing that, like knowing that at a core level, that God really took time to curate and craft everything about us intentionally, that we are able to say, yeah, I am sure am wonderfully and perfectly crafted, am and is enough just the way that I am. Even as I am working to show up better, I am enough. I am inherently enough because I am here and here with purpose, right? So, it's not perfection, y'all. It's not about emotional intelligence is not about perfection, right? It really is practice. It's the practice of doing it. It's the practice of, again, creating safe spaces so that you are able to have an opportunity to practice emotional intelligence and integrity, but also giving yourself grace and space in this process and understanding that other people are also in a process, right? So everybody in your life may not have the capacity to make space for your emotions. So I ask you again, where then are the spaces where you are able to feel held and seen within your emotional capacity? That is really, really, really important. I just want to uplift again the archive. We are building out a space over in the archive where everybody is a keeper and you are the person who keeps the things that are important to you. Maybe you want to keep recipes, maybe you want to keep music, maybe you want to keep stories alive, right? But we are over in the archive sharing our thoughts and being in intentional conversation and community with others. So if that sounds like something that you are wanting to do and you're wanting to support the work that we're doing here at Minding My Black Ass Business, please do come over to patreon.com/Minding My Black Ass Business. The archive is $5 a month. The $5 gets access to every collection that is in there. So we have the inner circle, that is my collection, so that's where all of my things live. We also have the sunflower path where we talk about healing and restoration and connecting back to our bodies. We have the change corridor where we talk about activism and getting things ready and together. There's a discover your destiny collection over there for those of us who are looking for the spiritual guidance and really thinking about connecting back to God and building that deep relationship. And then there are various podcasts. Y'all, my point is it's a whole universe over there, all right? It's a whole universe. So come hang out, all right? Come hang out. It's $5 a month and it's a really good time. So please do come and share. All right. So that's it. That's all for today. I do want to leave us with a closing quote. And today's closing quote is by Bell Hooks. And it says, emotional intelligence is not about being in control, it's about being in connection. Our goal here is to connect and reconnect with our brains, our hearts, our spirits, our bodies, to reintegrate all those pieces of ourselves so that we are able to show up as whole people. You know why? Because we are enough. And all we need to do is to really tap into the spirit that's inside of us to be able to insulate ourselves in a way that will protect us from everything that is happening out here in this world, y'all, because the world is crazy. The world is crazy and is only going to get crazier, right? But our act of resistance that we can give to ourselves is turning that mirror inside. All of that we were shooting out to try to fix the world, we're going to turn all of that right back in so that we're really able to gird ourselves, give ourselves the rest and restoration that we need to be able to go on and build community and really support ourselves during the days that we have and the years that we have coming forward. All right. So, again, I invite you to be in community with us and to share in the chat something that has resonated with you during this time today. And share this with somebody else, child. Send them the link and tell them, hey, girl, watch this. Hey, my boy, my non binary person, hey, watch this, okay? Because this is the work. this is the work that we need to do, and this is the work that is going to help us get the freedom that we deserve. All right, so that's it. That's all, y'all. I appreciate y'all hanging out. Bye. Thank you for listening to the Frolicking Truth, where joy meets justice and our nervous systems get free. Please be sure to like, rate, and comment. Subscribe to the YouTube page, Minding My Black Ass Business, and follow me on all social platforms. Until next time, bye. Hey, y'all, I'm Kimberland, and this is The Frolicking Truth, a soft space for Black women who are tired, brilliant, and ready to heal. Here, joy meets justice. We calm our black ass nervous systems, we unmask, and we leave behind whatever that is trying to kill us. You're seen here, you're safe here, and you don't have to do this alone. Hey, y'all. Come on in, find a comfortable spot, take a seat, girl. We got new digs, okay? I am so excited that y'all are here with me for episode 32 of the Frolicking Truth podcast for Black women who are tired, brilliant, and ready to heal, where joy meets justice and nervous systems get free. It is okay if you do not identify with any of those descriptors. It just means that when you are here, that you come ready to listen, learn, and support. My name is Kimberland, and it feels like so I'm on break right now, but also not on break because I'm doing this to make sure you guys get this content. Um, and it feels like I haven't been here in a while, but also I haven't because I'm in a brand new apartment. Oh my God. Y'all, if you're in the Patreon, you are getting this information closer to real time. There's a lot that was happening behind the scenes in this process. So, I did a vlog to share with my Patreon what has actually been going on in real time. So, yeah, it's been a lot. But anyway, Auntie done got her a new house, child. Man, cue the praise music right here. So, yo hablo español. Ok, yo hablo un poco español. Pero yo necesito tener negocios con muchas personas en el proceso. Todo en español. Todas las personas yo necesito hablar todo en español. Y yo tengo muy orgullosa porque yo puedo ser un adulto en español en un otro país. Am, yo tengo muy mucho, yo no sé cuál, pero yo tengo, yo soy, estoy muy orgullosa. Um, Y'all, I had to do so much business in Spanish. Like, and the people are I'm talking, I didn't have to go get paperwork filled out. I didn't have to do just this is outside of all the other things that I've had to do. I've mentioned this but not necessarily talked about the details. I'm also seeking asylum here in Colombia. So it's been a lot of business that I've had to conduct, but most of the time I've had someone with me to help me translate. But baby, during this process right here, during this process right here, It's been all your girl. And what I want you to know is I'm not afraid to hit you with a un momento, por favor. Ok, yo necesito usar mi teléfono porque yo necesito entender todo. Ok, I need to use this telephone. Okay, because I need to understand everything that's going on. But I have like been understanding, and it's been a few times where people been like, "Tell me what you heard me say," and I tell them back, and they're like, "Okay, oh, you speaking that Espanol, okay?" So I am so proud of myself. Like I am so proud of. Oh my God, y'all don't even know. Y'all don't even know the half, the depth. Like, y'all got to go back in the archives, honey, and understand what this journey has been like. But I'm in my new place and I feel so peaceful. It is like something out of a movie. Like, I literally was walking up the stairs the other day. So it's a loft. There's like a vanity and like backlit situation built in, very giving very city girl chic. Okay, giving very city girl chic, giving very. So one of my favorite movies is called Intergalactic. It's on Netflix. I actually just watched it the other day because I was like, "Oh my God, like it's this is happening." Okay, so the movie is by Kid Cudi. And interestingly enough, this is where we are in time right now. Okay, is that the 50 Cent documentary docuseries dropped. Sean Combs, what is called The Reckoning, that just dropped. Okay, so that's kind of where we are just in the space of time right now in pop culture. So that's like all the conversation. But the connection there is that Kid Cudi was a part of that because there was an alleged arson that happened with his car because he was dating Cassie, and Sean Combs, who is a monster, blew up this man's car allegedly. And so after I had watched the documentary yesterday, it just came out yesterday, honey, and I was sitting there in front that I and it was well put together. This is what I want you to know. This is what I want you to know. This is what I want you to know. And I'm gonna get to all the things that I gotta say. But since we here in the current and the present, y'all, I missed y'all. Okay, so listen. I am not really a fan of 50 Cent. I have watched Power and I appreciate the Power universe and everything that he's creating over there, and all of that, right? But 50 Cent, like as a person, I don't really know him like that for real. So I'm not really a fan per se. But having said that, a broken clock is right 2 times a day. Okay. And one thing that he has consistently done is talked out about Sean Combs, and it may be coming from a place of revenge or whatever. It don't even matter. The things have been said and the things have been true. There is evidence that backs up these things, right? Man, they put this documentary together. I was 20 minutes in the documentary and I was like, yo, this is good. Like, this is good. This, I was inspired. Like, it was a lot that was happening just in the creation and the putting together of the documentary. The people that they had involved, the way that the footage that they had, the way they took us back in time to understand his upbringing. Like, it was very, very, very interesting. And they definitely connected some dots. La 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 la, they connected some dots. And so I'd love to know what y'all think. Hopefully y'all have watched it by now, because this is coming out on December 20th. So hopefully you've watched it by now. But baby, that was really something. Kid Cudi was mentioned for a moment in the doc. And so after I watched the doc, I needed something to cleanse my palate, because after all of that and like traumatic things and stuff, like you be needing a minute to be like, okay, nah, we're done with that. Cleanse that energy. So I lit me some incense, lit me some Palo Santo, put the diffusers on and things, and y'all, I just really was like, oh my God, this is about to be a full new season. I don't even know what to tell y'all to be ready for to expect when I get back in 2026. I don't know. But what I want to let you know is that the way that I feel in this space, the peace that I feel in this space, the excitement that I feel in this space for the next chapter, the way I feel reconnected, the way I feel creative, the way that I can literally see things that I have pictured that I know are going to happen in this space. Like, the way that God be working, the way that God be working, can't nobody never tell me that there ain't no God. Because the way that God be fusing my life together and sending me signs and signals and do this and do that and don't do this, okay, but this is for that, and like the way, baby, I'm sitting down here on this floor, so I can't really fall out like I really want to, but I just want y'all to know that the things that are in store for next year are going to be so phenomenal. And so the last episode of the year that I have not yet recorded, I'm going to put in a teaser for our new podcast. It's called, I'm going to tell y'all what the name is, but I'm going to give y'all a teaser next time. I'm so excited because we have been working on this for so long. And the way that like we start to get our chemistry and jam is everything to me. Oh my God. I am genuinely excited. So actually, let me do myself a favor, and I promise I'm gonna get back to Kid Cudi. I did not forget, but let me do myself a favor and pull up this logo, y'all. From Auntie with Love is the name of our new podcast. And when I tell you, it is a good time. It is a good time. There are four aunties that are on this new podcast, and um, I'm gonna give y'all a sneak peek next week for the last episode of the year. So, yeah, so that's been going on as well, right? So, anyway, I don't really remember how I made that segue, but I'm going to come back to this love situation. So, I'm walking up the stairs. Oh, maybe because I was talking about the new season and all the things that are happening, and then I got really excited. So, I'm walking up the stairs, and I'm just like, this is a new season. Like, this is literally like season three of this journey that I've been on. I need y'all to just buckle up and strap in because we getting the people organized and in place, yo. And I need you to be ready to mobilize, be ready to share the word, be ready to figure out how you're going to tap in because we are building a world outside of the systems that are crashing in front of our faces. And it gives me a joy that is so deep because this is only like God aligned. Like the way that God is like connecting things and waking up people and like it's wild. Like the way that manifestations are just happening right now is wild. So if you are like, dang, and this was not meant to be a commercial, but also if you are like, dang, I really want to know and I really want to like be a part of these projects and stuff, I really need you to come on over to the archive and make your way into the inner circle so that we can really start having some conversations about what this looks like and sounds like because when I tell you my brain and my spirit is just like bursting with all of the opportunities that we're going to be able to have. So I'm going to get back to opportunities in just a second. I want to put a button on this love situation. So season three. is on the way, okay? And I've had these visions in my head of where certain things are happening and what that looks like and what that sounds like and all of that. So as I'm walking up the stairs the other day, I'm like, oh my God, this is the place. Like, God led me here. And it reminded me of this place in this movie, Intergalactic, which was made by Kid Cudi. Like I said, it is over on Netflix. I just watched it the other day, and it's an animated film. Okay, so that's important to know. The movie is a love story, and he is an artist, and she's a photographer, and just very kind of like earthy, like type vibes, but like super colorful and vibrant. All of the music that is in it is written by Kid Cudi, and it's just a particular vibe like that just kind of resonates with me. I'll also share, I have a few like anchor like series or movies or things that are like kind of like my vibe. Another one is She's Gotta Have It. Again, an artist, very much like these are very much like city chic. You know, I've got my own thing going in the middle of all the stuff that's happening. Like I'm still connected to the world, but I've got my own like vibe. That is very much what this next season feels like. So I'm getting excited because I know what God has done, and I am continually reminded that the word says that God can do exceedingly abundantly above all we could ever ask or think, according to his promise that worketh within us. Let me tell you something. How I have seen Ephesians 3:20 happen in front of my face many, many, many times. Okay. Things I did not imagine this for my life, like at all, not even a little bit. And there have been some very difficult things that I've had to live through to be able to get to this place. And I am just consistently humbled by the way that God guides me. And like it's dope. It's just really dope. So anyway, I'm just sitting here in awe about everything that has been happening and everything that's going on. It really is just making me just so incredibly grateful and so humbled. So, yeah, strap in and get connected and, really there's a shift that's really happening right now. There really is. And it's happening outside of the system. So if you feel yourself being pulled in that direction, follow that. Follow that. And if you are saying to yourself, I need this, I want some of this, let me actually be intentional of sharing this. So, my brand bestie, Shekinah, who has Let's Talk Sis promotions and everything that she does over in her world, she and I have developed an internship program called, should I say that now? I think maybe I should. I think I should also show you all this. Okay, wait. Dang, y'all getting all kind of Christmas presents today. This is wild. Okay, hold on. Oh my God, y'all. There is so much that has been happening behind the scenes. Y'all just have no idea. Oh my God. Okay, so Shekinah and I have been working on an internship program. It's going to give folks an opportunity to be in a space where they can get not just professional development, but that they're also able to get personal development and really learn how to build these types of movements and learn how to, first of all, learn who they are. That's the most important thing, okay? Is for them to learn who they are, what their gifts are, what their passions are, how God designed you, like what that looks like and sounds like. And then from there, being able to fulfill that purpose through executing different projects under the vision of what we have created here to amplify for our people and to really uplift Black women. So at this point, we are looking for social media managers who are able to help us focus on visibility and engagement and growth on social media platforms. We're also looking for content editors and content managers who are going to focus on quality and consistency and storytelling across the different content areas and the different platforms. We're also looking for brand partnerships and sponsorships interns. So, people who are going to help support us in making this profitable, right? And being able to build with strategic brands that will uplift our own community and the things that we have going on. We're also looking for content development interns who are really going to help us to shape the brand strategy and the audience needs. And we're looking for people who might not fit into any of those areas, but let's say you have a skill set like curriculum writing, or you are someone who is really passionate in healthcare and you want to be able to bring that into the space. We have a place that we are able to plug you into what is happening. And so, again, 18 and up, it doesn't mean that if you are somebody who is in your career, like you are very able to use this and then learn these skills and really help to develop these projects in your own projects. Because the whole point of it is for us to be able to give these skills so that you then are able to go and do this for yourself, right? We over here teaching people how to fish, if you will. The information is in the description for how you're able to apply and share with us what your dreams are and your desires for how you would like to be able to support this vision, and what is your own vision, what are you carrying with you. So the first part of the process is you actually having the opportunity to receive instruction through Discover Your Destiny. So let me go ahead and do our commercial here so that you can remind yourself what that means. What if the thing you've always called too much was the exact thing God designed on purpose? This is for the ones who've always known they were different. Too sensitive, too loud, too knowing, too intuitive, too woo woo. But what if your sensitivity is actually your superpower? What if your intuition was your inheritance? Discover Your Destiny is a 10-week sacred journey back to yourself. We explore the design of your soul, your spiritual gifts, and the unique way that God speaks to you. This isn't church. It's not a rule book. It's not a performance. It's the moment you stop chasing approval and start walking in divine alignment. You'll gain clarity, language, and confidence around who you are and what you are here on the earth to do. You'll learn the real voice of God. And if you feel called to go on to become a certified intuitive melanated life coach, this is where that path begins. There are two ways to enter this sacred container: the Destiny track, full investments and coaching experience, or the Divine Exchange track, where internship meets soul work. You'll support podcasting, content creation, or brand development behind the scenes while learning how your unique gifts benefit the collective. Your knowing isn't a flaw, it's the fingerprints of God. This is your invitation, and I hope that you'll answer. All right. So, I want to do a subscriber update because I'm here and why not? Why don't we do that? I will share with you all quick Raina update that Raina was in Twist, during this move and stuff because I really didn't want to have to be like doing hair for real, for real. So I just took her down today and I'm gonna let her do what she do. She's gonna grow over time, and it's gonna be perfectly fine. Like we'll just see what she looking like and sounding like. But keeping her in the twist, I think, also helped that she would be tangled by now. Um, so that kind of helped to keep it together and was a little moisturized and all that kind of stuff. Gave her a little break. So now she's gonna grow, over the next few days. But I'm loving the journey again with Raina. Like Raina, she's that girl. Okay, she's that girl. So I'm excited to see even with the different types of products that I'm gonna be able to create here, y'all. When I tell y'all, I get a glimpse of the kitchen and stuff too, because When I tell you it is like the perfect place to be recording content, it's a huge countertop. Like, oh my God. Now, the last time we checked in, I really don't even recall how many subscribers that we had. I'm really not sure. But what I'm going to tell you is as of today, December 4th, we are currently at, give me the drum roll, bring the beat in. We are at 1,560 subscribers as of today. 1,560 subscribers. 1,560 of you all thought it not robbery to come over here and see what we doing while we minding our black ass business. Okay. So shout out to our new subscribers. Welcome. Thank you for being here. My name is Kimberland. I am the founder of Minding My Black Ass Business. There's all kind of playlists and things that you can go back and watch to understand how this movement has begun. Okay. But I'm so excited that you're here. Like, really do click around, see the things, take some time to catch up, understand who I am, understand what we do up over here, and introduce yourself in the comments, child. Say hi. I pull people out the comments, and they done been on podcast episodes and better. All right. So make yourself known. If you made your way over here, it was not by accident. I promise you that. Because what we don't have over here is no riffraff. You understand me? We don't have no riffraff over here because I believe in blocking folks. Okay, so when you come over here, come and act right, or else you're not gonna be over here for too long because I'm not doing that with you. Okay. And so thank you all for watching. Please right now take a moment to like the video. If you are watching and you haven't subscribed, please do go ahead and subscribe. Turn on the notification bell, child, so you can get the notifications when new things drop. So yay, I'm excited y'all here, child. It's some amazing things that are happening over here in this universe. So tap in. You feel me? All right, big, cool. Two more things. Our next healing circle is on January 10th. January 10th, 2026 at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, also Colombian Standard Time. That is when we are going to have the next healing circle. It will be immediately after the return of season 3 of the Frolicking Truth. That's going to be a fun time. So, if you want to register to attend the Healing Circle is a space for Black women to reconnect to their bodies and their breath. We do a yoga flow, and we also have some time to build some community and camaraderie and just show up for each other. We leave with affirmations, and we always leave better than we came. All right. So if that is something that you feel like you want to be a part of, please go to tinyurl.com/Black Women Healing Circle. Go ahead and register. And we do this every month. So every second Saturday of the month, we have our healing circles. And again, if you're a Black woman, come on in here, honey, and hang out and get loved on right quick. All right. So that's that. And then the last thing is reminding you all about the Sisterhood Heals book study interest list. So Sisterhood Heals is a book that was written by Dr. Joy Harden Bradford, who is the founder of Therapy for Black Girls. She wrote this book, Sisterhood Heals, back in 2023. I had the opportunity to interview her during that time about the book, and it is transformational. I want you to know. So we are going to do that book for our unofficial book study, if you will. So in the description, I'll have the links for you to get the book and to add your name to the interest list so that once we get days and times and all that kind of stuff, I'll be able to let you all know through that avenue. So if you go to tinyurl.com/sisterhood heals, you can sign up on that interest list. Again, tinyurl.com/sisterhood heals. I want to kick us off today by taking a little trip back in the past. Okay. Now, If you are just finding me and understanding who I am, just a little bit of background as far as my internet career. So, I started working on the internet in about 2017 through a platform called Beautiful Brown Girls, who was founded by Christina Durin. And I worked with Beautiful Brown Girls for 6 years. So 2017 through 2023. And while I was with Beautiful Brown Girls, I had the opportunity to meet so many brown women across the US and abroad who were doing amazing things out here in the world. I had two talk shows on the Beautiful Brown Girls platform. One was called Brown Versations with myself and Sab, and that was kind of like a pop culture. We talk about things that brown women should care about. We always had a mental health moment and a beautiful brown girl spotlight, and it was a jam. And we would hang out and we would chill out together. Then I had another show called Brown Girl Boss, and on Brown Girl Boss, I would interview brown women who were doing these amazing things. And one of the women that I had a chance to meet during COVID times, her name is Jasmine Forts. And Jasmine at the time was an HR expert, and she came on to kind of talk about HR things. And at this time, I was just about to transition into Pennsylvania. So Jasmine and I had our interview. We clicked, not kind of, we clicked and had stayed in touch, right? We hadn't talked like in quite a bit, and I wound up talking to her one day. We would kind of just check in like, hey girl, I've been thinking about you, how are you, like one of those things, but knowing that if either of us calls, the other one is going to be there, like what do you need from me. So one of the other things that I had done through Beautiful Brown Girls is I started hosting mental health panels. So during this time in 2017 is also when I was writing my Discover Your Destiny curriculum. I had been in therapy, right? So, and I was still not yet fully out of the abusive relationship, but I was very much understanding who I am, right? And the how my gifts manifest and all that kind of stuff. So I had gotten my life coaching certification by then. So I was on the road to getting up out of there. And one of the things that had become really important to me was understanding mental health and what that meant because I was wrapping my mind around the things that I had experienced. So I decided that I wanted to produce these mental health panels. And my first mental health panel I produced, we talked about what is mental health? Like, what is it? And what is the difference between mental health and mental illness? And on that panel, I had Dr. Shakina Andrews, who is one of my NEOs, actually, through Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. I also had Dr. Felicia Fisher at the time, Green now, who is a Fiskite. And then I also had Disha Rosetta, who was on, and she is a life coach and mental health specialist as well. So they were on for my first couple mental health panels, and it was like an amazing time and really like caught on. The ladies who were a part of our community were like, this, more of these, right? So we did different ones. The very last mental health panel that I did, I wanted to talk about rest. This mental health panel took place in May of 2023. Now, for context, during this time, keep in mind that in July 25th of 2023 is when I had the mental health crisis. So in May, this is leading up to that time, but I'm not necessarily very aware of what is happening in my world. I'm just knowing that I'm tired. Like I'm like I am tired. Also, during this time I was certifying my first group of life coaches, so I was deep in that work as well. And I had already started talking about the things that happened in Pennsylvania. So that was in 2022 before I moved to Columbia. And then once I came to Columbia at the end of 2022 into 2023, I went right into Discover Your Destiny and Life Coach certification. So I was tired, right? And I knew I was tired, but I also by this time I had not yet connected with Dr. Joy to read Sisterhood Heals, but that happened the next month. So it was a lot that was happening during this time. Okay. So I said to myself, I want to do this mental health panel and I want to talk about rest because we're tired. Like there's a lot that's going on. And I was getting, talking to different women and they were just really, really tired. So I said, well, let me produce this mental health panel where we talk about rest. So, what I want to do is to show you an excerpt from that mental health panel. So, on this mental health panel, I already mentioned that I talked about Jasmine Forbes, who was one of, I said, my favorite guests. So, Jasmine is also the founder of a Sister Siesta. She calls herself a rest alchemist. She prioritizes rest. Like it's something that she has discovered, especially during her work as an HR professional. She has discovered that she has to prioritize her rest. And she's had some experiences that have made her understand she needs to do that, right? So to talk about rest, Jasmine, girl, I need you to be here, right? So I call her up. She's like, bet. Then I said, we need a mental health specialist. So I get on the internet and I find Dr. Linnell Plummer. Dr. Linnell R. Plummer, who is the founder and CEO of Onyx Therapy Group. Okay. And when I tell you Dr. Linnell came in there kicking stuff down. Okay, kicking stuff down. I'm gonna put the link in the description for y'all to go ahead and watch it in its entirety. But when I tell you, she came out the gate just knocking us in the throat. We was like, "Ma'am, relax. Wait a minute," but like was so good, so good. I just watched this the other day as well because I really wanted to make sure that I had this information fresh in my brain. So anyway, let me go ahead and play this clip right quick.
What I was talking about was honestly understanding our rest deficits, and fully being rested means we understand those deficits in our life. And really there's seven rest deficits that are identified, but what I work with are eight. And the seven that are identified are spiritual rest deficit, creative, mental, sensory, physical, social, and emotional. But as Black women, Black people, there's a cultural deficit as well that we experience just moving about society. And for example, if and I'll use myself, right? I work in HR, and I'm over several people and dealing with a lot of different employee relations and different things. And especially since COVID, there's another layer of legalese that has happened in the workplace that we're dealing with. And so at the end of the day, I've talked to a lot of people. I've been in front of my computer screen and I've taken in a lot of emotion from people because they're upset about their pay, they're upset about their job, they're tired and they're frustrated, right? So for me, there comes a emotional deficit at the end of the day from dealing with that. There comes a sensory deficit that comes from being in front of my computer and typing and taking phone calls. And also
Mm.
there's a mental deficit that happens when I log off. And so understanding that those deficits are really what I need to pour back into myself to be fully rested allows me to connect to Jasmine as the whole person and really tap into, okay, today, sis, what do you need to really get the sleep that you need? Because I understand that rest comes before sleep. Having a rested
Mm.
mind allows me to get the healthy sleep that I need. And in order to get that, I have to identify my rest deficits. And it's been just a practice for myself and others that like I'm in community with and sharing this with, because we don't know, right? Like if you hate your
Right.
job and you're working all the hours and you get home, you pour a glass of wine and you sit down, you cut on Netflix and you're like, you know what? I'm just going to go to bed early. I'm going to go to bed at 8. I'm gonna wake up at 8, and that's 12 hours of sleep. I should be fully
Right.
rested for the day.
Should be.
You should be.
Should
But
be.
right, you wake up, you still have the bags under your eyes, you still have the adrenaline in your chest, your neck is tense, and you're like, damn, 12 hours, that should have did the trick. And we just don't understand the practicality and the practice of
Mm.
really being rested, and identifying those deficits really helps us to get there. And we're all unique, right? all the pull from us is different every day. Sometimes it's not mental, spiritual, sensory and emotional. Sometimes for me it's physical, creative, and cultural, because I'm code
Mm.
switching all day. Code switching will
Mm.
take the life out of you. And I understand, like, okay, Jasmine, I really need to pour back into that, but also how can I stop the deficit from happening too? And so there's just a lot of conversation with self, a lot of sitting with self, a lot of getting still to understand that, and really identifying it for each day, and for each person too. Yeah.
So I'm gonna pause us here, y'all, because also my food just came. So I'm gonna pause us here, but y'all chew on that for a second.
A few moments later.
All right, y'all, I'm back. I had to take a rest for a minute. I needed to eat. So Jasmine laid out those seven types of rest, and well, the eight. She added cultural rest to that. So let me go back and repeat to you what those different areas are. So we have physical, mental, emotional, spiritual, creative, sensory, social, and then Jasmine also added cultural. And so, what I love about this is one of the activities that we do in Discover Your Destiny is we do self care plans. And I've really been thinking about revamping this particular module because I want to be more intentional about things like rest and learning how to rest, right? So, and the different types of rest that are present and us being able to find where those deficits live. So I said all that to say I'm on break, right? I'm gonna do a lot of this recapping next week for the end of the year episode, but 2025 was a lot. I started out the year in Panama with my face busted wide open, having had to get stitches. Like that's how the year started. And I wound up leaving my apartment and we moved to another apartment, and that apartment had construction outside every day, and it was torture on my brain. And what I knew is that I needed to go somewhere so that my brain could have a moment to relax for a minute. And that's how I wound up in the mountains. And I had envisioned that place as well. I had envisioned the view. I knew that I needed to be outside the city. I knew that I didn't need to hear any noises. I just needed to be able to just let my brain just relax for a minute. And interestingly enough, as I mentioned earlier, with was that here? I might have was talking about that with the Patreon. Patreon. Y'all remember earlier when I was talking about the place. There wound up being some triggers there at the place that didn't allow my brain to fully relax. But I was able to relax from that constant construction and sensory situation that was happening for me. And one of the things that I realized for myself is sensory rest is something that is really, really important. So even here, I'm in the middle of the city. I'm glad I just said this out loud so I don't forget. Um, so I want to look into earplugs when I am sleeping so that I am able to really block out the noise. What I do now is I use a combination of brown noise and then like the sleep frequency when I'm asleep. And that usually kind of helps to take my brain wherever it needs to go. But one of the things that Dr. Linnell is talking about this in this mental health panel is setting up the conditions for us to be able to experience rest. So I'm gonna come back to that in a little bit, but there are certain things that I realized I was like, I need to have, this rest. And for me, it rarely is physical. Like my deficits are usually mental because my brain is constantly going. Like the number of logistics that I be having in my brain about stuff that I have to do, especially as I was trying to figure out where I was going to move and like all of that, and knowing that I was going to need to move, and then knowing that I need to be real intentional about how I'm moving. Like that was a lot of mental energy that was being expended that could have been being used elsewhere, but I wasn't able to. So mental is a place where there's often a deficit for me. And then social, people take a lot out of me. And granted, I'm not necessarily showing up physically in spaces, but I be talking to people all day long. That's what I do. So I'm coaching teachers, I'm coaching from life coaching, I'm talking to mentees, I'm talking to my intern, like I'm planning and executing, like I'm talking to people all day long. And that's why I don't know if y'all remember that I had reinstituted my Tuesday No Talk Tuesdays, which I need to tighten up on that because I be getting lax and I be allowing myself to make exceptions. And sometimes I'm like, oh well, I'll take a shift to work because I need the money, and all that. We got to tighten all of that up, right? But social rest is a big place for me, and along with that social comes the emotional, just like Jasmine was talking about in the clip, that I'm taking in so much emotional energy. I'm talking to first year teachers, first and second year teachers who are trying to figure out what's going on and how do they do this and how do I help my kids. And I'm also overwhelmed. My life is crazy and I don't have a nighttime routine, like there are so many things that go into it. So for me, it really does drain me in those areas. And so, one of the reasons why I said I need to have this break is because I really needed an opportunity to give my brain a rest, you know. So I'm knocking out these last two episodes, but also it's not finna be a whole bunch of bells and whistles and things going on in this because I really need to prioritize rest. And so there's another part in that mental health panel. I really do recommend that y'all go watch it. Now also buckle up because she gonna get you together, girl. She was like, cause y'all be talking about y'all finna go rest and you online shopping for Sephora lip gloss. Uh-oh, girl. Hey, hey, hey. So shots is fired, okay, the whole time. But it's so good because we need that. Like we need somebody to be able to be like, hey sis, hey girl, you finna be burnt the hell out. You finna be burnt the hell out. And what's so crazy, as she was saying a lot of that during that time, I was headed straight towards burnout. Like literally 2 months later, brain was like, we are done here, right? So I'm trying to be much more intentional with listening to my body so that I'm able to recognize the signs when I do need rest. But more importantly, one of the things that Dr. Linnell was saying in there is that we plan everything else, but we don't plan our rest. And if you can't say amen, say ouch. Okay. Now, I done planned this break, and this is the first time that I've even really done that. And that also has not been complete break, which I do know, like during this time where we're off for the winter holiday, I have to not work. I have to because I need time to just be. Like we all need that time. So anyway, in the planning of the rest, I really am wanting to be much more intentional next year in honoring myself and making sure that I have rest, right? She talks and she being Dr. Linnell says in the panel, she'll look at the calendar. We got everything on there, but we don't even have a bedtime. We don't have like we just being real willy-nilly with our rest. And it's really important for us not to be. So I'm curious for you all, what areas do you have deficits in that you may need to kind of get yourself together about what that looks like and sounds like for you so that you can be intentional in building up your rest storage, if you will, in those areas so we're not working from a deficit. So tell me in the comments what areas that you're going to be working on. If you're watching during the live premiere, go ahead and drop it into the chat of what is your primary area that you know that you need to work on getting some rest. Um, so I'm glad that this came back up because to the point earlier when I was saying like I be knowing what my body needs. A lot of the work that I've done is in reconnecting to my body so that my body is able to tell me what it needs, at these particular times. And then also not shaming myself when I'm in a space where I do realize that I need rest. Por ejemplo. So I moved on Sunday, right? Then Monday, I had to wake up early to go to the notary and all that kind of stuff. By the time I got back Monday to Monday afternoon, I started experiencing nausea because my cycle was about to come. So I was nauseous Monday, all day Tuesday, even into yesterday, which was Wednesday. And so I was kind of frustrated because my plan, if you will, was to get everything unpacked, to get everything as settled as I could, everything that could have a place, get it in its place, and like all of that. And I really wasn't able to do that because I just wasn't feeling well. And at some point, I had to just be like, hey, you're not feeling well today. So you're not going to do those things because you need to rest. Like plain and simple. Like you're not doing that today. And I'm grateful. For instance, one of those days was Tuesday, and Tuesday is a day where I already don't have meetings. So I already had that rest day that was built in for me to be able to do that. But even during these times, it's so wild because if you are someone who is watching this who does not identify as a Black woman who is tired, brilliant, and ready to heal, and you are not a woman and experiences a menstrual cycle, every month we out here working and bleeding and cramping and being nauseous and like having all sorts of things that are happening every month. What are you doing to support the women in your lives when they're experiencing excruciating pain and nausea and bleeding all day? How are you making their lives just a little bit easier? Or are you an asshole? Are you? Are you somebody who says things like you must be on your period? Don't be that person if that is who you are. If that is who you are, I don't even know how you made it over here. Get from around here. Okay? Um but anyway, that idea of I should be doing something while I am actively ministrating is something that I've really just been trying to get myself to break away from because honestly, during that time, there should be a time for rest. It is a natural time that is built in for rest to be present, and we don't really do that. So I'm trying to be much more intentional about listening to my body and giving myself permission to rest when I need to rest. And I feel like I have to explain it. And if somebody don't understand it, I don't care. That's the thing. This is the thing about like being 40, over 40 for real. I don't care. I wasn't asking you for your opinion. I literally, if I'm telling you something, I'm telling you because I'm sharing information with you, unless I explicitly say, what do you think? But other than that, I'm definitely not soliciting your approval. Even if I am, even if I am asking for your opinion, I'm definitely not asking for your approval. That's definitely not about something that concerns my life and my well-being. And I'm not going to sit up here and be explaining why I need to do what I need to do in order to feel safe in my body and in my space and in my life. I'm not doing that, right? And I wish that I would have had that when I was younger to be able to really stand up for myself and be like, no, I'm going to prioritize me because it is often still a struggle sometimes. But let me tell you something is I'm learning more and more every day and I'm getting faster and faster at it every day. I'll tell you that. I'll tell you that. So, to this point about resting and giving ourselves an opportunity to not be doing and to just be, my urge is that you find that time, that you find that time. I don't care if it is 30 minutes a day, a time where you are not obligated to be present for anybody else but yourself. We got to start somewhere. Okay. And so, having said that, I'm going to take us to what Dr. Linnell says in this panel of how we can set up our spaces to be prepared for us to practice the skill of rest, because that's something else that she shared and that they continue to share throughout. And the people who were there with us that were watching, one of the things we kept thinking to ourselves is like, I don't know how to rest. You know, I grew up in a household where if the sun was up, you had to get up and be doing something, look busy. And I know that that comes from slavery. And also, I'm not on that. I'm not on that. Like, I'm not being busy just for busy's sake. I'm not doing that, you know? And that's something I had put my foot down about very early in my life, but in my adult life, because when I was at my mama house, if the sun is up, you got to be looking busy. Like, for what? We're not, why don't you sit down? Like, why don't you sit down? How about that? That would make everybody's life so much easier. Jesus. But anyway, having to unlearn that practice of being busy and always got to be doing something and figuring out how to just sit down and do nothing, that's a skill that we have to learn because we have been conditioned otherwise. We've been conditioned otherwise through our families, through the school system, through corporate, like through expectations and patriarchal society. We have been conditioned, especially as women, to believe that we don't have a right to rest. There are quite a few movements that really talk about things like radical rest and why us as Black people and specifically Black women, why we need to prioritize our rest, because in order for us to be able to go on and fight another day, we have to have rest. That's how I found myself on this side of the revolution, on the healing side and the rest side and the connecting to your body side, because we have to have that in place in order to be able to build the community that we need to build. You know, we talk about brain research over here all the time, and Dr. Linnell had talked about it in a lot of it in that panel. But I've talked to you all about when you're in survival mode, your brain is not physically capable, it's not biologically capable of accessing the part of your brain that allows you to strategize and plan and be creative and problem solve. And you cannot do that because you are stuck in your amygdala. So the act of revolution is us giving ourselves the opportunity to come out of survival mode so that we are able to organize and plan and build community. Okay. So this is with purpose. This is with intention. This is not just something that we are doing just to do or saying just to say. You know, like this is important. So, having said that, let me go ahead and play the clip of Dr. Linnell explaining how we are supposed to set up our environment so that we can rest.
But
while we're waiting for
what's
some
up,
of those questions to come in, I also wanted to talk about how to set your environment up for rest,
Yes.
because it's not, so please, folks, put those questions out. But when we are setting our environment up for rest, we need to make sure, again, that we are setting boundaries around those senses and allowing that to the senses to go on rest too. So our environment, our room needs to be at a proper temperature. It should be a little bit more on the cooler side. I know my family that's watching right now is like, girl, you like your house hot, but to rest, you need to have your room a little bit cooler, and you need to turn off your electronics, right? You need to make sure that your TV is off, your iPhones and all of that, your Samsungs, all of that stuff is off. You don't need to have anything in your ears because that's concentrating that hearing sense. So you want to turn all of that kind of stuff off as well. And even though you're not going to sleep, you can cover your eyes. You can put something over your eyes and practice a mindfulness exercise, like I talked about, like feeling your toes and feeling your ankles and things like that. So what you really want to be able to do is create an environment that doesn't have a lot of sensory experience. If you want to burn something like incense or sage, have it off to the side, not so close to wherever you're resting, so that you can just allow everything to decompress. when we're talking about that emotional boundary in that environment as well, you need to go ahead and tell people that this is your rest time and you are unavailable during that time. And with that, try to not communicate with people for about 15 to 30 minutes before you go into rest. And when you come out of rest, also try to not communicate with people for at least 30 minutes to an hour. That way you can get the download, or like Jasmine said, this upload. You start getting this freshness of ideas, this freshness of feeling, this freshness with self. But while we're talking about rest, I want you to be intentional about how you set up your environment so you can actually rest, because otherwise you'll be distracted by everything that's around you and won't actually go into that space.
Mhm.
And
Side,
can I
yeah.
ask a question? How long of time should this be? This time period that's set?
Yeah. Everybody should start at what their general baseline is, right? So don't try to start rest and go right into an hour's rest. That may not work for you. And for some people that could create anxiety because they start thinking about all the other things that they have to do, and feeling guilty for the fact that they're resting. So I suggest starting your rest element at about 5 minutes and then slowly increasing it to 10 minutes and then increasing it to 15 minutes. But if 5 minutes is all you can do right now, that's okay, because it's a skill, right? And when you have a skill, you have to learn it and you have to practice it and you have to reinforce it. So start with 5 minutes. Shut off communication with folks 15, 30 minutes ahead, 5 minutes of solid rest, shut it off again at the end of that. Increase it slowly, slowly until you can get to the place that feels very comfortable for you.
Yes.
So, setting up our environment, right, is something that is really important. Setting up our place where we're going to get our rest. And that's the part that I'm on. So, what do I need in my spaces to be able to create this Zen zone, to be able to create a space where my nervous system feels rested and connected, and I'm not fighting to try to feel comfortable. I've spent the past 6 months with my toes clenched because I don't like tile. It was so hard. It was so hard. Um, but reminding myself, like, I can relax now. Like, you can release this. You can release this. I actually had deja vu about this. But being able to remind myself that I am in a space that is my safe space. And how can I set this space up so that it provides me the rest and the connection that I need in order to feel safest? So that is your homework, child. Your homework is to figure out, one, what your rest deficits are and in what areas, and then how are you going to set up your environment to be able to intentionally rest and plan to be able to rest? All right. All right. That's it, y'all. So, um, we will have the Christmas holiday in between this time, as well as Kwanzaa and holiday season. So in this time where people are intentionally shutting things down, I encourage you to be intentional about shutting things down. We big circle back after the holidays. Like, we shouldn't be accepting nothing new, doing nothing new. Baby, if it ain't done by now, it's all right. It is all right. Like, give yourself a moment to just be. Give yourself a moment to just be. So, having said that, let me grab our quote for today. So, our closing quote for today comes from Audre Lorde. Resting is an act of self love and self preservation in a world that often seeks to erase our humanity. So I'm inviting you to take that invitation to love yourself, that invitation to look out for yourself, that invitation to give yourself permission to rest. All right. So again, tell me in the comments what the areas are that you know that you need to prioritize, what types of rest that those will be, and what is your plan for setting up your space so that you can proactively plan to have your rest. I want to wish everyone a happy holiday season. Again, we'll have one more episode that comes out for 2025 that will be the end of year episode. So we'll see y'all next week. All right. All right, y'all. Bye. Thank you for listening to The Frolicking Truth, where joy meets justice and our nervous systems get free. Please be sure to like, rate, and comment. Subscribe to the YouTube page, Minding My Black Ass Business, and follow me on all social platforms. Until next time, bye. I bought a refrigerator, and that's what all of this is about. I've been having to do a lot of adulting. And so on the last episode, I was talking in Spanish a little bit because I was like, I've had to do all of this business in Spanish, like finding the apartment and getting paperwork notarized and like I've had to do all these things like in Spanish. I don't know. Okay, but here's the project. I need a new refrigerator. So he asked me, are you okay with the refrigerator being secondhand or do you want it to be new? And he's like, okay, I have some options. So I want you to pick out the one that you like. But you need to hurry up and tell me because the people are like moving very quickly. Now I'm doing all of this upstairs, right? So I'm sitting in the loft area. Okay, they gonna deliver it by XYZ time. Oh, awesome. Like now I don't have to worry about a refrigerator. Man, that was so easy, right? I look at the area that the refrigerator has to go in and I remember and see that it's built-in cabinetry, which means that any size refrigerator is not gonna fit. And I didn't take no kind of measurements into account about nothing. I'm just a girl. Like, I'm just a girl out here trying to build my life. Why are people assuming that I know things? I was about to walk across the street to the other store, and now security is talking to us, and I don't know what's going on, and I can't understand what's going on, and nobody's telling me what's going on. Yo solo necesito comprar una nevera. No entiendo sobre esta situación. Yo necesito comprar una nevera. He was like, well, we're going to have to hold him. I said, why are you holding me? 2025, y'all could tell me in the chat what it's been like for you. But for me, it came out swinging. Like from the very first day. I'm staying my ass home this year. I ain't going. I'm gonna be sitting here crisscross applesauce. Like, shh, don't nobody touch nothing. Don't nobody say nothing. Don't sneeze. What your grandma and them used to say: turn them lights off, unplug them things, and just sit down and just hush. Hey y'all, I'm Kimberland, and this is The Frolicking Truth, a soft space for Black women who are tired, brilliant, and ready to heal. Here, joy meets justice. We calm our Black ass nervous systems, we unmask, and we leave behind whatever that is trying to kill us. You're seen here, you're safe here, and you don't have to do this alone. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas to you. Merry Christmas, Happy Kwanzaa, Happy Hanukkah, Happy New Year, all of the things to you. Hey y'all, what up? We are here for another episode of the Frolicking Truth. So come on in here, find a comfortable spot, take a seat. I am grateful to have you here for episode 33. This is the Frolicking Truth podcast for Black women who are tired, brilliant, and ready to heal, where joy meets justice and our nervous systems get free. It is okay if you don't identify with any of those descriptors. It just means that when you come ready to listen, ready to learn, and ready to support. My name is Kimberland. What up? I am the host of this here podcast, the creator of this here universe over here in Minding My Black Ass Business World, and the creator of the Frolicking Truth. And this is a place where you get an opportunity to learn more about me, to learn about the things that are happening in my life, all the different sides of things that are happening. I am a very interesting individual. I do a lot of things, and I really am taking myself out of the box in this season. I'm really taking myself out of the box in this season. So I'm gonna just run down a few things just so you know who you talk to. Okay, cool. So I am an intuitive melanated life coach. I help people develop deep personal relationships with God to understand their spiritual gifts and the unique way that God designed them to be. So that is what I primarily do. I also am a school improvement specialist. So I specialize in school climate and culture and school transformation. I'm also a scientist, a biologist in particular, who currently is obsessed with brain research and herbalism. So that I'm also an artist. I paint and I'm a creative. I dance. I'm a podcaster. I used to have talk shows. I'd be out here talking about things on the internet, motivational speaker, visionary, all sorts of things. Okay, so I'm saying all that to say, child, if any of that resonates with you, stick around for a minute because I have a lot of updates that I want to share about the things that have been going on and the things that I have been working on behind the scenes. But before we get into any of that, I want to start off with the Auntie Update. And the Auntie Update is where I give you more insight into what's happening in my world. We might laugh a little bit, cry a little bit, what have you. But this is a place to kind of relate and then also give updates about what's happening here in the universe. So the first thing I want to start with is Raina. So Raina is my hair. And Raina is spelled Reina. Shout out to Raina. And Raina's emoji is the crown because Raina is the Spanish word for queen. So let's talk about Raina, girl, because oh my God. Okay, so Raina and I really met in 2020. I did a big chop, and it was really just because I was about to get braids and my hair was tangled and I didn't feel like detangling it. So then I was like, guess we going natural. And that's just kind of how it happened. But since then, I've been on this journey to build a better relationship with Raina because for a while I would think about doing my hair like a chore. And I'm like, oh my God, I got to go do my hair. And like, it's going to take all day and like all of that. And it just really felt like it was a lot. And I wasn't finding joy in that. So I decided that I actually met this lady who when I used to live in Pennsylvania, and she had done her doctoral study on natural hair care and or on natural hair. And one of the premises that she told me about within her study is that people will go natural, but then you still try to control the way that your hair shows up. So you still try to get it to curl a particular way, or you try to like do twist out so it'll have this particular thing instead of really understanding what your hair does naturally. And that's always kind of stuck with me. And so I've gradually been going through this process of like, what happens if I don't do a twist out? Like, what is my natural curl pattern? What is a natural like wash and go? Like, what does that look like and sound like? So, um, I've been kind of doing that experiment, and I've talked here a little bit about wanting to do my own products and like really figure out what that looks like and that sounds like, so I can make sure that I am loving the process of taking care of my hair. I want it to be something I enjoy, something that I look forward to, a time where I get to pour back into myself and just really allow myself to meet Raina. So we've been working on this relationship, right? And over the course of the year, when I tell you I've learned a lot about sis, okay, one of the things I've learned about sis is that I need to wash her more often. Okay. Now, anybody here who is in natural hair care, they're going to be like, we've been telling y'all this, we've been telling y'all this, understood, and also now understand. Because one of the reasons that it would be so difficult for me to wash my hair is because I would wait like 2, 3 weeks, maybe if I could stretch it out to 4. And then by that point, my hair is just like, and I have to detangle it because your hair sheds like every day. And if you're not actively running a comb through it every day, then of course some of that hair is still in there. So now it's tangled and now it's taking me forever to do it. What I have discovered is if I wash my hair once a week, it'd be easy breezy, beautiful, melanated girl. I have been washing Raina more frequently. And then I've been looking for products that I want to use or products that inspire me to I like the way they make my hair feel. So I had been using Donna's Recipe by Tabitha Brown, and I have been using that for quite a while. Also, I'm outside of the country, and it's really difficult to get it. I can get it shipped by Amazon, but also I can't get all the pieces of the system because she has the shampoo, conditioner, a leave-in, a cream, and an oil. And it's just a lot. So I've been trying to figure out like you're gonna have to make your own products, girl. Like you're not gonna be able to keep tapping in to the US to get what you need. Like I'm sure somebody here has hair care products. They got people here with hair, you know? So I've really been trying to do the work to get into those circles. A couple weeks ago, one of my friends was here and we went to the park. And I appreciate hanging out with her because she's very much like spirit led. And so, anybody who's been out with me, you'll hear me. There's been a point where I've said something like, I don't know, let your spirit like lead the way. And you've like kind of gone through this practice of like following whatever you feel like your spirit is telling you. So, she's like that. My friend is like that. So we're walking in the park and they have this festival. A festival is very not a market, like with a bunch of tents and vendors. So we're walking and she says, let's go over there. And we see this beautiful Afro-Colombian young woman who is standing at this booth. So we go over there, come to find out she is there on behalf of her mother, who is a chemist who has a hair care line. So she's telling us about the hair care line and she's showing us the different things. So they have different parts of their system. They have a shampoo, conditioner, and then they have this gel. And she also has skincare drops, facial drops for hyperpigmentation. She has an almond oil elixir, which is really good for massages and deep moisturization. She's got like a few different things, right? So the daughter is like sitting there telling us all the things and she speaks English, right? So she's talking to us and we're just laughing and she's like, oh my God, you all are such a vibe. It's like it was so cute. She was the cutest. So we really connected, you know. So at this time we're like, girl, we need to exchange Instagram, like all of that, you know. We live here. And so anyway, she's like, yeah, so my mom developed this. My mom is a chemist. And I was like, oh my gosh, I'm a biologist. And I lately have been thinking about getting back into the chemistry lab because I need to figure out these different products and things. And I said, I want to meet your mom. So she gets her mom on the phone. So I talked to her mom a little bit. And I share with her that, you know, I would like to meet her, but first I want to try the products so I can give a real like review with the products. So I did that the other day, and this is actually, so today is what? What's today? Wednesday? Today is Wednesday. Today is Christmas Eve, by the way. So today is Wednesday, December 24th, Christmas Eve. And I washed my hair on Monday, not this past Monday, but the Monday before that. So that was the 22nd. Then on the 15th. I washed my hair on the 15th, and today is the ninth day or eighth day. And I'm gonna wash it today, but it's still holding a defined curl. Like my curls, and it's not crunchy, it's not shrunk up. Like y'all have not really seen Raina like hang out in this state for very long. She'll do it for a few days, but then once she starts to kind of shrivel up, and dry up. But my hair feels really, really good. I really like these products. I really like these products. So I ordered some full size products yesterday, and I was talking with the creator, and I was reminding her who I am. And she's like, "Oh my God, my daughter was so excited to meet y'all, and it was such a good time and all of that." So I said, "I want to meet you. I want to sit down, and talk to you and learn, about your products and who you are and all of that." So she's like, "Oh my God, yeah, just let me know." So after the holiday, I told her, let's, sit down and talk. But I'm really excited about that connection. Also, turns out the daughter models. I knew it. Like I'm like, that girl, that's a model right there, baby. So anyway, that was just a really good connection. So I said all that to say, baby, Raina is feeling good and looking good, and she smells like hibiscus, and I want to say it's some jasmine in it. That's what the products smell like. Oh my God, it's so good. Now, I know that they probably don't yet have international shipping. Okay, so if you're watching this and you're not in Colombia, you probably cannot get these products. But what I would like you to do is go over to their Instagram page and follow their Instagram page and leave some sunflowers in the comments so they'll know that y'all came from over here. Okay, so the name of the company is Ancestral Boutique, and this is the shampoo. Now, this is a full size bottle. Okay. And this bottle is like, I want to say $8. And so I don't have it in here. The travel size bottle was maybe like, travel size got to be small. So it was probably like this big, and it was good enough for one wash. So this is a full size bottle for like $8. And so that's the shampoo. And then they have the treatment conditioner. So you leave this on for a little while. I want to say it was like 5 to 10 minutes. You leave that on. And then they have this 3-in-1 gel. Where is it? There it is. So that's 3-in-1 gel. And the gel is what kind of locks the curls in. So this is the travel size of the gel. This is the regular size of the gel. I wound up using maybe about 80% of this travel size for my whole head. I don't know that I will put the same amount next time, but I feel like I'll get a few uses out of this. And also, this is like $8 as well. So that is what Raina has been up to, is getting out here, getting some new products. So yeah, the name of their company again is Ancestral Boutique. It is a Afro-Colombian woman who is a chemist. Her name is Selena, and her daughter Kat, and they are like pretty cool. So I'll keep y'all posted on what that looks like and sounds like. I sent her a video the other day so that she could post it on the page. I'll show y'all here too, so you'll be able to see it. Hold on. So that was before my hair was really dry, and then just not really defined. And so this is after. This is right after. So my hair is still wet here, but I could see like the curls were starting to come together. So this is a couple days later, and you can see it's pretty defined. And so what I have to figure out is for that top area of Raina, she just don't be that area up there in that crown up here. It just don't be right sometimes. So I got to figure out that part, and that's why I feel like I may need to put more attention with like moisturization and all that kind of stuff. But anyway, that's what Raina's been up to. All right. So we'll see what 2026 has to hold for Raina and her journey. I definitely would challenge you all to name your hair and then start to like define your hair's personality. They do have personalities. It's really interesting. So once you kind of go on that journey, please do share and what that looks like and sounds like for you on your own natural hair journey. And even if you are don't have hair on your head, and let's say you have a beard, that's also hair and natural hair that you need to take care of and condition and like all that kind of stuff. So what does that look like for you to really build a relationship with that part of your body? The next healing circle that we have is going to be on Saturday, January 10th from 12:30 to 2 p.m. Eastern, 12:30 to 2 p.m. Eastern. And if you would like to register for that, please go to tinyurl.com/Black Women Healing Circle. Again, tinyurl.com/Black Women Healing Circle. This is a space that is exclusively for Black women. So if you're not a Black woman, maybe you know a Black woman who needs to be at the healing circle. The one that we had in December, we had a couple people who returned, and then we had a whole new group of people. So the word is getting out, and people are referring others to be able to come. Every time we have a yoga flow, and we have affirmations, and we also have like targeted conversation. So it's a really nice way to be able to connect with others and remember that there are people across the world who are Black women who are experiencing similar things. So it gives us an opportunity to really have community. So again, if you would like to join that, you can register at tinyurl.com/Black Women Healing Circle. Also, speaking of connecting in 2026, we're going to have our Sisterhood Heals book study. Keep in mind that Sisterhood Heals is the book that was written by Dr. Joy Harden Bradford. She is the founder of Therapy for Black Girls, and she wrote this book in 2023. So we are going to do a book study on that, and I'm working out logistics and what that looks like and sounds like. But if you are looking to unpack how you developed your understanding of what sisterhood means, or if you are wanting to build community with other women and just really have healthy sisterhood relationships, this will be a phenomenal place for you to find yourself. So if you go to tinyurl.com/sisterhood heals, tinyurl.com/sisterhood heals, you can register for that. So I wanted to also uplift the internship program that we have. I talked about it a little bit last week, but we had not finalized some things, and now those things are finalized. So I can talk a little bit more freely about what is happening. But so y'all know my brand bestie, Shekinah. She and I have been working to develop an internship program that really goes just beyond the practical skills, but also has the personal development component that so many of us need. So, a huge perk of the internship program is that those who are a part of it will have an opportunity to experience Discover Your Destiny. And Discover Your Destiny is my flagship life coaching program, if you will. It is the program that you walk through when you are looking to become a life coach. But even if you are not looking to become a life coach and just want a deeper personal relationship with God and really just want to understand your gifts and how that manifests and what that looks like and sounds like, Discover Your Destiny is it. So every intern will have the opportunity to be a part of Discover Your Destiny so that they are not just doing work, but they're doing work that's actually aligned with their purpose and what they know of their purpose at this particular time. What if the thing you've always called too much was the exact thing God designed on purpose? This is for the ones who've always known they were different. Too sensitive, too loud, too knowing, too intuitive, too woo woo. But what if your sensitivity is actually your superpower? What if your intuition was your inheritance? Discover Your Destiny is a 10-week sacred journey back to yourself. We explore the design of your soul, your spiritual gifts, and the unique way that God speaks to you. This isn't church. It's not a rule book. It's not a performance. It's the moment you stop chasing approval and start walking in divine alignment. You'll gain clarity, language, and confidence around who you are and what you are here on the earth to do. You'll learn the real voice of God. And if you feel called to go on to become a certified intuitive melanated life coach, this is where that path begins. There are two ways to enter this sacred container: the Destiny track, full investments and coaching experience, or the Divine Exchange track, where internship meets soul work. You'll support podcasting, content creation, or brand development behind the scenes while learning how your unique gifts benefit the collective. Your knowing isn't a flaw, it's the fingerprints of God. This is your invitation, and I hope that you'll answer. So we are looking for Black women 18 and up who are thinking about exploring content and wanting to give about 10 hours a week to be able to develop some of the projects that we have going on behind the scenes. And when I tell you projects we have going on behind the scenes, child, I'm talking animated things, I'm talking books, I'm talking visual media, I'm talking music. Like there's a lot that is going on behind the scenes. And so we're looking for people who have particular skill sets, who are really wanting to make that happen with us, and also to be inspired to learn how they are able to do that for themselves. So the name of our collective is Found Her Future Collective, are Black women owned. So again, all of our interns, we're looking for Black women 18 and up. And then there are some particular areas that we need in particular. So social media managers, content editors and managers, brand partnerships and sponsorships, and content development specialists. We're really looking to build out this content portion to get the word out about the things that we're doing and to take some of the load off in different places. So if you are somebody who has experiences with this, or you are willing to put in like the work to learn how to be this. So for instance, like I teach people how to produce podcasts, right? If that's something that you are like, yeah, I really want to know like how to do that, that's the skill set that you're able to get through this program, right? So you can apply at tinyurl.com/found her future internship, tinyurl.com/found her, HER, future internship. And yeah, so we are really looking to get the word out about that. Again, it may not be for you, but it may be for somebody that you know. So that the applications are going to be open until the middle of January. And so I'll put the information into the description so you'll have that. But we're just really looking for women who are ready to make a change and to really think about what that looks like within their own context and how they want to use those gifts to support the collective. So, found her future. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, please pass that along and around, and all of the things would greatly, greatly, greatly appreciate it. All right. I think that's all my announcements for real this time. Yo, it's Christmas Eve. It's Christmas Eve, and it's about to be the new year. And I want to take us back to my first day, let me say it like this. I want to take us back to the closing of 2024 coming into 2025 and talk about how that started off for me. In 2023, when I had the mental health crisis, I was on a digital nomad visa. That digital nomad visa took me through June of 2024. Then in June of 2024, I had to leave the country and come back to reset to a tourist visa. So I did that and then I renewed. So come December of 2024, I had to leave and come back again to reset for 2025. Okay. So the plan was to go to Panama. And Panama was closest. There was a direct flight. I was just going to go over the winter break. And it was a lot. It was kind of high stakes because I had messed up my visa because I miscounted when I was saying like I came back under the tourist visa. I thought I was supposed to renew it in October. I was actually supposed to renew it in September. So because of that, I wound up having a fine and then I had to leave. But they gave me enough time for me to be able to leave at the end of the month so I could come back and reset and it'd be like nothing ever happened when I got back here in January. So I was planning to go on this trip to Panama to be able to reset my visa. But I also knew that they were going to ask me questions about why I hadn't honored the rules and why do I have like this special circumstance. I was also ready for that. So it was kind of high stakes and it was a lot that was going on, but I wanted it to be a peaceful trip. I was like, I just wanted to be peaceful. So I had met up with this lady. I had been doing some panels and there was a lady that lived in Panama. And so I had reached out to her and I was like, hey, I'm coming in town. Are you going to be around? I know it's New Year's, but you may have things to do or whatever. So she's like, oh, yeah, I would absolutely love to I'll come and get you from the airport. Like, no problem at all. So I'm like, oh, great. All right, awesome, wonderful. So everything is working out well, right? So she comes and she picks me up. We wind up going to a brunch. While we were there, there were some other Black women from the US that have retired there in Panama. So they had a brunch. So we went to the brunch and I met all of them and exchanged information. We wound up going she had a doctor's appointment. So we wound up going to the doctor's appointment. So we got to see how healthcare works there. And it was very interesting, right? So her name is Michelle. So it's time to drop me off at the Airbnb because you know how you have to check in after a certain time, right? So it's like usually you can't check in before 3 or something like that, right? So she had kind of, kept me out and doing the things. She's like, all right, girl, so I'm gonna go ahead on and drop you off because she was going out with her husband that night for New Year's. So this is Michelle. So she gets me to the Airbnb. We're standing outside the Airbnb, and I was like, girl, let me take a picture, like to remember this. Thank you so much. So we take this picture. I walk away from the car to go into the Airbnb. All I have is a backpack because I'm not going to be there very long. So I have my backpack. I'm walking, and the next thing you know, I bust my face wide open on the sidewalk. I fell. And I was so confused about what happened. So Michelle tells me that she was sitting in her car. We took the picture. She went and got in her car. She was checking some messages. And I was walking into the building. She said she looked 1 minute. I was walking. She looked back. She looked again. I was on the ground. And then she said, this is funny, but not funny. But she was like, I didn't know if it was some kind of welcoming ritual or like something I did. Because we have been talking about how, I've been on the spiritual journey. She was like, I've known people, so I don't know. And she said, I didn't know that something was wrong until somebody came out with a towel to help you out. So the lady that was coming to the place that was meeting me at the lady that was meeting me at the apartment to give me the keys, she was there waiting and saw me fall. So then she gives me this towel. Sí. No bueno. Oh my God. Y'all, I just bust my whole face. Sí, sí. The police wound up coming. It was fast. It might have been within like a matter of like 2 or 3 minutes. The police were there. And so they're like, you gonna need stitches. And I'm like, totally American. and saying to myself, I don't have money for that. Like I can't, I don't have money for that. And like I can't do stitches, you know? So it's so crazy because that's how the American healthcare system has traumatized us, that if we're in a space where we actually need assistance, we're like, I can't afford. So it's fine. It's fine. So they were like, well, we need to take, like, you need to go to the hospital, because they was trying to have me go in the ambulance. And I was like, I don't have money for this. No, it's fine. Like, it's not. And I was like, So then Michelle said, okay, I'll take you to the hospital, or we wound up going to an urgent care center. We did stop by a hospital though first. And so Panama has a private healthcare system, and then they have a public healthcare system. In the private healthcare system, like the hospitals, this particular hospital, they was like, they wanted thousands of dollars. Hey, what? What are you talking about? So we promptly got back in that car. Then we wound up going to the urgent care. And so Michelle, while she's driving me, she's also a veteran. So she very much like went into, I guess, soldier down mode is what the comments wound up telling us later on. But she's talking to the group chat, and she's talking to the people, and she's like, hey, Kimberland fell and she needs to get stitches. Like, what's the best place for us to go? So the group chat is very much like, get her here, do this, da da da. So we wind up going to the urgent care center, and they wind up patching me up. Now, I have never had stitches in my life before. And the doctor, I can't remember his name right now. I'm gonna have to go back and remember his name. But trigger warning that there is like blood here, but I want to show you all. You can look away if you don't want to see this. But I'm laying there. So he's like, I'm going to tell you everything and how it goes. And I'm going to tell you everything before I do it. So he's like, this is a needle that is anesthesia. This is this. Like, now I'm going to do this. Like, it was so crazy. And I was still trying to process what even happened, because how did this even happen? I don't understand what is going on. It was just so much that was going on at the time. Um, so the doctor stitches me up, and he gets me together. And so let me go back to show y'all. Oh, let me show you my after. So Michelle winds up taking me back to the Airbnb. I carefully walk inside so I do not fall. And I spend New Year's Eve night bandaged at the chin, sitting in an Airbnb. By the time I got home, nothing was open, everything was closed. I didn't have anything to eat or drink. It was so crazy. And so let me show y'all how I wound up falling, because I want you to see the area. So this is the area that I was staying in. All right. So it has all these like different colored, multicolored bricks and all of that are there. So this is where Michelle's car was parked. Okay. So I get out of the car and I walk over to the building. Now, if you look at this here, I don't know if you can see it or if you can't, but this area right here, this is actually flat. This is stairs, and this is stairs. So you can probably see it there. So I'm gonna let it keep playing. But if you're looking here from a different angle, it just looks like it's flat. It looks like if this one's flat, this one's flat, this one's flat. So I'm thinking that this is just all flat ground. So I start walking and I trip here and bust my chin right here on this step. So I'm walking up to it to show like this is where you can see the step. That's where I tripped. And then where it's this, that's where I had bust my chin, where they had to clean my blood up off of the sidewalk. But if you zoom out, you may not be able to tell that those are stairs. So it's very poorly designed. It was a lot. What I will say about my experience with the Panamanian healthcare system is that they swooped in very quickly and they got me stitched up. And there is no scar. I'm gonna put a picture in here of my chin so y'all can see now. There is no scar. And I really thought, I was like, well, I'm glad that it's on the underside of my chin because at least you can see it. Like there's a little like thing there because I know, but there is no scar. And so I appreciated that. I appreciated how kind the doctor was, even the people that came in the ambulance, like they were all very, very kind and very, very patient. But that's how I started my year off. That's how I started my year off. Okay. And it was a wild, wild, wild ride through 2025. And I can only imagine what things were like for you all because come January, once that man got into the office, he wound up slicing and dicing all sorts of things. So all of my contracts just dried up into thin air. I wound up, we had to leave our apartment. We went to another apartment. There was construction that was next to that apartment. It felt like it was drilling in my brain the whole time. And that is where I started the Frolicking Truth. So one of the biggest accomplishments that I have for this year is starting the Frolicking Truth. I knew that I needed a space to be able to process what I was feeling and what was happening. And again, I just shared how the year started off, right? So I knew I needed that space. And I'm just so grateful to have had this space over the past 33 weeks as we have gathered here to talk about things, to unpack things, to learn different things. It really has been something that I've looked forward to and something that I am proud of. Like, I'm really proud of the space that has been created here at the Frolicking Truth. And those of you who come every week to hang out and listen to the stories and to talk in the chat and all of that, it really warms my heart. And I want you to know that I really do, really, really do appreciate that. So I do have some questions that I want us to think through as we prepare to close out this year. Last episode, we talked about rest and the different types of rest that we need to have. So there are 8 different types of rest. And I shared a snippet from an episode that a mental health panel that I did when I used to be with Beautiful Brown Girls with Jasmine Forts and Dr. Linnell R. Plummer. And it was real powerful. So if you have not had a chance to go back and watch that, please do. I also have the link in the description for you to be able to watch the full mental health panel. So having said that, the first question is, how are you powering down as the year is coming to a close? And what I'll say for me is after this, like I'm gonna put this out, and this is very much like on the light edit tip. After this, I don't plan on doing anything else but painting for a few days. I really have some energy that I need to transmute. Earlier, I was talking to my Patreon, yo, it's crazy. If you ever hear somebody reference the refrigerator story, child, it's wild. So I was telling them about that. I've started dating again, and that's been wild as all get out. So the tea is over in the Patreon, right? But having said that, especially being back in the city, I think it's really important to just take time to process all the things that I've experienced over the last few weeks and turn that into something beautiful. So I am going to be doing a new art series. I set up my art area just recently. Again, and if you're in a Patreon, I put a little vlog in there. Y'all came with me to the store and everything. Um, So yeah, but I set that up and I want to do things that bring me joy for the remainder of this year, and whether that is baking something or making a special meal or making a smoothie or just sitting on the balcony, like just staring at the ceiling while I'm laying on my rug. I want to enjoy the fact that I have gotten myself to a place where I trust my brain and I trust my spirit, and I'm in a new season of life. So, powering down for me looks like giving myself some time to really just honor that. I've also been rewatching Being Mary Jane. Also, something is coming because of that. We're gonna have a podcast or something that's gonna come out. So if y'all have not if y'all ain't never watched Being Mary Jane, or if you've been thinking about rewatching Being Mary Jane, child, I'm watching it and it's like I am watching this for the first time. I don't remember any of this stuff. And also, I am locked in. So that's also something else that I'm doing to power down, just allowing myself to take these creative journeys, or because I get to look at it from a few different ways. And that's something I'm also enjoying, is looking at some of my favorite movies and my favorite series through different lenses. So, like, not just the story, but looking at the props and the technical pieces and the camera shots. And so I've started like researching, because again, I got projects. As I'm telling you, I need these interns, y'all. I got projects. So yeah, like that, though it might sound like it's work, it feels like powering down because my creative energy just feels like it needs a chance to get out. I also plan on doing some yoga and just really being intentional with stretching and honoring that my body needs to move. So, since I have a nice, soft, plush area that I trust, like I don't get, y'all know I live with OCD, so I don't get like the ick in my body. It feels comforting. So, I really do want to like just be in that, nestled in, if you will, into that. And, just listening to music is something else that feels like powering down for me. Um, it allows me to again take brain field trips and burning my incense. I also, y'all, I went to the store. I think I might have talked about this last time. I don't remember. But listen, down there at the store that I was at while I was buying the stuff. Oh, y'all wasn't here for the refrigerator story. There's a store called Home Center that's kind of like Home Depot or Lowe's in the US. Their garden area, yo, I was about to walk from out of there with an entire jungle. I just bought a palm, mini palm for $5. The whole tree, the whole tree. They have like fiddle leaf, palms. They had the most lush plants I have ever seen in actual trees. I didn't see nothing for more than $10. Okay. What I want you to know, powering down looks like for me is being able to look out and see the green. I can bring it to me. I'm about to have a whole jungle, is what I'm trying to say to you. Okay. That's what I'm gonna have to do. If you would like to donate to the Kimberland Plant Parent Fund, you can do that at $ Cash App, $ Kimberland Jackson, or Venmo at Kimberland Jackson. Okay, I'm accepting all donations. Thank you so much. This is very much housewarming vibes over here. I would love to have some plants. Okay, so that's also something though, is I want to plant some sunflowers and I want to like get my herb garden back up and going and all of that. So I think that's the next project after my art studio. So again, if you're in the Patreon, you'll get to come along on that journey with me and see what that looks like and sounds like. So those are the things that I feel like I'm doing to power down as this year comes to a close. Now, the next question says, what do you need to intentionally celebrate? What do you need to intentionally celebrate? Man, I'm just happy to be here. You understand me? Yo, I'm still here. I'm still here, here, here. I'm still here. I am still here. This year tried to take me from out of here, bro. I am still here. I am still here with a functional brain that is creative and um operating in the vein of greatness. Like I am still here. I am still here. I am still here and I feel peaceful. I feel happy. I feel settled in my body. I feel calm. I feel energetic. I feel aligned. I feel like I did this with God, of course. But like, I really the amount of Spanish that I had to speak, the amount of resources that I had to tap into and relationships that I had to build and like I am just so proud of myself that I am still here. I also celebrate, like I said, the Frolicking Truth and having created this space. I celebrate having a brand new, oh my God, I forgot to tell y'all. Here we go. Oh my God. Exclusive. Let me pull up the clip from our new podcast called From Auntie with Love. Oh my God. Let me pull it up, y'all. I almost forgot that I promised y'all this. I almost forgot, but I just remembered. Okay, hold on. Hold on, y'all. So this is something else that I really want to celebrate. And it hasn't even like really come out yet, but it's gonna come out in the new year. And this is our new podcast called From Auntie with Love.
I don't know if y'all can tell or not, but we're excited.
Hey y'all, welcome to From Auntie with Love, a sisterverse of Black women reimagining life together.
They told me to put a pinch of brown sugar.
Who is they?
Sugar is
Who
even
is they?
For a
She's
little
like
while.
a cookout.
I'm trying to think back.
Dinner, right?
You want to like go to a lounge? Four aunties in different seasons of life with stories to tell, thoughts to spill, wisdom to drop, and side eyes to give.
That's how we'll have a mindful moment, a mindful booty moment.
Okay.
I'll lead us through a mindful booty moment.
One of my newfound commandments is that I will hold space for change and forgiveness.
Do not show up to anywhere that I do not know that you are coming, especially my house.
You're gonna find me with a drink high in the air in one hand and my body low.
Yeah. Let's get into the conversations that don't usually make it to the table, but they should. With love. Always. Yeah. I can't believe I almost forgot to share that. I am over here. My cheeks are hurting. I am smiling so hard. Oh my God. So that is the sneak peek trailer of From Auntie with Love. We still got some tweaking to do, to find our vibes and things, but that's gonna be coming out in the new year. And so it's myself, Shekinah, Sierra, and Vanessa, and we're all a different type of aunties. So we tell the backstories about that. We also get into the things, child. We be girl, we be So that is something that I very intentionally want to celebrate. It has been so much fun developing this container and just developing a relationship with these ladies. It has been an amazing time in the way that we show up for each other and inspire each other and create space for each other. Like it has just been such a phenomenally positive experience. And so I'm really excited about that. So that will be our new podcast from Auntie with Love. And that is something that I want to intentionally celebrate. The last thing that I want to say I want to intentionally celebrate is the way that I have connected back to my spirit. Throughout this year, I've had to make a lot of decisions, like a lot of things have been happening, and I've really been able to give myself the opportunity to make those decisions in ways that I feel best honor myself. And even when other people didn't understand. And there are times that I've said I was going to do something or whatever, and people didn't understand, but I knew it was what I needed to do for myself. So I'm really proud of myself that I have honored my spirit. And that is intentional work that I want to continue to do moving on, because I have noticed that there are places that I need to tighten up a little bit, if you will, firm up some boundaries, firm up some no's, realign, if you will. So that's the biggest thing that I really want to focus on for this upcoming year. But I would be stone cold nuts if I did not take the time to acknowledge how my spirit has kept me thus far, how God has been speaking to me and guiding me and connecting me to people and aligning things and resources and like all of that. It has been beautiful in the midst of all of the things. God has been there the entire time. And I'm just so grateful that I built a relationship with God and I built routines to be able to intentionally infuse God into my day. And it gives me a sense of peace that I don't think I would have had if I had not curated that relationship. So, what do I need to intentionally celebrate? That me and God, we like this. We got a thing. Okay, I'm God's favorite. I don't know if y'all knew that, but I am. You may be as well, but I am definitely God's favorite. So I'm just excited about that. I'm happy to be in that place. And man, I've had to fight through a lot, yo, to still be here, bruh, for real. For real. I've really had to live through a lot. And so we riding this thing. We riding this thing till these wheels fall off. Feel me? All right. So anyway, okay, so the last question is, what do you need to intentionally release? Ooh, let me take a minute. Let me think about that. I want to intentionally release limited thinking that comes from a place of fear. There are times, especially with all of the financial difficulties that I've had this year with everything that's happening in the government and education, I find myself like frozen because I have to like manage resources and I don't know. And, I want to make sure that I'm not on the street and like all of that. I really want to release the fear that I have that God is not going to do what God said God was going to do. I want to release that. And I really want to be able to walk in such boldness of knowing my dad's going to take care of this. Like my Sky Daddy, he's gonna take care of this. I was sharing earlier in the Patreon about this refrigerator story. And I was saying to them, like, I'm just a girl. Like, I am just a girl trying to figure things out. Can you talk to them? Can you, because I don't know. I want to be able to do that. Like I want to be able to throw my hands up and be like, God, can you take care of that? Because I don't know what to do. And trust that God is going to take care of that. I often, in the midst of the things, still have to do a lot of work to trust that it's going to work out. And it really can do a number on my mental health and my emotional health because I'm just worried and I'm in my head, and I really want to do a better job this upcoming year of trusting that I am on an assigned mission, right? I need y'all to know none of this stuff that I'm doing did I like wake up and be like, I should go try to save the world. That's not what I thought. But I will say this. When I was 8, I remember getting from somewhere. I don't know if it was an audible voice. I don't know where it came from, but I specifically remember holding in my spirit that I was going to be a breaker of generational cycles. I don't know what in particular, but I remembered that, right? But the way that I thought that was going to happen was by having my own family, and I was going to have healthy love in my family, and I was going to have a healthy um partnership, and like that's what I thought it was going to look like. And clearly God was like, ha, girl, one family, get out of here. You're about to impact people across the world, you know? Um, so that's been really interesting to like kind of wrap my mind around, but I have not ever like I haven't pictured this. And I'm always reminded, I was talking about this last week, that Ephesians 3:20 says God can do greater than you could ever think or imagine according to the power that works in us. And I have a big imagination, and also I've never imagined this for my life. And so it's interesting, even like when I got here to the apartment, like I knew when I got this loft, I knew that I wanted a loft. I knew that I wanted to see like a certain thing, like this rug that I'm sitting on. I knew that I wanted that. I knew that I wanted the art area. Like I know that I want these things. And I was walking up the stairs one day and I said, I've seen this. Like I've been here. I've seen this. So I want to release the fear that maybe the things that are inside my spirit are lies. Maybe, God didn't mean that. Maybe it was the spaghetti sauce. Like I want to release that, and I want to be able to embrace everything that God wants to do in me and through me. Let's go. Let's go. Because I know that there are people that are waiting on me. I know that there are people who have visions and have things that they want to do out here in this world. And it's just a matter of us linking up to ignite the spark. And it might be because they came into Discover Your Destiny, or we have a conversation. Like I know that there are people, and I don't want to be afraid of that. I want to be able to embrace that fully and holistically with boldness and confidence. So I am releasing the fear that gets in the way of that. And I intentionally release the anxiety of maybe God is a liar. I know God ain't no liar. I know God ain't a liar. I know God's not a liar. So it's like something's going to have to get figured out. And I don't, because again, I'm but a girl. I am but your daughter down here trying to figure the things out. I don't know. You know everything. You tell me, Um, I'm very much trying to be on that, just trusting that God is going to do what God is going to do. So I intentionally release that fear, that nervousness, that anxiousness, and those limiting thoughts and experiences that have not allowed me to walk in the fullness of my gifts and my talents and my callings, because I do know who I am and I do know who God has created me to be. And so I need to keep that in the forefront and remember that my words have power. Remember that I'm God's favorite. Of course, it's going to work out. I don't know how. And that's not none of my business. You understand? That's not look, this cup say my business. This is a Tabitha Brown business. Let me tell you what ain't my business. Is what God need to do. Okay, that's not my business. All right. Now you just let me know, get me on the hotline and let me know where I need to show up, and I'll be there and ready. Okay, but I don't need to be in the orchestrating of the things. You handle that because you said that's your business. You understand? Okay. Mm-hmm. So that is that's what I want to release and then also call in for 2026. Okay. So I want you to answer those questions as well and think through what your responses are. So, again, the questions were: how are you powering down as the year is coming to a close? What do you need to intentionally celebrate? And what do you need to intentionally release? Okay. Now, come this next year, y'all, it's I don't know what my word is yet. Last year my word was alignment. For 2025, it definitely there was some alignments that happened for sure. I don't know what my word is for 2026. So I'm gonna be thinking on that. And when I get back, that's what we'll talk about is what our word is for the new year and how we want to guide the things that we do within the new year around that word. Okay. So y'all be thinking on that. That's your soul work, if you will. That's your long-term soul work, is to think about what your word is for 2026. For now, I want you to think through those questions. Okay. So again, the three questions are: how are you powering down as the year is coming to a close? What do you need to intentionally celebrate? And what do you need to intentionally release? So I have two closing thoughts that I want to share as we prepare to transition into this next year here on the planet. As we step into the new year, may we trust ourselves enough to listen and be brave enough to honor the wisdom that meets us there. The new year does not ask us to become someone new. It invites us to trust the signals our bodies and spirits have been speaking all along. I would like to invite you to really take some time to power down and listen to your spirit. Maybe that looks like journaling, or it might look like some type of creative expression like art, but really giving yourself some time to really think through those questions about the things that you are proud of, the things that you are intentionally releasing, and what it looks like for you to really power down during this season of transition. I thank you all again for all of your support over this past year. I look forward to what we are going to create in 2026. I am excited for those of you who are going to show up, our new subscribers that are going to show up and enter this universe. Thank you again from the bottom of my heart for being here. Happy New Year! See y'all in 2026. Thank you for listening to The Frolicking Truth, where joy meets justice and our nervous systems get free. Please be sure to like, rate, and comment. Subscribe to the YouTube page, Minding My Black Ass Business, and follow me on all social platforms. Until next time, bye. The album is called To Whom It May Concern. And in the interview that Jill Scott did with Angie Martinez, she said that she's talking to who she's talking to. And she was like, if I'm not talking to you, I'm not talking to you. But who I'm talking to, that's who I'm talking to. And I said all that to say that is how I feel, that this space and the people that are connected to this movement over here that we have going on, I want the people that I'm talking to who I'm talking to, that we're talking to who we're talking to. So if you don't want to be here, child, God bless you. I thank you for hanging out for a little while. Appreciate, the watch hours and such and whatever you did. And also, I believe in a good unsubscribe if it's not aligning with your spirit. So amen and such and so. So anyway, some people have gotten off of they took their exit ramp. Amen. God bless them. All right. Okay. Hey, y'all. I'm Kimberland. and this is the Frolicking Truth, a soft space for Black women who are tired, brilliant, and ready to heal. Here, joy meets justice. We calm our Black ass nervous systems, we unmask, and we leave behind whatever that is trying to kill us. You're seen here, you're safe here, and you don't have to do this alone. Yo, it legit feels like it has been an entire, I don't even know. What is time? What is time? The last time that we did a live situation with the inner circle and like the whole production and such, I feel like was in December, which was only last month, but gee willikers, it feels like forever and ever has gone by. And that is wild. So happy New Year, y'all. Happy 2026. Yay. Listen, I'm gonna keep it very much real. I was not all like Happy New Year and things. New year, new me. Yay. I was very much because remember in 2025, I entered that new year with my chin bust wide open, right? So I was committed to saying, I am going to have a calm new year. I'm going to be home. I'm not going nowhere. I'm going to have the food that I want to eat, the movies that I'm going to watch. I'm just going to be sitting still. And I did go up to the roof to watch the fireworks. In Medellin, they love them a good fireworks show, baby. So I did go and watch the fireworks and everything for like, I don't know, maybe 12 minutes or something. And you know what I did? I played Phil Collins in the air tonight. I saw something probably on TikTok or maybe on Instagram, and they was like, if you start this at this particular moment in the countdown, by the time New Year hits, it'll be at the drum solo. Boo-doo, doo-doo, 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 doo-doo. That's what I did because I'm corny. And that's how I brought in the New Year. I am so corny like that. And that's how I brought in the new year. And then I think I stayed out there for probably about 10 more minutes because it was quite a production. And then I came back into my apartment. And yeah, it actually did work. I messed it up though, because I was also trying to record. So then it was like, because you got to record, but then you got to go back and press the music so the music could play in your own ear while you record. But it was close enough. It was close enough. And it brought me joy in my spirit. So then I came back into my apartment and then I closed the blinds and everything because they was out there popping like not good fireworks, just loud. They was just loud. I was like, okay, enough of that. So I closed that. I put on my brown noise, and I don't even remember what I watched, but that is how I brought in the new year. It was very uneventful. And also, the night of New Year's, I broke out into this rash with some allergic reaction about something. You know what I realized? I never even introduced the show. Wait a minute, guys. Wait a minute. We got to go backwards. We're going to pause right here and I'm going to get right back to that. Hey, y'all. How y'all doing? Welcome on in here, huh? We just been chatting it up. Yeah. Well, this is the Frolicking Truth. My name is Kimberland. Um, And I want you to find a comfortable spot, take a seat, honey, sit down and crisscross applesauce or not. You know, it's really up to you. But this is a place for Black women who are tired, brilliant, and ready to heal, where joy meets justice and our nervous systems get free. And it's all right, even if you don't identify with any of those descriptors, you're always welcome here as long as you are coming ready to listen, ready to learn, and ready to support. And so the first thing that we usually do here is get into the auntie check-in, and that's what I was doing, and that's what I'm finna get right back into, because this is the segment where I talk about what's happening in my own personal life. And honestly, today is really gonna be a big old long auntie check-in with a whole lot of other stuff weaved in, because we haven't been here in forever. So like my people are here, the inner circle is here with me, and they are a branch of the Patreon, which is called the Archive. Over in the Patreon is where we are able to be in deep community, have deep conversations about all the things that are happening right now, whether that be with me or the other people that are here in this universe with us. The Archive is the Patreon, and it is the place where we are keeping all of the recipes and keeping our culture and our music, and really making sure that we are developing an archive that honors our Blackness and our brilliance. Okay. So if you want the golden ticket, you want to be in here for the things, come on over and hang out. It's only $5 a month. And that $5 will get you entry into all of the different collections that we have. The inner circle is my collection, so that's where my people at. That's where we be hanging out. But we also have spaces like the change corridor, where, honey, you can get activated and understand what's happening. Okay. And then we also have places like the sunflower path, where you can get information about healing and plant-based medicine and gardening. And y'all, we got some cooking classes coming up. I don't want to call them classes, some cooking experiences that are coming up. Ooh, we baby, 2026 is gonna be lit. So anyway, you want to be in that number. Go over to patreon.com/minding my black ass business. That is how you are going to be able to join the archive. Every person that comes into the archive is a keeper, and you decide what you're gonna be responsible for keeping. Okay. All right. So yeah, welcome. Come on in and things and such and so. All right. So, having said that, getting right back to what I was talking about. So, the comment says, last year your chin, this year your skin. Bars. Listen. I had an allergic reaction, so it was all over my chest, like just all over my chest, right? So that's freaking me out. So now I'm trying to figure out, is it the laundry detergent? Because like my skin was irritated, so I was like, it must be the laundry detergent. So then I freaked out even more so because I had just washed every single piece of clothing that I own, which is not a lot, but it's every single piece of clothing that I own. So then I was like, if it's the laundry detergent, how am I going to decontaminate all of my clothes that I have now contaminated, that I'm now allergic to? So that was like going on, and that was like wild and crazy, right? So then probably about, and there were actually signs of whatever that was like right after Christmas. So I feel like the last time that I recorded was somewhere around Christmas Eve or something, where I had put out the last episode of the year. And soon after that, that's when I started like feeling like the itching and stuff. So, but I wasn't like really paying attention to it. I was like, this is odd, this is weird, but also I don't know. And I had done, like, I had for Christmas, I had made a special meal. So shout out to Chef Ratatouille, who gave me a recipe for passion fruit salmon. Y'all, when I tell you I wanted to lick the plate, it was so good. And I know that it was good, like my so good, because also I don't really be listening. Like I be listening, but I don't. I really don't. Especially when it comes to like garlic, because I love garlic. And so We always have to go back and forth about that. But anyway, I had listened as best as I could, but also like he's an actual chef, so I know that it would taste leaps and bounds better, I'm sure. But anyway, for me, it was so good. And it was the first time I had ever even like worked with passion fruit for real at all, outside of like an exotic fruit tasting. And I was just trusting that it was gonna be good. It was so good. It was passion fruit salmon with a big sweet potato, and but a not sweet, a savory baked sweet potato. So there was like this onion sauce that I had mixed into it, and then I believe I had broccoli, and I'm talking bussin'. You understand me? But also, I don't usually eat that. So then I was like, am I allergic to passion fruit? Like, was it the passion fruit? But I drink jugo de maracuja all the time, which is passion fruit juice. So I'm like, no, it can't be that. Anyway, as you can imagine, I'm in here like really trying to figure out what the hell I'm allergic to. I still don't know. I still don't know. So that was going on. Then I started feeling like I was getting sick. But I'm the type of person that I can be dramatic sometimes, admittedly. So, okay, I'm an actress. All right. So sometimes I can be a little dramatic. And so I felt like I was getting sick, but I kept saying to myself, I'm not sick. This is just whatever. I was saying to myself at the, oh, it's just early in the morning. It's just late at night. It's just, I don't know, whatever I was saying in my brain to rationalize why I wasn't sick, until I got to the point where I was like, I'm sick for real. So then, that kind of took a couple days to escalate. Then now I have a fever. Now and my nose is just running uncontrollably. I'm sneezing uncontrollably. I'm sick for real. So that was like all last week. So like I feel like what is today? Today is the 14th. So I feel like a couple Sundays ago, I had met with my intern and I was like saying, yeah, I'm kind of feeling, like I'm getting a little sick. I'm not sure. And then Monday was like, and you're sick, girl. Yes, you are. You have won the prize. Okay. You are going to also win that your nose is going to break out. And I know you can't see it because this has little filters and things on it. But what happens is when I get sick and when I get a fever, my nose will break out. And so this morning when I was in the shower, I had like this connection that at least I can say since I moved to Colombia, I remember specifically. So that was uh December of 2022. Yeah, December of 2022. I have been sick over the Christmas, New Year holiday every year since. And it'll either happen just before the holiday or to happen just after the holiday. And my nose breaks out every time. So let's talk about my nose for a second and what happens. And so I did not get teased about a lot of things in school, but there are some things that I definitely got teased about. One of the things was having chapped lips because I live with OCD. I didn't like going to the bathroom. I didn't know at the time what was happening, but I would not be hydrated. So my lips were always dry. And so I always had chapped lips. So I got teased about that. I got teased about having four eyes because I wear glasses. And I got teased about my nose breaking out. So the first time that this happened, I was in like fifth grade. What would happen is I would get like, I'm gonna call it this, and this is where my issue is with, oh my God, I have so many convergent thoughts right now. I was watching this YouTube video last night called Dr. Daff Show, and it's called The Bridge. And so on this show, they'll have like two opposing sides of something, or two perceived opposing sides of things, and then have them say whether they disagree with these statements and then discuss. In this particular episode that I was watching, it was talking about holistic practices versus Western medicine. And 90% of the panel were Black women. And then there was one lady, she didn't look white, but I don't know what type of white. She might have been of color, but she wasn't Black. So anyway, the conversations that they were having was about holistic practices versus medicinal practices and Western medicine. And one of the things that they brought up often is that medicine is designed to treat something quickly, or you have allowed yourself to get to a place of crisis, and now there needs to be immediate intervention. So now you need prescriptions, you need these things to get your body together quickly. Whereas in holistic medicine, it takes time. So like one lady was a dermatologist, and she was like, I try to present my patients with all of their options. And she said, but sometimes they're like, I get married next month. My face cannot look like this. I don't have time for a 6 month drink tea 6 times a day type. I'm not doing that. I need this fixed now. And so that's where medicine comes, like Western medicine comes in, and prescription medication. And so they were talking about how holistic medicine is very much preventative, and it takes consistency and intentionality when you are choosing to utilize holistic medicine. I said all that to say my understanding of what happens when I say my nose breaks out is that it's a fever blister. And that understanding has evolved over time. I remember when I first went to the doctor. Okay, so I'm from New Orleans, right? And New Orleans is a majority Black city in the middle of a very white, racist, red, if you going Democrat, Republican state. Okay. And so just outside of New Orleans, there is an area called Chalmette. And Chalmette is where a lot of actually poor white people live. But poor white people be some of the worst ones, because they are so blinded by their white superiority that they can't even see that you just as worse off as me. And you actually worse off because I'm brilliant and you not. So anyway, the way that I grew up was very much that proximity to whiteness is something that's what's most important. Those are the best. They're the most educated. They're the best. So we need to go to the white people. And so my doctor was this white man in Chalmette, Dr. Johnson was his name. Not Johnson, Johnson. I don't remember how you spell it, but I remember that's how it was said. So anyway, my mama take me to the doctor to go and see what's going on with my nose, because if you can imagine, I don't know, because I'm saying fever blister, but I don't really know what your understanding of what that might look like. This is what my nose would look like back when I was in elementary school. So if you can see like how it's like pussy and all of that, so my nose would look like that after I had gotten sick. And so as you can imagine, that looks quite alarming. And it would happen, like I said, when I got sick, I don't remember what time of year or what might be happening, but I would have those sores. So the first time that my mom took me to the doctor and they were trying to figure out what it was called, this man said it looked like an Indian rash. Now, my understanding of what Indian rash meant at the time is when somebody would take your arm and they would like twist it like this, and then it would cause some kind of burn or something. But also, whatever the hell this Indian rash was, he like now in hindsight, like, what are you talking? I don't even know what that means. But I know that it was something that was very much some type of stereotypical stupid ass that you got like pre-existing biases and like don't know what the hell you talking about type situation, right? So I said all that to say there really wasn't any like type of treatments or like I would just have to, but you can't imagine the number of things that I had tried to do over the years to try to clear this up. I'm talking from alcohol to earwax to vinegar to essential oils to like so many things, right? And I like to call this, side note, I like to call this my I believe that God gives us all things to keep us humble and to keep us grounded. And because, you can only be but so perfect, and this is one of those things. And also, God didn't give me a flat stomach like that because, baby, when I tell you, you wouldn't be able to say nothing to me, and I would not have on any clothes ever. Okay. Um, but yeah, so that's one of the things that God gave me to be like, girl, you are very, very attractive and smart, and also sometimes you gonna have this limp that you deal with. So as a child, the comment here says it must have been traumatic when you were younger. It was very traumatic because now also everybody is pointing and laughing at me like, what's wrong with you? God damn. Then when you get to the understanding of, okay, it's a fever blister, which also means a fever blister, and now I'm about to go into my scientist bag, is herpes simplex virus 1, right? And so then it's like you have herpes. So then it's like, oh my God, nobody's ever gonna love me, right? Like it was a lot. And keep in mind, you're talking to a now I know, autistic child who is very literal about things. Like, what the hell? So then, of course, this might be my origin story for why I even started really going down the path of science, because then I had to understand the difference between herpes simplex virus 1, which is fever blisters, which is very common, and herpes simplex virus 2, which is genital herpes, which is also very common, by the way. But it's not the same. This was also during the AIDS epidemic and people like Magic Johnson, like having AIDS. And then there was this little girl, her name was Hylia, and she had contracted AIDS through birth. So she grew up with HIV. And it was like there was a lot of conversation around that. And one of the things that I used to want to do when I was younger was to have a clinic. I wanted to have a bunch of free like public health clinics because I recognized that healthcare was lacking. I didn't have any idea like to how much of an extent it was lacking. I wanted to do advocacy work in the area of HIV and AIDS and sexually transmitted infections. And so I became like really like intentional about that because there's so much stigma and like all of that, and it's like this whole origin story. Anyway, I said all that to say over time the severe breakout has morphed in different ways because now I can tell when it's about to happen, so I'm better able to be more preventative and to set myself up for success, if you will, as opposed to being in denial and like, and now all of a sudden it's broken out so bad and all that kind of stuff. So anyway, so I was dealing with all of that. Okay. And then my cycle came down. But because perimenopause, before my cycle started, the week before, I'm already having cramps and nausea and all of these new symptoms that I've never experienced in my life, ever, ever, ever before. So all of that is also going on while I'm sick, sneezing, came nose breaking out. Like it was a lot, y'all, and I'm just starting to feel like a person again. Okay, I just said all that. I'm starting to feel like a person again. And I am very grateful that I feel like a person again. Okay. Now, before we continue, I just want to pause here to give a trigger warning and a content note. I am not a medical professional. In this episode, I'm sharing my personal experiences exploring plant based medicine as part of how I manage my neurodivergence and mental health, including anxiety, depression, ADHD, OCD, and autism. This is not medical advice. I am not advocating for or against prescription medication or any specific treatment. I believe there is a time and place for prescription medication, and those choices are deeply personal. My goal is simply to share my lived experiences, not to tell anyone else what they should do. Please consult qualified healthcare professionals, whether they be in Western medicine or holistic, when making decisions about your mental health, and do what is best for you on your own journey. While I was sick, I was watching TV. And one of the things that I have watched is Severance. Now, I'm curious of whether you all have seen Severance or not. So, editing me jumping in to give context. Severance is about a group of people who have decided to undergo a surgery that will separate their work life from their personal life. So, when they are at work, they have absolutely no memories or understanding of their personal life. And when they are living in their personal life, they have absolutely no understanding or memories of their work life. I feel like I'm living a real life severance, and it is like really blowing my mind how interesting it is. The comment says crazy. It looks like a good show. You mentioned the show before. Yeah, Severance is one of the shows that is on the list of things like if you want to understand me better or understand like how I look at the world or understand things like Severance is one that is worth a trip. Y'all know I have been like super transparent about my mental health conditions, diagnoses, like all the things, whatever, right? And depression, anxiety is definitely something that I live with and that I am often trying to process. And so living with depression, anxiety, and along with complex post-traumatic stress disorder, as well as autism and ADHD, and just neurodivergence as a whole, and just all of those differences in the way that my brain operates, I have gotten put on medication right back when I was in the US. And so Lexapro is what I was prescribed. I have talked about here before, like there was a time, the first time I was on Lexapro, I was still in Pennsylvania and I needed to not feel. And then when I got put back on Lexapro, it was weird because I had learned how to feel, but then I couldn't feel and I don't like that feeling. So ultimately, what wound up happening is I decided that I am going to look into plant based medicine because I feel better about plant based medicine and the effects of plant based medicine and the ways that I am able to consume that and the benefits that it has for my body in comparison to Lexapro making me a shell of a person because I do not want to exist in the world as someone who cannot feel. That is the absolute antithesis of what I want my existence to be. So I have been off of Lexapro since October of 2024. And I have been utilizing plant-based medicine and holistic approaches to stabilize and ground myself. I had to like give myself an acknowledgement the other day because I have successfully managed a lot through plant-based medicine over the past 15 months. Through everything that happened in Panama, through everything that happened last year, through moving out to the mountains, to now coming back to the city, like all of that, I have been utilizing plant-based medicine to support myself. But even saying that, sometimes I'm still like, oh, are you dependent, or are you like, you got to do this every day, like that type of thing. And what I am learning to do is to recondition my brain, because if I was taking Lexapro, I would have to take it every day. So why would I not take plant-based medicine every day? Right? Like it doesn't even make any sense. But because of the way that we have been conditioned to think about cultural practices and plant-based medicine and herbalism and things of that nature, we are conditioned to think about it like it's not medicine, but it is. So I've been doing a lot of active work in my mind to recondition that. And anybody who knew me in my former life, they're like, now this is wild as shit. Because when I tell you I was say no to drugs, don't you do it. Like so down. To the point that it was really obnoxious and really offensive. And now my views have changed so drastically because my understanding of the medicine has changed so drastically. But anyway, the reason I said I feel like severance is because it is the most difficult thing to get my days started. Like, I really have to figure out how to get the sleeping me to feel there's going to be enough of a payoff to actually take my medicine so the awake me can go off with the day. Because if I don't take my medicine, I'm really not able to do much. Like it's really interesting. It's a very, very stark difference. And then I take my medicine, and then it's like, okay, there is hope, and there is um I can see a way out. Like I want to open the blinds. Like I want to like see what the day holds, as opposed to the other me is like, I really don't care. I really don't care. I don't care. I could sit here, it doesn't matter, because this is the thing. And so I go back and forth with this because I'm like, am I tricking my brain? Am I like, what is really happening? Because this is the other thing, y'all. I don't know if y'all knew this. The world is falling apart. Huh? Did y'all know? Huh? The world is literally falling apart, yo. And I haven't even been online. I left Facebook. Okay. And so and when I say I left, I'm leaving in stages. I took the app off of my phone because I just was like, I don't need to go over there no more. Okay. But my Instagram posts to my Facebook. So people are still commenting, and now Instagram will be like, you got messages over on Facebook. So sometimes I go over there to see who said something. Do I need to say something back? All of this, because that's where people I actually know are at, right? But um it's so much disinformation and misinformation over there. It's hard for me over there. Like it's a lot that happens over there. So I kind of just left from over there. Then Instagram, I am actively working to change my algorithm, but there's like this thing where you're going back and forth between I need to know what the hell is going on, and also I don't want to know what the hell is going on. So I feel like the back and forth that I be having is like, am I tricking my brain into this space of being like, everything's fine, everything is gonna be fine, like it's okay, like you're gonna be okay, everything is fine. But then when I off of that and now I'm in reality, it's like the fucking world is crashing. Like what the fuck is going on? So it feels like a real life severance, like a real life flipping of switches, a flipping of consciousness. And it's so frustrating. I don't remember who I was talking to the other day. Oh, we were talking in the new podcast that's coming up from Auntie with Love.
I don't know if y'all can tell it now, but we're excited.
Hey, y'all, welcome to From Auntie with Love, a sisterverse of Black women reimagining life together.
They told me to put a pinch of brown sugar.
Who is they?
Sugar is
Who
even
is they?
For a
She's
little
like
while.
a cookout.
I'm trying to think
Went to
back.
a dinner, right?
You don't want to like go to a lounge? Four aunties in different seasons of life with stories to tell, thoughts to spill, wisdom to drop, and side eyes to give.
That's how we'll have a mindful moment, a mindful booty moment.
Okay.
I'll lead us through a mindful booty moment.
One of my newfound commandments is that I will hold space for change and forgiveness.
Do not show up to anywhere that I do not know that you are coming, especially my house.
You're gonna find me with a drink high in the air in one hand and my body low.
Yeah. Let's get into the conversations that don't usually make it to the table, but they should. With love. Always. And we were talking about content creation, and I was saying it's so difficult for me to be in these spaces because I know so much. And because I know so much, I can't unknow what I know and I can't unsee what I've seen. So I don't have that ignorance is bliss like type of approach. I am very well aware of what is happening. So it makes it really tough sometimes to be in these different spaces. And so it's been a lot to manage, and I can't imagine what those who are actually like inside of situations, how they are feeling, right? If we think about, I wanted to just list out because I said, let me write down the things that are happening because this is crazy as hell. So in the US, the ICE raids have amped up. People in Minneapolis are being terrorized every single day. And that is in addition to whatever was happening in Chicago. And it seems like Minneapolis is the hub right now. That's the loudest noise, if you will, that has been rising to the top. But also, I kind of been out of the loop. So I really don't know, right? So ICE agents, ICE stands for Immigration and Customs Enforcement. They have now said that they're going to go door to door to determine whether people are U.S. citizens. They just murdered this white lady the other day, shot her in the face 3 times. Then there was a tweet that just came out that gave ICE complete and total immunity. And hold on, I want to read it to you. I just have a running list on Instagram where I just post things. It's called This is America. And I just post every time I see something, I save it to that collection because this shit is wild. Like this is wild as hell. So this is a statement that came out from Homeland Security today. It says, reminder to all ICE officers, you have federal immunity in the conduct of your duties. Anybody who lays a hand on you or tries to stop you or tries to obstruct you is committing a felony. You have immunity to perform your duties, and no one, no city official, no state official, no illegal alien, no leftist agitator or domestic insurrectionist can prevent you from fulfilling your legal obligations and duties. The Department of Justice has made clear that it If officials cross that line into obstruction, into criminal conspiracy against the United States or against ICE officers, then they will face justice. And this is coming from Stephen M, the leader of the Department of War, whatever custom. I don't know what the fuck these. Listen, listen. That's happening. Okay, that's happening. In addition to copious other amounts of things in the U.S., um, they done kidnapped the Venezuelan president, President Maduro, talking about they bringing him up on drug charges. Meanwhile, pardoned a former Honduran president who was convicted of bringing copious amounts of drugs into the country, and but also neglecting the fact that the US government is complicit in all of the drugs being in the United States in the first fucking place. Okay, so that also happened. Israel is bombing Lebanon. The US is bombing Iran. Iran has promised to meet that with extreme force. Greenland, they finna take over Greenland, and now that's about to be US. And then China is invading Taiwan. Listen, it's a lot that's going on. So I feel like I'm like battling all of that at the same time. And that's in addition to the life of life, because of all of this that is happening in the administration, there are impacts that are happening that are affecting the way that I'm receiving payment for the services that I have provided. And so it's just been a lot. And I really had to give myself credit the other day because I am still here and we are still here because this is a lot. And we have never in our lifetimes experienced this level of terror and consistent bombardment of things, and not just things, but like high stakes events and high stakes, catastrophic, life altering, paralyzing, terroristic act. We have never, ever in our lives experienced this. And one, I was like, girl, and so you still here, sis. Like you, baby, you still here. The other part is like, what do I need to do to be able to support myself and still wanting to be here and still like not losing hope in the midst of all of this. And again, back to the severance moment of that the me that has not had my medication is very much like, child, y'all got it. Like I'm good, but I done, hey, now I done made an imprint. I done changed lives. I done, honey, listen now. They gonna write books about me, okay? It's cool. Like we good. We don't need to do that because I am not like a zombie apocalypse, end of days, I'm a fight to the death type of chick. Like my zombie apocalypse plan, take me out of here. Take me out of here. I live with OCD. I'm not trying to, I don't hate. Take me out of here when the zombie apocalypse comes, when the end of days comes, when the Doom, the Mad Max, whatever it is. I don't even watch those types of movies, honey. I'm not prepared. Take me out. Okay. So there's that side. And then the other side is like, but there is the ability to be able to reach into the depths of community and support ourselves outside of these systems. And I know that it's possible because we are doing it on small scales now. So it makes me want to, okay, I just need to tell people. I just need to let them know. I just need to let them know that we're here. I need to get them connected to the archive. I need to get them connected to each other. I need to get them connected to the healing circles. I need to get them connected to the things, and then we'll be able to support each other, right? So it's like I'm battling those two sides of things, and it has been a lot. It has been a lot. And I asked myself the other day, I was like, what do we need to do to be able to sustain and maintain, and in some cases get in touch with the calm nervous system that will allow us to be able to access the part of our brain that allows us to connect to others and to plan and strategize, right? And I talk about that, all the time. And I really think the first step in that is radical acceptance and accepting what is actually happening, and then intentionally making plans because we understand what is actually happening. I am quite baffled at um politicians and people who are denying what is happening, like the perception specifically in the United States but also globally. Like the plan right now is world domination, and that is being led by Israel, and the United States is in partnership with that and also a pawn in that. Israel and the United States are both powered by white supremacy culture, white supremacist thoughts, billionaires, and Zionists. Okay. And that is a really, really lethal cocktail. We are literally in the space right now of the world where we are watching Nazi Germany happening right now. It's happening right now, today, actively. This is what's going on. And it is not beneficial for us to pretend like that is not happening. Because what happens then is that we are not positioned to be able to support ourselves, to defend ourselves, to be able to make sure that we are eating and have health care and like all of these things. We're not able to activate that if we sit in a space of trying to deny what we actively see in front of our faces. So the first step in making sure that we are going to be okay and continuing to still be here is that we have to accept what is happening. And I know that's a lot, and that's the biggest hurdle to jump over. And it's why I try to, like, ease us on in there. But honestly, we don't have a lot of time to be sitting up here playing around with not accepting what is actively happening. The concept of laws and justice and like that is not a thing. Let it go. Let it go. It's not a thing. It's not real. There's not accountability. You ain't finna sue nobody and get justice. You're not about to report nobody to HR and get justice. Like, that's not what's happening. Knowing that, then, how can I walk into this war zone and make sure that I am prepared and understanding that I'm walking into this war zone? We have to put ourselves in the best position to be able to ensure that we have each other and that we are holding each other and supporting each other. That is why I have been curating the archive. That is why I have been thinking about what all of these spaces look like, because people are becoming more and more aware, and then they are going to need to know where to go and how to connect. And we the black people, the descendants from Africa, like we are the genius the global majority of us that understand our heritage and our roots, we are the ones that have the genius. Us. We are the ones that built these countries. We, off of our labor and off of our brains. So if we would take that and then put that into our own spaces, we are able to make sure that we can protect each other, that we can support each other, right? So I want to give a few ways over here that we are doing that. All right. And that is here in the Mind of My Black Ass Business universe. That is in the Kimberland Jackson universe. That is in the universes that run parallel to mine. This is the way that we operate over here. Okay. So the first thing, I've talked with you all about the healing circle before. The healing circle is a space that is exclusively for Black women, not necessarily Black women from the US, just Black women. And it's a space for us to reconnect to our bodies and reconnect to our breath. We just had our January healing circle this past Saturday, and it was so brave and encouraging. We had several women to return to the healing circle, and so which means that they're finding value in this space. And we have people who are healing all sorts of things, from thinking about past relationships to relationships with their mother to relationships with their own bodies to how they're showing up at work to preparing to bring life into the world. Like, there are so many different things that women are coming with and choosing to show up in this space. So I want to invite you, if you are listening to this and you're thinking to yourself, I really do need to get into community and get into connection with other Black women. This would be an amazing place for you to show up to. We have it every second Saturday of the month. Now, next month, February, it is going to take place on February 14th, which is Valentine's Day, which is also my birthday. Go, shorty. It's your birthday. We're gonna party like it's your birthday. We're gonna sip a party like it's your birthday. And you know, we don't give a about your birthday. That song came out when I was 21. It was at the top of the charts in January 2023. Or I guess maybe I was turning 22 then. But yeah, I remember being in Nashville down there with the white people dancing on top of the bar and talking about go shorty, it's your birthday. My friends put me in the back of a truck. It was like a Blazer truck, and they put me in the back of the truck. They were like, go sit back there. Man, that was a night. Woo! Good times, huh? Huh? Anyway. Saturday, February 14th is our next healing circle, and that is Valentine's Day. That is also my birthday. So the theme for the month of February is going to be about self-love and really thinking about what we are doing for ourselves and how we are supporting ourselves. This month, we talked about morning routines, and y'all know that's something that I've been working on and we just finished talking about, right? So, we had a conversation about morning routines and what that looks like and what we want to include in our morning routine to help us to have a more grounded day. What I said I want to include in my morning routine is I have to take my medicine. I have to take my medicine. And I have to do the mental work that I need to do to help myself to be successful. Like, I have to take my medicine. I just, I have to open my eyes and I have to take my medicine. That's it. So, anyway, it's a space where we're able to be really candid and just hold space, like I said, for each other and get other ideas and leave with action steps and action plans for what that might look like. one of the themes that has been coming up is that several of the women are like, my friendships are changing, and there's a lot that's going on right now, and I'm seeing I'm aligned with some people and not aligned with others, and I'm just really navigating what that looks like and sounds like. And I was sharing with them like I'm in that same space. One of the other things that Jill Scott said on that In Real Life interview with Angie Martinez, she was like, I'm a ninja. She said, I have my knife is hot and quick. She said, when I see certain things, out of there. I'm slicing you off. No, I'm not doing that anymore. And I very much was like, absolutely, Jill. Absolutely. Because we spend so much of our life making concessions and excuses for how people are showing up and why people are showing up, as opposed to just honoring that this is not somebody that's aligned with my life anymore. And so we hold on to relationships longer than we should. We make excuses, and we often sacrifice our own well being, our own mental health, right? So being almost 45 and recognizing that there are circles that I've been in, like these people do not like me. They don't like me. They don't care about me. They never liked me. We were literally together because of proximity, but they don't care about me as a person. It is okay to admit that and cut those people off, right? So we were having that conversation the other day, and then I was also sharing with them the idea, specifically as Black women, that the ways that sisterhood has been shaped for us have been very toxic. And it's been very toxic also without context of how those thoughts even came into being. So we have a lot of reparations and repairing that we need to do in how we view sisterhood and how we think about each other. So, having said that, I'm re uplifting the Sisterhood Heals book study because the healing circle is one of the places that is going to go through. And I think it's really going to give us an opportunity to think about how we show up for others and with others. Also, I would love for you, again, if you're a Black woman, to come because that's my birthday, and that's what I want for my birthday is for y'all to come to the Healing Circle and get some of this good conversation, good community connection, and all of that. Okay, so if you listening to this, please go ahead and mark your calendars now. So it's going to be on Saturday, February 14th at 9:30 a.m. Central, 10:30 a.m. Eastern. So we moved the time up. Usually it is after the Frolicking Truth. So what will happen that Saturday is we'll have the Healing Circle, and then the Frolicking Truth will premiere after that. So the Frolicking Truth will premiere at 12 p.m. Eastern on Saturday, February 14th, as opposed to 11. And that way we can make space to have the healing circle and to also do the frolicking truth for my birthday episode. So again, it's almost my birthday, y'all. Today is January 14th. It is 30 days until my 45th birthday. And I'm kind of excited, at least right now in this moment. I really do enjoy birthdays. I'm not somebody who does like a whole bunch of like, um, what do you call it? Like a whole bunch of parties and all that kind of stuff. I've definitely had times throughout my life where there have been like party type environments when I lived in Tampa, but I don't really necessarily be doing that for real, for real. But anyway, I just get personally excited about my birthday, and I really like to just honor that it is another day, another year of my life that I am here in existence. I feel like 45 is a big deal. I can't believe that I've been here for almost 45 years, and I don't really know what 45 is supposed to look like and sound like, but honey, I think it looks great. Okay. I have always been the type where I don't mind getting older. I'm excited to get older. I was talking about Raina earlier, and y'all could see, honey, the wisdom streaks are there. So, yeah, I'm just wondering what this next year will hold for me and what new things will happen. February historically is a time where amazing things happen in my life. February, usually there is some type of like big surprise or like some type of big blessing or like some type of huge encouragement that happens. So I am looking forward to whatever God is going to do for this 45th year of entry into the world. So I'm trying to think about it in advance and like be intentional about it. One of the things I did do the other day is I got an Amazon list together for different things that I do want for my birthday or things that I would like to have. Honestly, it's stuff on there like incense and essential oils and well, socks and maybe there's like a pair of earrings and like a purse. Like it is literally like just I would like to have these things or I need these things and I haven't had a chance to get them yet. But I did create a Amazon list, so I'll put that link into the chat. I also will say I am very much like anti-Amazon, but the reason I did it that way is because shipping is wild. So somebody sent me a package and it's been saying that it's gonna get delivered, that it's here in the country, and then they say that it was coming December 20th. It's January 14th. Ain't been no update. So I don't really know what's happening with that, and I have not really received like packages. So the most consistent way it seems is to be able to get things is through Amazon. So that is why I did the list. And yeah, so I'll share that. And if you are saying to yourself, oh my God, I would love to bless you, then I appreciate the blessings. I'll also share that my Cash App is $ Kimberland Jackson, and my Venmo is at Kimberland Jackson. I also appreciate any and all and every donation and all of that. Oh my God. The comment, Erica, she said, girl, why do I have a box of grits still sitting here from when you asked me to bring it on my visit? You know, it's funny. I actually have grits. There was a sorority sister of mine that came into Medellin and she brought me some grits and she also bought me barbecue shrimp seasoning from New Orleans because spices is not something that you're able to ship easily. It has to like come with the person. And she had reached out and she was like, "Hey, I'm gonna be there. What do you need?" And that is always like the largest gift. If you ever find yourself going somewhere and out of the country and you connect with people who are from the US, ask them if you can bring them something because it's like it's just like a kind of like pick me up, that you have your imported things. And yeah, so anyway, grits is not on the list because you can't ship it. But I do have a big old like 5 pound bag of grits. So I have grits for a while. So I'm excited about that. Matter of fact, I might eat some grits today. So that'll be cool. Um, so yeah, so I am preparing for this 45th year of life and I'll keep y'all posted. I want to do something special like I don't know, like do a 30-day vlog or something every day leading up to my birthday or something like that. Um, like I said, I'm really trying to find things in this level of consciousness that will make me excited to continue on another day. So I'm really trying to be intentional about that. For real, because it is necessary for my well being. I had a friend from college, or I have a friend from college who ran a marathon, y'all. Shout out to Tanya. 26.2 miles she ran. And I know that there are people that do this, and also I am not one of them. Amen. Running is definitely not something that I have found peace in, but a lot of people do. And I remember some years ago, she had like mentioned, oh, I'm getting into running and, all of that. And now this girl done ran a whole freaking marathon, a whole ass marathon. Okay. And so she had reached out in the group chat and set up like this website thing where people could call or leave a voice note and leave encouraging messages. And I was like, oh my God, this is the cutest idea. And I haven't had a chance to talk to her about like how those messages landed as she was, coming along. Um, but it was such a good idea to have that opportunity to leave support. And it made me ask myself, am I giving people the opportunity to support me? Because I know sometimes I don't. And sometimes, like, my coping mechanism, a lot of times, is just to like go inward. And I just be like I said earlier, oh, y'all don't like, y'all actually don't like me? No problem. Let me go. Oh, it's toxic over there? No problem, honey. Let me go over here. Like, I very much am a remove myself type of energy. And sometimes that also causes me to cut everybody off for a moment because I don't it's a lot that be happening, especially if there are relationships that you are like having a new awakening about where you really stand in that relationship. It kind of starts to shift. I'll use I statements. It kind of starts to shift my trust in some other relationships. So one of the things I had did recently is I went and I was looking back in text messages. And there are certain people like that I have tried to make myself very available to, and but their narrative is like I'm not available, even though I've tried like very intentionally. Here's my calendar link, here's my phone number, here's my this, here's my that. But the word on the street is, oh, I can't never get in touch with her because you gotta do this, and this, which I know is a lie because I talk to people often from the US. I talk to somebody from the US every single day, but I literally be on Zoom or like in text or on WhatsApp, like talking to people often. So I'm not hard to get in touch with. Like that's not difficult. So anyway, they really just don't for some reason feel like I don't know. I don't want to speculate. So anyway, Um, I was going back through text messages to see how many times I had asked to connect with certain people. And it was literally like, I was pissing myself off because I was literally like, hey, I value this relationship and like, I want us to connect and I hope to be able to speak with you soon. And this is when I'm available. And here's my calendar link. And I hope to be able to connect. And I hope you're all right and sending you good energy. And I hope everything is fine. And I hope you're okay. And I'm just trying to connect. And then I was just like, girl, they don't want to fucking connect with you, bitch. Clearly, they do not actually want to connect with you. Because if they did, girl, it would have happened by now. Because look at how many people you connect with consistently because they actually value your connection. They don't want to connect with you. So when that happens for me, it often makes me like kind of just shut everything down because now I'm like, how did I misread this? Or like, are there other relationships that I'm misreading? Again, remember, I'm autistic as fuck. So it's like maybe I am making this more than it is, right? So I find myself constantly being like, I'm just letting you know, like there are people that at the beginning of the year I was like, hey, I'm just letting you know I'm actively cutting people out of my life. So if you are actually wanting to be a part of my life, you're going to need to explicitly say that to me because your past actions have shown me that you actually don't want to be. So I'm about to go ahead on and release you. Like there are people that have gotten those types of conversations. There are other people where they just get blocked. Like your access just got removed. Because I've been realizing there's been a lot of monitoring spirits, yo. It's been a lot of monitoring spirits. And monitoring spirits are people that are like hanging around and leeching and just trying to get what they can get, but they don't have an actual relationship. And I decided I'm over that. I've decided I'm over that. I've decided I'm over that. So I have been actively looking for people to cut access away because It's interesting. We had a classmate who, or a schoolmate that we just found out yesterday passed away in September of 2025. And one of the things I said in the group chat is that I hope that she had people around her that knew, and that this wasn't a situation where so much time had passed and people are like just finding her and just finding out. And it's one of my biggest fears because I live by myself and I live in a foreign country. And because I have this tendency to insulate, especially when things get really, really hard and I just kind of just go away and be with myself. If something were to happen to me, who is going to actually know that something happened to me? And also, who even cares? Because it's always interesting when one of these situations happen. We had another schoolmate who was more famous that passed away a couple years ago, and she was gone for a while before anybody knew. And yet there were all these tribute posts that were happening on the internet, but these were people that claimed to actually be her friend, and y'all wasn't even like checking on her. And I don't want those kind of relationships. Like, I want relationships where people can hear my silence. I want relationships where we don't have to like talk every day, no, but we are actively making time to check in, and actively thinking about the other person. Like, I those are the kind of relationships that I want. I don't want relationships where you finding out on the internet that I died and you were supposed to be my friend. I don't like that. So it's made me be very, very introspective, but I also have to make sure that I am not cutting off everybody in the midst of realizing that some people are just getting off, or that I having this realization that this was never my person. And it's interesting because I am like such a I be caring about people. And like sometimes I be mad because like why do I even fucking care? Like but I be caring but I be caring about people. So it's always sobering when you realize like there are people that you thought that you care deeply about that actually don't feel that same way about you. And it's a part of life and it's a part of transition. I think it's also a part of the neurodivergent experience. And it's something that I choose to talk about because we don't be talking about it. And so then we're in our heads and we're creating narratives. And now it's a whole thing as opposed to just getting clarity. So I'm team clarity this year. I'm team clarity and I am team intentionality. And giving energy. There was something I posted the other day. It was like the people that bring peace into your life are the ones who should get the most time. That's what I posted. And that's what I'm on. That's what I'm on. And this space is one of those spaces where it brings me peace, it brings me joy, it helps me to feel connected. It helps me to feel seen. I feel like I'm making a difference with what I'm talking about and helping us to show up as better people, holding myself accountable to show up as a better person. This is a space that deserves that energy. And so everything that my work is centering around, and that's how I'm gonna end this on the projects that we have, right? So I talked about the healing circle, but a really big project that Shekinah and I have been working on. So Shekinah is also the brand bestie. So as you all have seen the advances over here in Minding My Black Ass Business and in Kimberland Jackson, that's all Shekinah. Okay. So she's really, really good at what she does. And she and I have partnered together to revamp and create an internship program that centers Black women. It's called Found Her Future. And we are currently in the process of seeking interns to be a part of the Found Her Future Collective internship program, where every intern will have the opportunity to experience Discover Your Destiny and really understand their spiritual gifts, understand who they are. I'll insert commercial here so that you're able to have more information about Discover Your Destiny. What if the thing you've always called too much was the exact thing God designed on purpose? This is for the ones who've always known they were different. Too sensitive, too loud, too knowing, too intuitive, too woo woo. But what if your sensitivity is actually your superpower? What if your intuition was your inheritance? Discover Your Destiny is a 10-week sacred journey back to yourself. We explore the design of your soul, your spiritual gifts, and the unique way that God speaks to you. This isn't church. It's not a rule book. It's not a performance. It's the moment you stop chasing approval and start walking in divine alignment. You'll gain clarity, language, and confidence around who you are and what you are here on the earth to do. You'll learn the real voice of God. And if you feel called to go on to become a certified intuitive melanated life coach, this is where that path begins. There are two ways to enter this sacred container: the Destiny track, full investments and coaching experience, or the Divine Exchange track, where internship meets soul work. You'll support podcasting, content creation, or brand development behind the scenes while learning how your unique gifts benefit the collective. Your knowing isn't a flaw, it's the fingerprint of God. This is your invitation, and I hope that you'll answer. But every single intern will have the opportunity to go through Discover Your Destiny so that they have a clear understanding of their purpose and their gifts and their talents and their passions and how all of those things align. And then they have the opportunity to work on some of the projects that we have. So I mentioned the Healing Circle. There's also the opportunity to get life coach certification. We also have podcasts that they can work on, and there are various spaces within that market. We also are looking specifically for people who want to support in the area of social media and content management and brand management and brand partnerships, right? So our goal this year is to be able to monetize all of this so that we are able to support this amazing work that we're doing. The qualifications: you have to be 18 and up. Again, this is catered towards Black women. We are open to women who are not Black applying, but you do have to understand that we are centering Black women and Blackness over here in this space. So if you don't align with that, then this is not the space for you. Really took a lot of intention in ensuring that we understand the women who are going to be applying and what it is that they want to do with their lives. Our goal is to not just provide the professional support, but also to provide the personal development that will allow us to show up in the fullness of our gifts and really create these oases, if you will, of safety for us, right? Everything that we do over at Minding My Black Ass Business, everything that I do as Kimberland Jackson is activism. And it is very, very important for you to understand that if you align yourself with me. It might not look like being on the front lines of a protest. It might look like editing a podcast to make sure that the people get the word out. It might look like getting your life coach certification so that the people that you come into contact with, that you're also able to support them in their transition. It might look like learning how to write a curriculum so that we're able to support our children so that they don't have to be subjected to what the education system is about to be. It's always been harmful, but now it's going to be that much more harmful, right? So I said all that to say that there is space for you, 18 and up. So 18 and up, right? This might be something that you're looking to find your own passion, change careers, what have you. We really want to be able to support you. So in order to apply, you go to tinyurl.com/found her future internship. And that is how you fill out the application. And we're really excited. We're excited to see the women that apply and how we can support them. And, I'm a firm believer in mentorship and reaching up and reaching back. That is supremely important for me. So, and supremely important for Shekinah. So, in this partnership, we are really just looking to show up and support the folks who know that they need to do something different. That was it. Most importantly, y'all, I really, really, really would like for you to come over to the Patreon. If you cannot afford the $5 a month, there is a free version, so you can join free, and I still try to put out information to the free Patreon. I said that to say I'm not really going to be on social media like that for real, a lot like that no more, not me, actual me. So that stuff is going to be very much automated. So if you are looking to actually connect and converse and all of that, I need you to go to patreon.com/minding my black ass business. Again, you are able to join the free version. You also can get a free trial if you go through the inner circle. It'll give you a 7-day free trial. And then after that, it's $5 a month. If you have the $5 a month to invest, I would deeply appreciate it. It helps because the plan is for those who have content that live in the Mind of My Black Ass universe to be able to receive a percentage of those funds, right? We want to be able to pay people and compensate people for creating content and being here, and we do that with the support of you. So as you are thinking about how you want to allocate your funds this year, I would love for you to support what we are building over here at Minding My Black Ass Business. All right, all right. I think I'm gonna quote myself today. And the quote that I want to use is every step in the right direction is a step in the right direction, no matter how small. As we are going through this time of navigating again this severance of what it looks like to be in the world, but then also have our personal peace within the world, it's important to acknowledge the things that we are doing to stabilize ourselves, even if they feel small. So, as you are making those accommodations to support yourself, know that you're doing that with the intention of giving yourself the best opportunity to have a successful day, to have a successful week, to have a successful project, right? Every step in the right direction is a step in the right direction, no matter how small. So I want all of us to be more intentional about marking those small things because a lot of small steps lead up to something. Okay. So as we are moving in the directions, I'm excited to be back. I appreciate y'all again for hanging out with me. This is going to live premiere on Saturday. So again, I'm going to put some edits and things up in there so that you all get a new viewing experience. But shout out to the inner circle, to the chat, who is here with me and hanging out. If you want to be able to hang out with us during the recording, you got to come on over to the Patreon. Again, patreon.com/minding my black ass business. Come into the archive or join through the free inner circle option where you get a 7-day free trial. All right, y'all. I think that's it. That's all. Thank you for listening to the Frolicking Truth, where joy meets justice and our nervous systems get free. Please be sure to like, rate, and comment. Subscribe to the YouTube page, Minding My Black Ass Business, and follow me on all social platforms. Until next time, bye. Hey, look at me with the new set. Oh. Let me upgrade, yeah. The lighting is popping down here. Hey, y'all. I'm Kimberland, and this is the Frolicking Truth, a soft space for Black women who are tired, brilliant, and ready to heal. Here, joy meets justice. We calm our Black-ass nervous systems, we unmask, and we leave behind whatever that is trying to kill us. You're seen here. You're safe here. and you don't have to do this alone. If you are watching live right now, we are in the live chat. So this premieres on Saturdays at 11 a.m. Eastern. We're in the live chat. So come and click where it says live chat and come down into the chat with us, and you can ask questions. I'm in there. Other people from the community are there. So come on into the live chat, baby. And chat, y'all go ahead and drop some sunflowers in the chat, okay? Because, yeah. Hey y'all, come on in, find a comfortable spot, and take a seat. I am grateful to have you here with me today for episode 35 of the Frolicking Truth podcast for Black women who are tired, brilliant, and ready to heal, where joy meets justice and our nervous systems get free. It is okay if you don't identify with any of those descriptors. It just means that when you come ready to listen, ready to learn, and ready to support. My name is Kimberland, and I often just be throwing y'all in here in the middle of a conversation because I be hanging out with the inner circle during this recording. So they are here with me and chiming in the chat. So we're usually having some type of conversation before I'm like, all right, enough of that. Let's get started. So sometimes I give you all insight into what those conversations are because we want you to come and hang out with us. All right. So the inner circle is my special area of the archive. And the archive is our Patreon. That is where the Mind in My Black Ass Business universe lives. And that is where we are fostering deep community, sharing resources, sharing different types of videos and things to get us activated. We have all sorts of different collections that are there in the archive, such as the Sunflower Path or the Change Corridor or my special area, the Inner Circle. And then we have various podcasts that live here in the Mind of My Black Ass Business universe. You can see all of that in the archive. All right. So come on and be a keeper with us in the archive. You decide what you're going to keep. You might want to keep recipes or keep music or keep culture alive, child, or keep history, girl, because they're deleting it every day. You understand? So yeah, go to patreon.com/mind of my black ass business, and that is how you are able to connect. Speaking of Mind of My Black Ass Business, I have the OG Mind of My Black Ass Business cropped hoodie on. And I put this on this morning. So this came about, I didn't start Mind of My Black Ass Business until 2021. But in that time, this is the same hoodie that I've had from the very beginning. And if you go back and look at pictures of me back then, I looked a lot different. I had a lot more mass about me. So it's funny to like still have this with me because I've had to like crop it off more, and now it's just like super, super oversized and all of that because I have left the US, and shout out to capitalism, I have been able to actually not live in a toxic environment every single day, every single day, every single day. Amen. So, anyway, just wanted to share that. Now, my feet are falling asleep right now. All right. So, I'm going to have to do some adjusting, and y'all just adjust with me. But the one thing I want to say, y'all see my new background? Y'all see me down here in the studio. So let's get into let's get into the Auntie check-in, y'all. So the Auntie check-in is the segment where I talk about what is happening in my life and in my world. And one of the things that has been happening in my world is I have been desperately, I don't want to say desperately, let me use a different word. You know what word I'm going to use? My word for 2026. I'm going to use the word intentional. I have been intentionally setting up my space to help me bring the projects that I have in my brain to life. And one of the biggest things was setting up my workspace. So I had been working upstairs, and It's cool, it's comfortable, but it was never really the intention. It kind of just was because there were a lot of other factors that were going on. See Fridgegate. I just finished updating the Patreon on that. But yeah, so there were a whole lot of other things that were standing in the way of me actually setting up my workspace. But and y'all know I was sick over the holidays. So now that I'm a person again, and now that I'm able to see and function, I was like, let me get my workspace together. Now, I will say, y'all don't never know what the behind the scenes be looking like, child. One of the comments said, that's because you over there folded up. I am. And I never realized how much I be folded up until somebody pointed it out and was like, you really be sitting over there just crisscross applesauce. I really do. I'd be crisscross applesauce, just like this or like so anyway, my workspace is pretty, how do I want to call it right now, innovative right now. Okay, but I'm liking it. The lighting is really popping down here. It's right next to the nice light source, and I'm feeling it. I'm feeling the natural light vibes. It's feeling like hello, good morning. That's a Diddy song. I don't want to sing that. Is feeling like good morning, good morning. That's a PJ Morton song. That brings better vibes. So yeah, so that is one of the biggest things that I have been doing because I really have to establish my routines. I really have to make sure. I don't know if I shared it last week. Also, y'all, I'm an auntie. I'm about to be 45, y'all, and I don't be remembering stuff. Okay. So if I say stuff again, just act like it's the first time. Thanks. Appreciate it. So anyway, I don't know if I mentioned this in one of the last episodes, but I really I have decided that for this year, I have to really be intentional about taking my medicine. I did talk about this because we talked about plant-based medicine last time. Um, I really have to be intentional about taking my medicine. It's almost like I was talking to one of my friends the other day, and I was like, it feels like I am tagging God in for the day. And that is important because it feels like at night, like I be having to hold it. I know I don't, but it just be feeling like at night, like it's all right, you gotta go to sleep. But then when I wake up, it's like I need to tag God in, like it's your turn. All right, what we doing today? And the gateway to that happening is making sure that I take my medicine. So when I do take my medicine, it's like the lights come on in my brain, and then everybody's like, "All right, we're ready for the day." It really is wild, and it really does feel like severance, but it is what it is. And instead of judging myself about it, I just have chosen to accept that is the steps that I need in order to get my day started. So, along with that, now once I wake up and I get ready, now I come downstairs. So it's like I'm going to the office and I need that transition. I need to like actually have to physically do the things. So it's really been helping so far. And I have my tea over here, and I've got my water. Okay. Now, usually are y'all like multiple drink type people? Because ideally I would have tea, water, and a smoothie. So I would have three things that I'm drinking. Do y'all do that too? Tell me in the comments. I feel like that's a neurodivergent thing, but I don't know what brand of neurodivergence do that. But I feel like that's a thing. But anyway, I have like my whole little setup, and it's very humble, despite not humble beginnings, but it's also very functional and feasible because y'all see me popping, girl. So yeah, so that is the biggest thing that I have been working on. Y'all also see Raina. So Raina got washed yesterday, and so you see the curls are popping. Whenever my hair is like growing, 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 it means it's time to wash it because it's getting dry and it's also probably getting tangled. So it was time to get that together. So, Raina got a refresh or whatever. So you know, she's doing what she's doing and just hanging out and being cute or whatever. So I am excited for that in her. I was tempted to cut Raina this week. I didn't clearly, but I definitely was tempted to do that because seriously, to what end are we are we going to with this hair thing? Like to what end? To what end? I look at people like I don't know if y'all follow creators like Chase and Mello, but like Mello has so much hair like all down her back. I don't know that that is my goal. Or like Jayla Brene, like their curly hair is so beautiful and also oh my God, it's so much hair. And so for me, one. I'm like, how much hair products do I have to use? That's literally probably like the main thing. But then second is just like, girl, Raina, girl, what is how long we doing this, girl? What's your goal? You know? So we shall see. We shall see. Stay tuned or whatever. I would like to get a professional haircut soon, but I really have to do research, especially here in Medellin. Now, mind you, there are black people here in Medellin, but Medellin is mainly like white though like there are black areas. Anyway, focus. So that's the Raina update. All right. And you see she got a little movement over. Okay, enough. Now, let's get into some updates. So, let's do our subscriber update. I realized last week I didn't actually share the numbers since we've been back. This is season 2, 2026, right? So, we're still keeping the party going. And again, with intentionality, we only want people here that are intentionally wanting to be here, okay? So, we are team quality over quantity. So, we currently have 1,577 quality subscribers who are hanging out with us here in the Mind of My Black Ass Business universe. So shout out to all of you. Welcome to our new subscribers. This is the Frolicking Truth. This is only one of the podcasts and shows that we have here on the Mind of My Black Ass Business Network. And this just so happens to be mine, Kimberland, the founder. So welcome, welcome, welcome. Excited to have you. I'm not going to sing you a song or make you stand up or anything like that, but I would love for you to at least leave us a comment and say hi. You can also include in that and say I'm a new subscriber or what have you, but please do go ahead and leave us a comment and say hi so that we are able to welcome you. We will also love to get you connected to the Patreon. Again, the Patreon is called the Archive, and there is a free version of the Patreon. So I want y'all to know and understand that Kimberland Jackson is trying to get up off of social media. You understand? Listen, I am doing my best to figure out the systems to be able to continue to put out the information, but I'm going to be in the Patreon, y'all. That's where I am updating things and people, and like that's going to be my personal social media within the archive, which is the greater social media. Because this is the thing, I want y'all to know that social media is compromised right about now. And I don't know at what level of understanding that, you know, you might be understanding that, but the people that own every social media outlet and every media outlet in the US are highly propagating those platforms. So for me, someone who is an activist and someone who is very vocal about what the hell is going on in this world is not really the safest place to be all the time. So a lot of those conversations are having to shift into the archive because those are people that are actually signing up and saying, girl, yes, we need to talk about the things. I need to know the things. And not just the world is crumbling things either. Things about healing and things about frolicking and like all of that is relevant. So anyway, I said all that to say, child, my relationship with social media right now is it's a situation ship. Okay, it's a situation ship. So I'm gonna be in the Patreon. So come over. You again, there's a free option. You can join for free and you'll still get notifications when I put out things. Some things might be locked, but you'll still get those notifications. And then when you are willing, please go ahead and upgrade for $5 a month. That supports everything that we do here in this universe, including the Frolicking Truth. We also have the podcast So You Don't Put Syrup on Your Grilled Cheese. That is my podcast with my cousin Kalanda. And then we have a new podcast that that is premiering very soon called From Auntie with Love. So I'm going to go ahead and drop a commercial here for that.
I don't know if y'all can tell it now, but we're excited.
Hey y'all, welcome to From Auntie with Love, a sisterverse of Black women reimagining life together.
They told me to put a pinch of brown sugar.
Who is they?
Sugar is
Who
even
is they?
She's like a cookout.
I'm trying to think back.
Dinner, right?
You don't want to like go to a lounge? Four aunties in different seasons of life with stories to tell, thoughts to spill, wisdom to drop, and side eyes to give.
That's how we'll have a mindful moment, a mindful booty moment.
Okay.
I'll lead us through a mindful booty moment.
One of my newfound commandments is that I will hold space for change and forgiveness.
Do not show up to anywhere that I do not know that you are coming, especially my house.
You're gonna find me with a drink high in the air in one hand and my body low.
Yeah. Let's get into the conversations that don't usually make it to the table, but they should, with love. Always. So, baby, let me tell you, we did a behind the scenes the other day with the aunties, and it was a time. It was a time. I cannot wait till these episodes drop. We are a good time. It is funny. You talk about laughing and hilarity, and we don't always be agreeing on the things. So it's just so interesting to see so many different perspectives and to be able to have these conversations. Because, child, we trying to help the nieces, the nephews too, child, but definitely the nieces. Okay, we trying to listen, y'all tap in. All right. Speaking of that, I need to share a comment that I got the other day before we get into I still have a couple more announcements. So wait, hold on. But let me share this comment that I just got the other day. And this is from somebody that I actually knew in 2016. We actually went to church together. Now, I'm not going to reveal who the person is, their name or whatever, because, baby, the block is hot down there to that church. Okay? That's a lot of what we're going to talk about today. Okay? But anyway, let me share what they said. So I had just recently, again, on So You Don't Put Syrup on Your Grilled Cheese, we had a Ask an Auntie submission about a man named Snacks. All right. Now, you're going to have to go back. I'm going to put a little snippet in here so that you can see what we was talking about. But you're going to have to go back and watch what we said and, you know, the whole situation and all of that. But I'm going to put the letter in here from Snacks. So our next submission is called Big Talk Empty Pantry.
Okay.
Hi, aunties. I'm 24, Black, Caribbean, college educated, master's degree secured, and freshly employed in my first real big girl job. Period.
It is.
Direct deposit is depositing. Life is lifing, and yet here I am. Girl, I don't date often, girl. Here we go, y'all. Buckle up. See what I'm talking about? These men folks. I don't date often, but I took an interest in a man. We're going to call him Snacks because that name feels prophetic right now. We work for the same company, different states, different office sites. He comes into town for work, and I, optimistic, soft, believing in love, let him stay at my place. From the moment I met him, Snacks was talking. Big talk, big promises. I'll fly you out. You should come visit me. I got you. Bragging like a man, auditioning for Provider the Musical. Now tell me why this man came into my house and ate every single one of my snacks. Aunties, not regular snacks, not, oh, I'll grab more later snacks. These were imported snacks from my home country, limited edition, emotionally significant. Snacks you ration because you don't know when you will see them again. Snacks that taste like home. So then I made a follow-up video because after the show, I wound up on the phone with a man trying to play devil's advocate for Snacks And I was, first of all, not really understanding why you spending so much energy trying to play devil's advocate, because he felt like we were harsh in our advice to our good Caribbean niece that had messaged us, that had put the asking auntie. So now we on the phone and he's trying to tell me about all the reasons why Snack's motto wasn't wrong. So then I just had to boil down to, sir, do you agree with this man? Or like what is we doing right here? Right? Because this is the other thing. I'm not a like to argue type of person. Some people like to argue, like they do that for fun. Now, I love a discussion, and in discussions, sometimes there may be a disagreement or difference of opinion, and then you kind of talk through that or just agree to disagree, depending on what it is. But like intentionally going into situations to play devil's advocate, I don't do that. Like, why are you wanting to do that? I don't understand. So I was already confusion about that, of like, why are we spending so much energy trying to play devil's advocate about something that is clearly out of pocket? I don't get it. So then I was like, what would you say to this young man as a man? What would you say to this young man to advise him? And then he was like, I would tell him that he moving wrong. So there was a whole, because what does that even mean? You moving wrong. So I said, what does that mean? Moving wrong how? He moving wrong. So you repeating what you just said did not give further clarity to what you said. So what does that mean that he's moving wrong? So then he goes through this whole thing of basically telling me that if he said that to a man, that a man would know what he meant. Now, I decided to put it out to the internet because in my world, if someone is moving wrong, they clearly don't know the right way to move. So why would you not just explicitly tell them the right way to move instead of talking in a riddle? But also, I don't speak man, and I don't be down there in that maniverse like that. Okay, but I wanted to try to understand. Okay, so anyway, this person, this man that sent me this message was giving me further insight. So this man that is messaging me, he is probably in his late 40s, as well. He has a daughter in her early 20s. Okay, so that's the context. Let me grab this comment in the chat before I read this. The comment says, "This is exactly why I try to stay out of men's business because what?" And this is the thing. Obviously, I try to stay out of men's business, but when your business starts to impact us, get your shit together. And I mean that from my toes. Because as women, we are very, I know this is a generalized statement. Women are more likely to do the introspective work and to have deeper relationships with people than men. And men hide behind, in my humble opinion, they hide behind a lot of ineffective communication that is not clear. And that also causes them not to hold each other accountable. Because what the hell are you even holding somebody accountable to if all you can say to them is you moving wrong and there's no fucking context? Men make a lot of assumptions, in my opinion, instead of getting clear on the facts and understanding. And so now, because of that, you bringing your toxic ass into our spaces. And that's what I'm talking about. Okay, so I go down there and say what I got to say sometimes, and then I very quickly get the hell up out of there because it's a toxic ass place to be. But anyway, so let's get back to this comment. Okay, here we go. He said, Kimberland, I really love your content and how unapologetically Black and beautiful, comfortable in my own skin that it gives. As a father of a 20-something-year-old, your content, I feel, is something she needs to see. And not just her, but all Black princesses like her. And I really appreciated that because that is why I do what I do. Right. I said that, we be talking to the nieces. This is a place for Black women who are tired, brilliant, and ready to heal. Right. Also, You're also welcome if you don't identify that way, as long as you come in ready to listen, ready to learn, and ready to support. Not coming to play devil's advocate. Because this is the thing. I wrote down some notes of what it could have sounded like. Okay. It could have sounded like, let me listen so I won't be that man. It could have sounded like, that is a really interesting perspective. I've never thought about that before, or I've never thought about it through that lens before. But the whole is not all men and playing devil's advocate, I can't. That tells me that you are not accountable. That tells me that you are very disconnected from the impact of your actions on other people, and therefore you are not a safe person. Not for me. You might be for somebody else, but not for me and anybody connected to me, right? So anyway, I really appreciated that comment because I try my best to help young women find the words and the agency to not have to put up with the type of shit that we had to put up with, and definitely not the type of shit that our grandmothers had to put up with. Okay. We generation cycle breakers over here. We are team boundaries and effective communication over here. Okay. So y'all better try to pick up these nuggets instead of trying to play devil's advocate and find a reason for why trifling behavior is okay. Okay. And hold your men people accountable. All right. Done with that. But also, I love men. I love men. This is how I know that sexuality is not a choice. Because if I were sexually attracted to women, there is no possible way I'd be over here in this maniverse. I'm telling you, not. Not with the type of women that's walking around looking like the way they walking around. Baby, baby, do y'all see how these women be walking around here? Just fine and gorgeous and beautiful and smelling like cocoa butter and hibiscus and baby. This is how I know that sexuality is not a choice. But also, women can also recognize other women's beauty. That's something else that men can't do. They can't acknowledge that a man is handsome. But let me get out of the man's business. All right, so let me see what else I have going on here. Oh, so the Patreon has increased to 61 members. Okay. So people are coming over into the Patreon and finding the Patreon. And one of the things that I found out in this situation is that the Patreon and people, I guess, in general, and definitely men, like yoga for different reasons, I'm sure. So I had uploaded a video to Patreon and I was like, when is the last time that you stretched? Why somebody was trying to shoot their shot in the comments talking about, what do you say? I don't mind having a workout partner. So, hey, relax. Okay, relax. It's literally just yoga. But come to find out, their brains go elsewhere. But that's just one of the things that you're able to access within the archive is stuff like the healing circle. So while the healing circle is not open to men, it is only open to Black women. Okay. The healing circle is a space where we actually do yoga. And one of the things that I have said to myself is I want to be intentional in getting my flexibility back. Y'all, I was a dancer. Okay, I was a dancer. I danced in high school. I danced in college. In college, I was co-captain of the dance team. Um, and there have been a series of injuries along the way. Like I hurt my knee at one point, I pulled a muscle at another point, and like all of that. But like my flexibility is trash these days. So I really said I want to be more intentional in stretching. And one of the reasons why I recorded is because we don't be stretching our muscles, man. We do not be stretching. And we need to do that. That is a part of our health and our balance and like all of that. So, because I haven't been stretching, I feel like the differences in my ankles are like, our arthritis be sneaking in and such. So, anyway, I've been being more intentional about that, and I have been recording it for accountability, but also as an invitation for people to come. So I do want to give you a official invitation, if you are a Black woman, to come and join us in the Healing Circle. The Healing Circle is a space for us to hang out in community as Black women and really just honor each other and not feel like we have to over explain stuff. People come with various things that they're healing. Some people are healing from relationships or healing their bodies or healing their relationship with themselves. Like there are so many different things that women come wanting to heal. But the point is, we're holding collective space for each other. It's 11:11. Make a wish. And it shall be so. But anyway, the Healing Circle is a space where men are not, so we can do our yoga freely. It happens the second Saturday of every month. So we also take time during every Healing Circle to have some type of discussion topic. So for January, we talked about morning routines and the importance of morning routines and how to hold ourselves accountable. In February, we're going to talk about self-love. So we'll be talking about the different things that we do to figure out how to love ourselves so we don't allow people into our spaces that don't love us better than us. Right? Because that's what happens is that we don't know how to love ourselves. So then we allow dysfunctional and toxic love into our space, not realizing that I would never even treat myself like this. So we have to repair our relationship with our so that we are able to truly understand how to love ourselves the way that God loves us. Then no trash individual will be able to come in and love us any differently. So that's one of the things that we're going to talk about on our next healing circle. So the next healing circle is on Saturday, February 14th at 10:30 Eastern. Okay. Now, usually the Frolicking Truth premieres at 11, but the Frolicking Truth is going to premiere at noon that day. All right. So we're going to have the Healing Circle at 10:30, and then we'll have the Frolicking Truth live premiere at noon. Now, this is the other thing y'all need to know. That's my birthday. I'm turning 45. Oh my God. I'm turning 45 on Saturday, February 14th, Valentine's Day. And I want y'all to come and join me. So if you are a Black woman, please register for the Healing Circle on February 14th. It's a gift to yourself. It's also a gift to me. You can register at tinyurl.com/Black Women Healing Circle. tinyurl.com/Black Women Healing Circle. And I would love for you to join me as a birthday present to me, for you, and from you to me, because I always get something out of sharing space with other women. So that's your official invitation to come and join me. Okay. One more thing is the Sisterhood Heals book study is going to be starting soon. So if you would like to get on that interest list, please go to tinyurl.com/sisterhood heals. Sisterhood Heals is the book that was written by Dr. Joy Harden Bradford, the founder of Therapy for Black Girls. There are interactive questions and discussion points and like so much to help us repair our relationship with each other as women, because there's also been a lot of toxicity that we have absorbed from the way that the world operates and how we view each other. So we really have to be able to see each other's spirit in each other's heart and repair that relationship with each other. So we're also going to be taking on that work really soon. So again, if you want to get on that interest list, go to tinyurl.com/sisterhood heals. All right, I think that's it with the announcements. All right, I've had enough. Okay, but it's a lot that be going on, so I've been needing to tell y'all. Okay, cool. So frolicking in the feed this week, in the past couple weeks, they've been doing this 2016 challenge. And I had to like really go ask myself, what was I doing in 2016 and what was happening like in the world in 2016, and like how am I processing this? One thing I know that happened in 2016 is Trump got elected the first time. Okay, so I definitely was seeing writing on the walls because that started my kind of like, so y'all really doing this? Like, this is wild, wild. And this country is not who this country presents itself to be, but it's a very different country. So that's one of the things that was happening in 2016 for me. We had already experienced Trayvon Martin and Tamir Rice and like all of that. So I was on my journey to wokeness. I was also very much in the church. Okay. So in 2016, I was at this church, and I'm going to talk about that in a little bit. I was preparing to become an actor and a model. So I was in my acting and modeling training with Actors, Models, and Talent for Christ. And I was figuring out what that meant and learning how to operate in these spaces. So I want to show y'all a couple pictures that were present from then. So one of the first things that you see is that, baby, I had that relaxer. You understand me? And I had a relaxer from the time that I was 10 up until the time I was 30. So almost 30 years, I had a relaxer. I was very much into fashion. Again, I was modeling at the time, and I really loved African print clothing. So this is one of my favorite pictures. I used to love those. They were like neon yellow heels. Oh, baby. I was picking it up and putting it down. I was a homeowner at the time, so this is in my house, and I had that house for 10 years. And so, I was out here doing the things. I had taken a photo shoot. One of my friends at the time gifted me on my birthday in 2016 with this photo shoot. You can again see here I have on the blue heels, baby. I used to have me some heels. You understand me? Okay, honey. And so, anyway, this photo shoot was one of the first photo shoots that I took, and I actually used a lot of the pictures from this photo shoot to start the first time that I published Discover Your Destiny. So, I was in the process of writing Discover Your Destiny and refining what that journey looked like and all of that. This is one of my headshots from 2016 that I took when I was preparing for the showcase. So after my acting and modeling training, we went to this showcase called Shine. And at Shine, you had a lot of agencies and people from the industry that were there looking for new talent. And so this was one of my headshots that I had during that time. And you can see, baby, that bob was bobbing, okay? Because one thing sis always had was hair. You see the smiles, the comments said, come on, smiles, baby, listen. I was eating it down, okay? I was eating it down. So this is a behind the scenes picture from that photo shoot. The photo shoot was at Gaylord Palms in Orlando. And again, they have photographers, really good photographers from the industry to come out and to make sure everybody had their headshots set up and all of the things. So it was really, really, really a cool experience during that time. So Shine was it was like school, right? It was like acting and modeling school. And so, or AMTC, the program was like acting and modeling school. So you had to pay for it. Now, granted, it was a pay what you pray. So I don't remember how much I had prayed about, but nonetheless, you had to pay for it. And one of the ways that I paid for it was by creating a t-shirt. So I created the Be Bold, Be You movement. And there are a few different t-shirts actually. And I honestly don't really talk about this was my first like t-shirt line, if you will. I don't really talk about it too often anymore. And it kind of lives on the site that I don't really visit anymore. But Be Bold, Be You came about because I really was just wanting to honor I think I told y'all about the audition that I had for MTC, and I had auditioned with the chief serving officer. And one of the things that she said to me was, you like try to go into places and shrink, and you need to stop doing that, basically. So I was trying to really embody this boldness that I knew was inside of me. So I created the Be Bold, Be You movement. So there's Be Bold, Be Amazing, and Be Bold, Be Inspirational. So you can see both of those shirts here. And I did a campaign, and people all over the country that I was connected to bought the shirts to help me to raise money for my acting and modeling training. So some of them are pictured here. So that is what I was doing in 2016. I was also in the church. Okay. So I wasn't listening to secular music at this time. I was very much trying to be a better Christian and closer to God. And so I wasn't cursing. I wasn't listening to any secular music. I actually was a Sunday school teacher at the time, and I was teaching the young adults in church. And I was teaching the Sunday school teachers because, Sunday school teachers are not teachers. They're literally just people that's like they handed them something and now they're sitting there reading. Like they're not actual teachers. And because I am not just an educator, I am someone who teaches teachers how to teach. That was my service to them. So I taught the Sunday school teachers, and at the same time, like I mentioned, I was also working on Discover Your Destiny. So I was compiling that into an actual book and an actual journey and process, and making it make sense, right? So I also was very much in tune with my spiritual gifts and getting in tune with my spiritual gifts. So I had learned by this time that I have a prophetic and apostolic calling, and I understood what that meant. And I'll just go ahead and say here for anyone who may be wondering, so a prophet is a heart revealer. That is someone who helps people understand God's voice, understand the heart of God, the true heart of God, not the God that they try to tell us is sitting up in heaven about to strike us down with lightning bolts, because that's not who God is. Not the God that everything is going to send you to hell if you wear lipstick or earrings or whatever other religious situation that happened. Not a God that's throwing lap cloths all over you as soon as you walk in a place. Not this God is not filled with judgment. Like that's not God. God. So I was understanding who God was, and therefore understood. I'm very much a prophet and somebody who helps other people to understand that. Prophets also share what is on God's heart, right? So sometimes prophets have great news that they need to share, and it's wonderful, and it's like, oh, you should start this business, or I see, this in your future, or whatever. And then also a lot of times prophets talk about the things that people don't want to talk about. So if you have been paying attention to Kimberland Jackson, that's me, or the Frolicking Truth, or any space by social media, any space that I've been in, I've been ringing the alarm. Ring the alarm. I've been doing this too long. I'll be damned if I let y'all sit up here and think that the world is not crumbling when it is crumbling every single day, right? So I've been talking about this for a while, and oftentimes prophets are early with the things that they say, and therefore often exiled because people ain't trying to hear that shit. Okay, so I understood that. Apostles are people who go into spaces to establish. So apostles in the biblical days, their job was to go into new cities and communities, towns, whatever areas, and establish churches. So apostles have to know how to operate in all of the gifts. And just for the sake of being thorough, let me give you the five. So the five are apostle, prophet, evangelist, teacher, and pastor. Okay, so apostles have to know how to do all of that because they go into the church, make sure that the church is established, everything is operational. Y'all good, y'all great, y'all got y'all systems, everything we good, we ready for the people. Y'all good, y'all good. All right, and I'm out. And they move on to the next place. And so what I have been thinking, every 3 to 4 years, there was some kind of something that was happening that caused me to shift my grade level or shift my school or shift my position. I'm thinking something is wrong with me because at the time, mind you, the communication that we're getting from our elders was very much like, you go to that job, you work that job for 20, 30 years, you retire, and now that's that, right? But that's not what life was looking like. So I'm like, damn, what the hell wrong with me? Why I can't stay nowhere or do whatever? And when I say stay nowhere or do whatever, I'm still in the same school district. A lot of the time I was at the same school, but there was some kind of something that was happening that was moving me out of a place where I was comfortable into another place. I'm thinking I'm defective. Meanwhile, God is like, girl, you wasn't never supposed to stay. You was just supposed to go do that, get them good to go, and then move on to the next thing. So as I was writing Discover Your Destiny and again going through the journey of Discover Your Destiny, I told y'all that came out of me trying to get out of that abusive relationship. I was understanding who I was, right? So I'm very aware in 2016 that these are my spiritual gifts, that God has clearly called me into entertainment, and this is what I'm supposed to be doing. All right. Now, I also told y'all I'm in this church. Okay. Now, this church has a woman pastor, which in the grand scheme of pastoring is rare for there to be a woman pastor. Now, I grew up full gospel Baptist. So Bishop Paul S. Morton was my pastor growing up, and then his wife, Deborah B. Morton, was the co-pastor. Okay. So I've seen women pastors, and in full gospel, there were women pastors. This church was supposedly a part of full gospel. So I'm not surprised to see a woman pastor. Also, side note, Paula White used to be my pastor too, child, before she went MAGA. I'm sure it was always there, but she was my pastor for a minute too. But I wasn't close to her, okay, because that was a mega church. But this church was a smaller church, right? Okay, so I meet the pastor. The pastor is educated and degreed and seemingly connected, and down to earth, and took like a special interest in me. So one of the things that I noticed with this pastor is that she was like trying to be my mama. And I have a mother. I don't have a relationship with my mother anymore because I've chosen to go non-contact because she needs help. She needs a lot of help. But I have a mother. I know where she is. I'm not looking for a mother. There was another lady at the time that was also at the church that I was friends with, that the pastor was like, that was her daughter. So they used to call each other mama and daughter and all that. That's on y'all. That lady also did not have a relationship with her birth mother or her adopted mother. So she technically never had a mother. Right. So they formed that relationship. So then the pastor trying to get me to also like be her other daughter. And that was just always weird to me because I'm not your daughter, especially when you are exhibiting behaviors that are toxic, right? Now, it took me a little bit to pick up on it, but what started happening was a whole lot of what they call triangulation. So triangulation is basically like being two-faced and like you telling this person this and then that person is talking to this person about that person. And so the two of y'all talking about this one and the two of them talking like this too much. I don't like this. Right. So I'm also in 2016 in therapy and I'm talking to my therapist about like the dysfunctionality because I was also trying to get out of this abusive relationship. Right. And this man is the praise and worship leader at the church. Okay. And mind you, this is a redeeming quality of this pastor before I get to her. She is the pastor that said, y'all need to go to individual counseling. So she's the reason why I started going to counseling. And she was the one who said, y'all need to stop having sex. And that's when I started. I was celibate for 8 years. So during this time, I was celibate as well. Trying to be a good Christian, trying to clean my system, trying to get free from all of this that I've been going through. And so I come to the understanding that the pastor is a big part of the issue, right? So God kind of gives me that revelation while I am in therapy, like figuring all of this out. So I'm doing the acting and modeling training or whatever, and I'm gonna like fast forward to tell you how this ends. Okay, so because it ended then in 2017. So I'm doing an active modeling training, but I'm also at the church teaching Sunday school, teaching the Sunday school teachers. I am on the praise and worship team. I'm over social media, so I'm building out their social media department. I redesigned the church logo and marketing. So I'm doing all of this, right? Fast forward 2017. So the end of 2016, this might have happened in 2016, now that I think about it. This might have happened in 20. Okay. So January 2017, I have my Shine showcase. So that is where I stood in front of all of the people from the industry and did my presentations. I did a commercial. Are you dealing with damaged, frizzy hair, dry skin, or cracked lips this winter season? Or maybe you've run out of salad dressing, coffee creamer, or furniture polish. Either way, I've got the perfect solution for you: coconut oil. It's the creative answer to life's pesky problems. I did a modeling event. Kimberland Jackson, 5 feet 3 inches. I'm a certified educator and life coach, and I recently wrote my first stage play. I did a few different like script reading things or all of that. Have you ever tried to get off the phone with someone who just doesn't get it? Every time you say, "All right, I'll let you go," they just don't want to be let go. So I came up with a plan. Say something really interesting. "Girl, did I tell you?" And then you just go silent. They think your phone died. Works like a charm every time. What's this cookie doing on my desk? Take it away.
Okay, you're looking right at the person you're talking to and reading what's going on in their face, and you really like what you see going on in their face.
What's this cookie doing on my desk? Take it away. Out of Shine, I got an agent. I left Shine with an agent, so I was signed to an agent. Also, side note, for anybody who is wondering about acting and or modeling, and you're wondering if you need an agent, the answer is no. Agents are only as good as the projects that they receive. And that's only as good as their network. So what happened with me, I'm living in Tampa at the time. This was very much like a Miami market. So they're not looking for people who look like me. They're looking for Hispanic, maybe curly hair, but usually Hispanic, white presenting, big booty. Like that's the image that they're trying to promote. They weren't really looking for people who look like me. Whereas a market like Atlanta, for instance, would have definitely been looking for people like me. So a lot of the work that I did in both acting and modeling, I found on my own, independent from my agent. I did get some things through the agent, but it wasn't a lot. So that's just a side note for you to know. All right. So anyway, so I do Shine. It's really great. I get my agent. Now I'm in the industry. Now I'm doing things, right? Somewhere around this time, I feel like it had to be late 2016. I took the pastor out to dinner because I wanted to let her know that God had told me that I'm about to move into entertainment. I didn't really know what that meant at the time. I just knew that that's what God had told me. So I take her out to dinner and I'm like, hey, I've been doing my acting and modeling training and my showcase is coming up and I'm really excited about that. I also wanted to let you know that I'm going to soon be leaving the church because God is sending me into the industry and I have no idea where that's going to lead, but I'm really excited. And that lady said to me, God don't want you in the wilderness. And I was so confused. Because who finna be in the wilderness, sis? I know God. What are you talking about right now? So she's like, God don't want you in the wilderness. As if to say that I don't talk to God. Like as if to say that God needed to tell her to tell me. Like I don't have God on the hotline. Like I have the main line. Girl, what is you talking about right now? I don't really remember what I said to her during that time, besides, I know God. So I don't know what you're talking about. I remember I said that. But I don't really remember what else I said to her specifically. What I do know I said to myself is, okay, God, I see you. Because God had told me to take her out to dinner and tell her this, but God did not tell me what her response was going to be. Child, let me fast forward and let you know that lady. So I wound up leaving the church. I wound up leaving the church in like April of 2017. So the last thing that I did at the church was an Easter play. I wrote and produced and directed this Easter play with the other lady that I was telling you about that was the pastor's daughter. Um, and I did the Easter play, and after it was a smash hit. It was an absolute success. And after that, that was the last time I stepped foot in that church. After that, I wrote a certified letter to the pastor, and then I also sent a copy to a few other people that were at the church and let them know that I was leaving. I did not directly cite what the pastor has said, but what I said was, I hope that if we cross paths in the future, that it will be as friends and not as enemies. That's what I said. Okay, so I sent the certified letter to the church. I forwarded it to a few people because I wanted them to see what happened. Y'all know that lady lied about why I left that church. That lady went and told them people, because I told you I'm in the choir, I'm on the praise team. I'm a Sunday school teacher. I'm teaching Sunday school teachers. I'm over the social media ministry. And mind you, I gave them all of their stuff. Here's your passwords. Here's your this. Here's your lesson plans. All of the stuff that I was doing for free that, mind you, I charge hundreds and hundreds of dollars for. I was doing for free. Praise the Lord. I gave them all of that stuff. And I was like, I wish y'all the best and God bless y'all. I'm moving on. Right? That pastor went and told them people at choir rehearsal that I left because I didn't want nobody telling me what to do. Girl, what the hell is you talking about? What are you talking about? After that, in July of 2017, I'm a part of Full Gospel, right? So I go home. At the time, I'm speaking to my mother. We on the outs, but I'm speaking to her. So I go home and we have a Full Gospel conference. The pastor, so the lady that was my friend, that was the pastor's daughter, she is my friend, right? So she comes home with me to go to the conference. And so the pastor winds up coming to the conference. Now me and the ladies together. So the pastor winds up coming to the conference. She want to see her daughter. So she try to find her daughter, don't realize that her daughter is with me. That pastor walked past me and couldn't even look me in my eyes with her lying tongue, knowing she had went up to that church and lied to them people about why I left. So why did I tell that? Because we have to be very, very careful about understanding that religion is a system of control, not God, not spirituality and being connected to God, but religion. Anytime somebody is telling you that they have better intel on what God wants you to do than what you have intel on what to do is a red flag. Anytime somebody is speaking from an authoritative standpoint about what you are supposed to do in regards to God, like they the final say, that's a problem, because God is the final say. And you have the ability to have a direct connection to God. You do not have to go through a person to be able to get to God. As a matter of fact, in the Bible, when it talks about when Jesus died, one of the things that happened when Jesus was crucified and died is that the veil was torn. The veil was the separation between the regular everyday people and the holiest of holies, where only certain people could access the power of God. When Jesus came and died on the cross, that veil was torn so that we are able to go directly to God. When the Holy Spirit was left inside of us, that was so that we have a direct connection to God. So if we don't know any better, we wind up in situations where people have agendas about how they are exerting their connection to God over you. And it is very dangerous, honestly, because the amount of time that I spent in therapy trying to untangle that manipulative and toxic situation that was wrapped in this box of, oh, I love God so much, and you're going to be my spiritual daughter. So I need us to have discernment when we are walking into spaces that have to do with God. Because one, a lot of us have received this God that has been placed in a box that is not the fullness and bigness of who God is. A lot of us have received faulty understanding and programming about God's characteristics and the way that God shows up. And we're looking at God through this human lens. And because maybe we haven't had good relationships with our mothers or our fathers or our family members, we think of God in that same flawed context, and that's not who God is. That's not who God is at all. And God just be sitting there waiting to talk to us. God just be like, I'm here when you're ready. And that might be through sending a butterfly to cross your path, or there's a bird that's outside singing a song, or you notice that there's a certain card that continues to come up, or you're seeing numbers like 1111 that come up. All of those are messages from God, where God is just like, hey, I'm just trying to get your attention. Don't want to intrude, because free will and all. But also, I love you and I want to talk to you, and I have so many plans for you. Would you like to talk about them? But when we are disconnected from God in that way, and we're looking at things through the system of religion, which again was only created to control, especially us as Black people, because something else that the world is very the church world is very intentional about is demonizing our cultural practices that kept our ancestors close to God. So then we think we got to go through this pastor, go through this system to be able to access God. We've always had God with us, especially as children of the diaspora. We have always had God with us. How do you think we're still here? Our ancestors fought for us to still be here in the present. We have always had God with us. It's just a matter of tapping in and nudging that spirit away. So I didn't mean for this to sound like a big old commercial for Discover Your Destiny, but also that is what Discover Your Destiny does. The whole point of it is for you to understand how God designed you so that you are able to see yourself through God's eyes and really reconnect your spirit to God so that you can move through the world understanding your purpose, walking boldly, knowing with full certainty what you are on this earth to do. The reason that my t-shirt line was be bold, be amazing, or be inspirational, be fearless, be regal. That was another one that I had. The reason why it was all about being bold is because it takes a bold person to say, I'm breaking out of this system and I want to go see God for myself. And one thing I'm gonna tell you about God, God said, baby, if you try me, I will show you. All you got to do is ask. The Bible is filled with people who was asking God questions. I was talking to Shekinah the other day, and she was like, I'm reading about Job. And I'm like, girl, because I feel like Job. Oh my God. Where is the restoration part, Jesus? Yeah, no? But there are people in the Bible all over who are asking God questions and challenging God and saying, I don't understand this. And what we would call bitching and moaning and complaining. Like that is happening all in the Bible, right? So when we have people that are telling us don't ask questions or just be happy or just, that's not of God. God never said that. God didn't say that. God did not say that. Okay. So I just want us to have some perspective. All right. And over the past 10 years, since 2016, that is the perspective that I have deepened to my core and foundation. Can't nobody tell me I'm in the wilderness. Child, I'm not in the wilderness. I am on a different energetic plane though, because the way that God shows up in my life and the way that I have seen God keep me safe through multiple countries. Y'all, I should have been dead. You understand me? Been. bang. But I'm very clear that there's a purpose over my life. There's a reason why I'm here. There's a reason why I'm telling these things to you. There's a reason why I'm talking about all of this. All of this is within purpose. Okay. And I just want you to have that too. I just want you to have that too. I want us to be able to have the power to really be able to walk in our boldness and walk in our spiritual gifts and really understand who we are. What if the thing you've always called too much was the exact thing God designed on purpose? This is for the ones who've always known they were different. Too sensitive, too loud, too knowing, too intuitive, too woo-woo. But what if your sensitivity is actually your superpower? What if your intuition was your inheritance? Discover Your Destiny is a 10-week sacred journey back to yourself. We explore the design of your soul, your spiritual gifts, and the unique way that God speaks to you. This isn't church. It's not a rule book. It's not a performance. It's the moment you stop chasing approval and start walking in divine alignment. You'll gain clarity, language, and confidence around who you are and what you are here on the earth to do. You'll learn the real voice of God. And if you feel called to go on to become a certified intuitive melanated life coach, this is where that path begins. There are 2 ways to enter this sacred container: the Destiny track, full investments and coaching experience, or the Divine Exchange track, where internship meets soul work. You'll support podcasting, content creation, or brand development behind the scenes while learning how your unique gifts benefit the collective. Your knowing isn't a flaw. It's the fingerprints of God. This is your invitation, and I hope that you'll answer. I'm gonna end this with saying Discover Your Destiny is preparing to have a new cohort. It starts on March 5th. And so I would like to give you an official invitation to learn more about Discover Your Destiny at dyd25.com. You can also see some testimonial videos from people that have been through Discover Your Destiny in the past and how it has impacted their life and shown up in their lives. You can also, if you would like to directly apply, you can go to tinyurl.com/discover your destiny 2026. tinyurl.com/discover your destiny 2026. There you can fill out the interest form, and then we can schedule time to talk through and answer your questions and really get an understanding of what this looks like and sounds like. I will let you know that I am going to be doing a birthday special. Okay. I'm generous, y'all, and real talk, I don't do any of this for money. I really do this because I want us to be free. That really is why I do that. So I want to try to make things accessible as possible, right? So you all already know that there are 2 ways, there are 2 pathways for you to be able to access Discover Your Destiny. But the paying pathway is usually $1,125 for the whole 10-week period, but I am going to have a special for $750 through February 21st. Okay, so if you get signed up for Discover Your Destiny Committed, and you can save your spot for $750, that is a little bit under a $400 savings for Discover Your Destiny. Again, the program is 10 weeks and it is transformational. You are different by the end of it. You have a clear understanding of who you are, how God speaks to you, what you want to do with that, how to operate your boundaries, child, how to implement self-care. We go through a lot. Okay. So I'll be putting out more content about that more on social media and stuff, but I did want to take this moment to tell you all because y'all are dedicated listeners and you're here. Okay. All right. So having said that, I appreciate y'all. I just need you to know that. I appreciate you for being here and being open and receptive to the things that we talk about here in this space. I appreciate you for being a part of the community. Please do share this with someone who you feel may benefit, someone who may need some of these lessons. Okay, please share. Please also comment. All right, please also leave a comment. So today's quote is from Desmond Tutu. My trust in God flows out of the experience of his loving me, day in and day out, whether the day is stormy or fair, whether I'm sick or in good health. God comes to me where I live and loves me as I am. I really would like for you all to take an intentional moment to seek out how God wants to show up in your life, how God wants to show up with intention in your everyday things, even in the small things. Where did I leave my keys? Where did I put my ink pen, right? So, creating that open exchange and opportunity for God to exist in our everyday existence helps us to really understand how much God really loves us and how much we are walking with God every single day. All right. So, having said that, y'all, we are going to be back next week with another episode of The Frolicking Truth. Please, again, leave me a comment. If you're watching during the live premiere, please leave a comment directly after this is over. That helps the algorithm push it out so that other people see it as well, even if that comment is just leaving sunflowers. Okay. So, again, if you're hanging out with us during the live chat, please do that. If you want to hang out with us during the live chat, you have the opportunity to do that every Saturday as we premiere new episodes. And we're over in the Patreon, y'all. We're over in the archives. So, again, if you want to have deeper connection and stay connected as I moonwalk off of some of these spaces, please go over to patreon.com/minding my black ass business. All right, y'all. That's it. That's all. Bye. Thank you for listening to The Frolicking Truth, where joy meets justice and our nervous systems get free. Please be sure to like, rate, and comment. Subscribe to the YouTube page, Minding My Black Ass Business, and follow me on all social platforms. Until next time, bye. Yeah, this week was beyond insane. This week was wild. There's just so much. There's so much. There's so much. Ah, because what in the entire hell? Hey y'all, I'm Kimberland, and this is The Frolicking Truth, a soft space for Black women who are tired, brilliant, and ready to heal. Here, joy meets justice. We calm our black ass nervous systems, we unmask, and we leave behind whatever that is trying to kill us. You're seen here, you're safe here, and you don't have to do this alone. Um, so quick show and tell. This is my sound bowl that I bought when I lived in Mexico. I believe I got it in, oh, I'm a lie. I don't know where. It was one of they call them magical towns that they have in, oh, I'm supposed to be showing you all, sorry. They call them magical towns that they have in Mexico around the country, and like they're magical for different reasons. It might be their city square, or it might be um a special hot spring that they have there, but for different reasons, they're considered these magical towns, right? And so I was in one of them, I don't remember which one, and I wanted to get a sound bowl because I believe in energy and sound healing and frequencies and all of that. And I had started getting into understanding that more, but also a lot of the sound bowls are gigantic, right? And I cannot put that in my suitcase. So when I saw this mini sound bowl, I was like, oh my God, that's coming with me. So it comes in this cute little box that keeps it safe. Let me actually take my time in taking this out. And then it has a little wooden wand, and then some markings. Also, don't know what that means. And I also realize that people could be like, it could be saying all kind of stuff. Relax. I don't believe that it does. But anyway, so it's black and it's gold, and I love it so much And a lot of times I forget that I have it because my brain be doing a lot. But over this week, I found myself going to my sound bowl very frequently because it was a lot this week and it helped to clear my mind. So before I do all the intros and things, I'm going to go ahead and ring it. You probably won't be able to hear it though, because I feel like the mic is noise canceling. But in post production, I'm going to put a sound in here. But for those of y'all who are hearing me now, you might not hear it. So just imagine in your mind. Okay. All right. One more time. Okay. So I wanted to do that before we get started because I have to center myself in things. So anyway, hey, y'all. What's up? Get on in here and come and sit down because we have a lot that we need to talk about. This is episode 36 of the Frolicking Truth podcast for Black women who are tired, brilliant, and ready to heal, where joy meets justice and nervous systems get free. It is okay if you don't identify with any of those descriptors. It just means that when you come ready to listen, ready to learn, and ready to support. My name is Kimberland, and I am the host of this here podcast and also the founder of Minding My Black Ass Business, which is the network that this podcast sits on. And yeah, we got a lot to get into. If this is your first time here, I'm gonna go ahead and apologize. I'm gonna try to stick to the format, but also, child, it's been a week. Okay, so for history and documentation's sake, today is Wednesday, January 28th, 2026. I have really decided that I need to use this as my diary of Kimberlyn Jackson as opposed to the diary of Anne Frank. Cause there's so much going on in the world right now, and it's important for us to be uh, documenting what is happening and documenting our perspective and documenting all the things. Okay. So, having said that, I have probably said about 17 times already that this week was a lot, and I really want to kind of get more into that. This is the part of the podcast that is called the Auntie Check In. And this is where I talk about what is happening in my personal life and kind of give y'all some insight into how I am showing up in the world. And I'll start off with the Raina update with a high. So I wet Raina this morning because she was a little dry because it's been a rough week. And I like this bounce back game though because it was just a little water, literally, and she's back and popping. So I'm excited about that and appreciative that Raina was willing to cooperate today. I woke up on time this morning, but also still dragging at the same time. A couple episodes ago, I talked about feeling like I live in this real life severance. Still, very much still, and more so. Um, And this week, the switches wasn't operating so well. Like I wasn't really able to switch on the switch and be like, all right, let's go into the work container. Like it was a lot. So for context, I'm about to have a birthday and I don't necessarily get excited about birthdays per se. Like I appreciate that it's my birthday and I'd be like, yay, it's my birthday, but also I'm not like a big party person or anything like that. And honestly, this is why. My birthday is on Valentine's Day. And while I have decided that God did that with intention because I am just bursting with love and I try to put as much love out here into the world as possible. Um My birthday is also a very interesting time because I don't like have birthday celebration on my birthday because people are always busy. And so historically in my life, I just either have to be with somebody, so that's my birthday date, or I just don't do anything on my birthday and it just be me. So in processing what I want that to look like for this year, I came up empty. I don't really have anything at all. That it's weird. It's weird because I feel like 45 is a like milestone birthday or whatever, but I don't necessarily have milestone things in my brain that are going on. So it just feels weird. Like I know it's coming. It's like, yeah, it's my birthday, but then also at the same time, it very much is just like it's my birthday. um, so the comment here says, I want to highlight this with intention. It says, yay, presents, cake, and chocolate hearts score. I don't like chocolate like that. Chocolate does not bring me joy like that. And it's because my birthday is on Valentine's Day. So historically, people go down to the Walgreens or they go down to the CVS or they go down to Walmart or wherever you get your Valentine's things, and they bring me this big box of assorted chocolates that's filled. I also don't like chocolate that's filled with stuff. Like when you bite chocolate and stuff comes out.
Yeah.
Yuck, hate it, right? And so when I was a teacher, because I don't because people be busy on my birthday, I always work on my birthday because where that's where the people are at work, right? Or my students or whatever. So when I was in the classroom, I would do a birthday countdown because the kids always wanted to make it a big deal and they would do performances and it was so much fun. But anyway, I would write on the board, I do not like chocolate underlined. So if you bring me chocolate, I know that you didn't do that for me because I don't like chocolate at all. Like the only chocolate that I historically eat is Snickers, and I haven't even had Snickers in months, like probably about 6 months. So I don't like them. I don't like them. And it was always the way that I could tell if somebody was actually gifting me or if they were doing something to make themselves feel better because they felt like they bought a gift. Like, but you're not doing that for me because I do not like. Um, but anyways, so I think that's also why I ran away from red for a long time because again, it's Valentine's Day, so of course you like red, right? It's Valentine's Day. No. I mean, it's cool, but also not my favorite color. My favorite color is yellow. Anyway, enough of that. But what I did do is I created a birthday list, a birthday gift list on Amazon. If anybody is saying, like, oh my gosh, I want to bless you for your birthday. So I'll put the link up here. It's tinyurl.com/Kimberland birthday 2026. You can see the things that I have on my list. And there are things like incense and essential oils and I don't have this on the list, but this is something I would love. Plants. Because I tried to put this here, I tried to put a plant back here to balance out the set. Wah, wah, wah. My little baby plant is not doing a good job next to this tree. So I really just need to get another tree. But we gonna let sis, this is Jade back here. She's been here with me for a while. But yeah, we gonna find another spot for Jade because she's not really sitting in all of her glory right now. You know, it's just anyway. Plants is something that would be on my list. And that's another thing. Valentine's Day, people often give roses. I don't like roses. I don't, my favorite flower is the sunflower, right? But also tulips. But also, I don't like flowers. I don't want to receive flowers because flowers feels like work. Now I have to find something to put it in. I have to change the water. I have to like then once it gets yucky, now I gotta throw it away and give her like I that doesn't feel like a gift to me. I would prefer a plant. Us flowers die, they be dead. So I would prefer a plant that is living, that can continue to be here and thrive and oxygenate the earth, right? But anyway, so I said all that to say for anybody who is thinking about gifting somebody, because my birthday is on Valentine's Day and people be gifting their significant others on Valentine's Day. Give them people what they actually want. Give them what they actually want. And if you can't give them what they actually want, find a creative way to give somebody what they actually want. Right. It is so insulting for someone to give you something that you're not going to even do anything with, or you don't even like it, or like it's clear that they just did that for them because you didn't do that for me. It wasn't even personalized, right? And this is why giving gifts and the love language of gifts is at the bottom of my list. It does not really do a lot for me unless it is something that thought has gone into. But just get, and I don't be having things like that. Like I'm not a collector of things. Make sure that when you are gifting somebody that you are actually doing it with the intention for them to enjoy the gift. And if you're not, don't. Just don't. Do something else. Do something else. Okay. So that was my public service announcement, all wrapped up in my birthday is coming up. And so in my week, I'm also knowing that my birthday is coming up, but then I'm also like, I want to care, but also there's so much that's going on. Like, do I even really what the hell? Right. So that was going on. Then I also had to do the next step in the asylum process, which is something else I talk about in the Patreon and not here publicly about what that process has looked like. But I have stated publicly that I have been in the process of filing for asylum from the United States of America. And I had to do another step in that this week, and that always comes with a lot of stress as well. And there was a lot that was surrounding that. The day before I had to do that in the United States, they gunning down white folk. So I'm gonna get back more into that in a little bit. But like that, that was a sign of escalation that I don't know that many of us are paying attention to. Editing me jumping in to provide some additional context of things that have happened since I recorded this. So, for context, it's Friday, January 30th, and just this morning we received word that Don Lemon, a former CNN journalist, was arrested due to his coverage of a protest that happened at a Minnesota church. There was another black journalist named Georgia Fort who was also arrested along with a couple others. Arresting journalists who are doing their job of reporting what is actually happening in the country is an escalation and a tactic that is used by countries like Israel to suppress the truth. We really have to take these things very seriously and understand that all media outlets have been compromised. I sent out some messages to people that I care about, and I was just kind of like, hey, how are you processing what's happening? You know, what is that looking like and sounding like? I got a variety of responses, and some of those responses were like complete, I have no idea what you're even talking about, to I saw something in passing, to I can't even much worry about that because I need to worry about me and mine, to that ain't got nothing to do with me, to yeah, shit really is falling apart. And what it did in my brain is cause this sense of like So it was kind of like a pending crash out a little bit, because like, what do you mean you don't, what? You don't know, you don't understand, you don't, what do you mean, right? Then there was also um a grief, like a really, 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 really heavy grief that sat on my heart in accepting that I have done what I'm supposed to do, and they just gonna have to live through it, because I've been talking about this literally since 2020. There was a live that I did in 2020, and I was talking, it was during the height of the Black Lives Matter movement, the height of in Minnesota about George Floyd. Um, and I was talking to people about preparing, and I was like, we have to understand what our role is in this fight and in this revolution. And one, to realize people don't even know it's a revolution in real life civil war going on outside, because it's not literally outside their door and people are like shutting that off. That's wild in itself, but I get it, but also wild. But then I've been asking us to get connected and understand what we're supposed to be doing when shit hits the fan, and now shit is hitting the fan and we still don't know what we're doing. So then I was like, have I done enough? I don't, maybe I need to say something different. Maybe I need to put it a different way. Maybe I need to change my message. Like, have I done enough? And one of the people that I checked in with, I was sharing this with her, and she was like, because I told her, I said, it just never feels like enough. It never feels like I have done enough, said enough, documented enough, talked about enough, made it plain enough. Like, because this is existential crisis time. Like, there's shit is literally hitting the fan. And so she was like, you've done more than enough. She said, you showed us how to first save ourselves. You have left a literal roadmap behind for how to do that. You have literally helped people leave the US to get to safety. You have showed us how to make a decision to heal yourself and to prioritize your wellness. You have then created spaces for us to be able to do that as well. She's like, you have developed an entire program to help people understand their gifts and their callings in this fight. You've done more than enough. And I needed to hear that so bad at that moment, because it just doesn't feel like enough. And so I really had a difficult time processing things this week, to the point that my brain was just like consistent glitch. Like, there's like just glitching all over the place. Um, and because of that, I missed an important deadline on something. Like, it's just I just was like, at one point I said, I don't have capacity to do anything right now but to keep myself alive. Like, I don't have capacity to do anything. Like, this is really crazy. So that was a lie. That was a lie this week. And then to add to the further glitching is what is making other people feel outraged. Because again, I've been talking about, we need to get ready, we need to understand what our role is. Like, everybody's role is not to be on the front lines of a protest. That's not where everybody's supposed to be. And let me just pause here and also say, you, and I've said this before on one of these here episodes, if you are not properly trained to be at a protest, you are a liability, because you need to have certain equipment, especially the type of protests. And I don't even want to call them protests. I want to call them resistance. That's what I want to call them. The type of resistance movement that is happening in Minnesota, that is rising up against an active militarized force that is murdering people in the streets, you cannot just casually walk out there and think that you're about to be effective, because now people have to make sure that you're okay, that you know what to do in these situations. And so, having said that, everybody's role is not on the front lines of the protest. We need people like myself, who I live outside of the country, so I am able to speak differently about what is happening, in a way that does not encounter the same type of risk as someone who is in the US. So let me just pause here for a second, because I want to see if I can show you all this video that I made that I have not posted because I just haven't. These were my thoughts as I have been trying to process what is going on. So let's watch this. I had to clear out a significant amount of storage on my phone because I knew that I was going to need space to have to say something. I don't even really know where to start, and I'm having a really, really difficult time finding coherent words and thoughts and all of that. But I think the thing that's at the top of my brain is the level of detachment and lack of awareness and denial and inability to accept what is actually happening and then moving into action. It's a lot. It's a lot to watch. And I feel like I've been trying to guide us gently over the past, really since I left, but definitely vocally since 2022. Um, that's a lie. I was talking about it before then. Time's irrelevant. I've been talking about this for a long time, and I feel like I've been trying to gently prepare us and, like, hey, we're gonna need to get ready and, like, do things. And when I say things, I mean there's a I'm gonna have to go repost it. There's a video, a live that I did back in 2020 in the height of Black Lives Matter. And I was talking to people about activism and advocacy, and I said, everybody has a role in this fight, and everybody's role in the fight is different. And our job is to figure out what our role is in this fight so that we can be prepared to hold the peace that we hold, right? Also, I live in the city again, so city noise. But during that live, I was talking about Discover Your Destiny, and I was talking about just the different ways that we need to show up, right? Everybody is not meant to be on the front lines of a protest. Everybody is not meant to be the ones who are armed with gas masks and kicking canisters and lighting dumpsters on fire. Shout out to Minneapolis, yo. They ain't going for that shit. And we need more of that. But instead, what's happening, I'm going to get back to Rose. What's happening is that people are saying, oh, that ain't got nothing to do with me. That's an immigrant issue. That's a Minneapolis issue. That ain't got shit to do with me. It's about me and mine. And I get that because there is an acute sense of protecting oneself. That's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to protect ourselves and our family. What is missing from that, though, is the actual acceptance of what is happening. Okay? So I'm going to come back to that, back to the roles. Everybody's role is not to be on the front lines of the protest. Some people's role is to be on camera. So, for instance, the role that I have taken, because I live outside the country, I have more freedom to speak freely. I also have access to different information. I don't know if you all know or have recognized that TikTok has been purchased by a billionaire who owns a company named Oracle. They are purchasing all of the media outlets so they can control the type of information that people are able to get in the US. So it is now illegal on TikTok to talk about ICE, to talk about immigration, to talk about the regime that is currently occupying the White House. Because I sit in a place where I'm not inside the country, I am using my platform to vocally record and talk about these things, and also to build awareness, right? That is needed within the resistance. There are people who are going to need to open home daycares for children. Our kids are not safe in these schools. I don't know how long I've been saying this for a long time. We're going to have to take our children out of these people's schools. It's not safe. And because of that, that means that we're going to need to have homeschool cells or places where the children are able to go so they can receive education. If you think about what the Black Panther Party did, that's exactly how they were organizing. They had a free breakfast program. They had a place for the kids to go so the kids were able to receive instruction in a safe environment. It's all a part of the movement. And so what's happening is, in our wanting to protect ourselves and wanting to insulate, we are also neglecting the fact that shit is actually happening right now. So let me contextualize that. Right before I came on here, I just saw a post that said they've approved for ICE to be at the Super Bowl. Now, this is the thing. We know that Super Bowl tickets cost a bajillion dollars, literally. I want to say Kev on Stage posted a picture the other day, and it was like the cheapest might have been $15,000, and the most expensive was like $200,000 for tickets to the Super Bowl. Can't nobody afford that shit besides companies and people that have access, right? So what happens is, a lot of times people are gifted tickets to go to the Super Bowl because of XYZ, whatever situation. A lot of times those are people who are less advantaged, right? And sometimes those are people that do not look according to how ICE is saying that you have to look American. So now those people, they don't get to go. Even if they had the opportunity, you don't get to have that because you look like you might not belong here, right? Furthermore, for everybody else, now you have to justify that you are an American citizen. While you may have the quote unquote paperwork to prove that you are an American citizen, that also doesn't matter because they're still locking up American citizens. They're still killing American citizens in the streets. And so things are escalating, and things are escalating quickly. And they are escalating the types of tactics that they are using in order to discourage people from tapping in. And when I say tap in, that means that, hey, it's active war happening outside. So how do I conduct myself in that manner? One, how do I walk into spaces understanding this is an active war zone and it could present itself at any time? It's like walking around with sleeper cells and you just never know when that cell might be activated. You have to be walking around with that type of understanding. The other thing is, how am I protecting myself? How am I ensuring that I have community? How am I sharing my emergency contact information with my neighbors? Like, do I know my neighbors? Like, what is going to happen when they show up at my door for me to prove that I am a quote unquote American citizen, but also that still doesn't matter. Don't have an accent, don't be black, don't be brown, don't be anything that does not quote unquote look American. What does that even fucking mean? Because America's supposed to be this big melting pot, right? Bull fucking shit. My goal is for us to recognize it's not just business as usual. How am I having conversations with the people in my circles? How am I talking to my children about what is happening? How am I preparing my young adults who are going into the workforce for what is happening? What are the actual conversations that we are having rooted in the fact and actuality of an active resistance? Sorry, y'all. My mic came unplugged, so bear with me with the sound. It does get better, I promise. So those were my like raw thoughts during that time as everything was happening, right? And I said to myself, like, I really need to get this out because it felt like my brain was going to just explode. Because more than anything, I want us to be prepared and I want us to take our heads out of the sand and practice radical acceptance. Having said that, I also have a deep understanding for the infrastructure, if you will, that we need to put in place to be able to accept the reality of what is happening. And for many people, it is a coping mechanism to say everything's fine. Everything is absolutely fine and it's fine. Bianca used to have this picture of this dog sitting in this room where everything's on fire that she would use during her shows. And it's literally everything is on fire. And the dog is like, it's fine. Everything's totally fine. Everything's fine.
This is fine. I'm okay with the events that are unfolding currently. That's okay. Things are gonna be okay.
And everything is not fine. And we have to accept that and then work on doing the stabilization work that we need to do to be able to shift ourselves into a space of action and understanding. And when I say action, that action does not mean that you go and run out to a protest. That action might mean that you start actively minimizing and shift from a mindset of, oh, I'm just going out and balling out and buying things to let me actually make sure that we have food on hand. Let me make sure that I have my important documents like a passport, a birth certificate, like all of that kind of stuff. Let me actively make sure that I'm having conversations with my loved ones about, okay, so when shit hits the fan, what are we going to do? Whose house are we going to go to? How are we going to communicate, right? Like these are things that we can actively be working on in the background and preparing ourselves for what is really happening. And simultaneously be making sure that we have routines in place that help us to stabilize ourselves. So as I'm having this like these mini crash out moments when all of this stuff is happening, I'm also like saying to myself, like, Kim, you have to stabilize yourself. Like you have to stabilize yourself. And one of the ways that I do that is just shutting everything out because it felt like shit was coming from every direction all at the same time. It was just like, and nervous system, no, we can't do any of this, right? So I wound up turning off my phone for a little bit, just really trying to move the energy through my body. So the first thing that I did is I blew some bubbles because I realized I was not breathing and I was holding so much energy inside my body. So I did blow some bubbles. That did not fully help. Then I pushed a wall for a little bit. So these are somatic exercises that a trauma therapist that I worked with shared with me, but when I was having a really difficult time with the bathroom. And so pushing a wall helps you to be able to move the stuck energy through your body as opposed to just allowing it to sit and fester. The other thing, I had bought a jump rope a while ago and I lost it. I don't know where it's at. And I've been looking for it. I don't even have a lot of things like that. So I don't know where it is. But anyway, I couldn't find my jump rope. So I just jumped up and down a whole bunch of times. And that helped because it really made it like it's a grounding every time that you land. And it allowed that stuck energy to get out of my body. So I did a lot of that over this past week as I've been trying to process what is going on. It's I guess it is stemming, I guess, in some ways for those of us who are neurodivergent, but it really was just an opportunity to tend to myself. Like this is the type of self care that's not bubble baths and manicures. This is the type of self care like I'm finna full on crash out and I cannot afford to do that. So let me figure out how to help myself. And so I had to go back to the basics. I had to go back to the basics of like, did I drink water today? Did I eat something today? And thankfully, I have people in my life who are willing to support me and reminding me to do that because I do have one of those types of brains that when it gets overwhelmed, honey, it takes 3 days to die from not having water. It takes 3 weeks to die from not having food. Okay. And this is where my biology degree is both an advantage and disadvantage because I very easily be saying to myself, hey, today, no, tomorrow, we'll try again. We got 3 days before it becomes critical. And gratefully, I was able to kind of move out of that space to kind of get myself unstuck and into a better state of mind. But this week was really, really difficult. This was a really, 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 really tough week for me. No, I don't know what February is about to have in store. I really don't. Historically, February for me is a time where there are a lot of blessings. It's 12/12 right now. February, I don't know. I don't know what it holds. And I am literally just trying to remind myself that I made the decision to tap that in. Like, hey, my boy, you gonna have to have it from here, my boy, because I ain't got it. Like, I really don't. I really ain't got it. And so I've decided to really focus on those routines and things that are going to help me to stay stabilized because I can only control so much. The comment says self care is easy when things are good, but it's necessary when they aren't so good. Yeah. And that's why this is something that we could be actively doing because needing to be able to stabilize ourselves is going to be necessary over the next 5 to 10 years or however long this revolution is happening. I don't know if y'all have ever seen Enemy of the State. Y'all tell me in the comments if you've ever seen Enemy of the State. It is always, it has always been a movie that I took very seriously. Okay. Enemy of the State is with Will Smith and is it Regina King? I think is his wife. But basically, it's about the government surveilling a citizen and going through all these links to get this chip back so they like are surveilling the citizen. And like I said, I've always taken it very seriously. And in Enemy of the State, there is a character named Brill and Brill lives underground, right? So Brill has carved out this world of like the only way that you could get to Brill is like marking on a mailbox, and then you got to take a ferry somewhere, and then you got to take a train, and then you got to do like something else. Y'all remember in the comments. So Brill was like the person who had the infrastructure for what Will Smith's character needed to do to be able to keep himself safe from the government. That's who Lewis is to me. Okay. So there are certain people that have met him and know that he's a real life person. There are many people who don't think that he's real because they've never met him or they've never seen pictures of him or any of that. But anyway, that's Brill. So I had to have a conversation with Brill about hey, what we need to do. And we decided to let go of all of the world things that are happening and really talk about the routines. So we were having a conversation about tea and matcha and supplements and like making sure that we have the thing vitamin D and vitamin D. Okay, because it's necessary. So like getting as much sun as possible and like what that looks like to kind of get our bodies into the type of shape that we needed to be in so that we are ready for whatever is about to happen. And I was sharing with him, I had found this picture of myself from when I lived in Playa del Carmen. So when I first left the US in October of 2021, the first place that I landed was Playa del Carmen, Mexico. I lived in Playa del Carmen for, I want to say 2 months, and then I moved to Mexico City. But while I was there, I've talked about this before. I did this fast. It wasn't, I don't want to call it a fast because it wasn't. It was a cleanse. It was a raw vegan cleanse that I did with Nzinga Oniwosan. And I talked about in one of the episodes, one of the last episodes last year, where I had felt like I got a lot of mental clarity through the time of doing this cleanse. But also, I found the picture of what I looked like during this cleanse. So I want to bring it up here to show y'all. So this was October of 2021. And I was so like inflamed and swollen and just it's weird when I look at myself now and I look at the condition of my body now. I know at this time I was pre-diabetic and had high cholesterol, and just size wise, I was in a 2X. I weighed 225 pounds at this time. And mind you, I'm 5'3", okay, on my tallest days. And so it was a lot. Like it was just a lot on my body. And I didn't realize at the time how bad it was. Yeah, the chat says, "What? That's you? No way." Yeah. But what I realized is that a lot of that weight retention really had to do with stress and not having food that had not been tampered with, honestly. So leaving the US allowed me to kind of deal with the stress part of it as far as like the acute everyday stress, but the other part was really changing my eating habits. So anyway, so Lewis and I were talking about that, and I was telling him I had just come across that picture, and he was pivotal in helping me to think about like what some of these practices look like, because there was a time when I had first left Florida that I lived with him in Boston, and he was like, every morning we're waking up and we're doing Master Tonic and we're taking our supplements and we're like doing the things, oregano oil and like all of this stuff. And so we had a really long conversation about that, and it helped me to feel more grounded because these are things that are within my control, that I am able to put systems in place to be able to help myself to feel better so that I am able to show up in the ways that people need me to show up in order to be present for this revolution. So that was a lot. And I know that was kind of all over the place with the different things, but I felt like it was really important to be honest about when the days are not well. I think that I do not expect from people that they show up well every day. I don't. And those of you that have had conversations with me, whether that be in a DM, on Zoom, in real life, I don't ask that of you because I know what it feels like to not be able to do that, right? So I'm grateful that I'm able to say, hey, I'm not well and I need this. And I'm grateful that I'm brave enough to be transparent enough to be able to say publicly that everything is not okay. And just because you are an activist or you're a revolutionary or you're somebody who has empathy, and especially because you're somebody who has empathy, there are going to be days where you're like, crashing out, not able to do this. Don't, hey, no, I ain't got it today. And I think it's really, really important for us to be transparent about that, one, and honest with ourselves about that, because the world requires us to mask and to pretend like everything is fine. That's what masking means. Masking means that you are holding everything inside so that your outward presentation is like everything's fine, even though it's not. That's where toxic positivity lives. That's where people who are like, I just got to push through. All of that is counterintuitive to what our body actually wants to do and needs to do in order to process the types of traumas that we are experiencing every single day as we live on this planet right now. And especially if you're living in the US, it's literally just in the water. It is the water, it is the air, it is the US. So, I try to be, transparent as I can so that you all are able to also feel brave enough to be able to be as transparent as you can about what you are experiencing in your life. So, having said that, please do share what your experiences are in the comments, and please do honor what you are feeling because you don't have to pretend that everything is okay. All right. I do want to do a few quick announcements before I move into frolicking in the feed. So the first thing is to quickly do our subscriber update. And so we are currently at 1,581 subscribers. So shout out to our new subscribers and the folks who are joining us here in the Mind of My Black Ass Business Universe. Please do introduce yourself, leave a comment, and say hi. Excited to have you here. Also, want to plug that you can connect with us more deeply in the archive. That is the Patreon for the Mind of My Black Ass Business Universe. And we have a whole bunch of different collections in there, including the Inner Circle, which is my particular branch of the archive. But I also want to highlight the change corridor because it's a lot of stuff that I'm about to have to be putting in there to make sure that we are in the know about what we need to do and how we need to present ourselves. I'm not going to be sharing that stuff publicly. Okay. So it's $5 a month for you to be a part of the archive and to get that type of information and to also get the community. If you can't afford the $5 a month, that's okay. You can still be a part of the free archive. And that way, you'll still get the free information that is put out. You'll still get notifications, even if they're locked. All right. So I just want you to get connected. So, should the time arise where you like, I got $5 this month, you can get on in here and get this information so that you're able to stay safe with you and your peoples. All right. So please do honor that. The next session of the Healing Circle. So again, the Healing Circle is one of the spaces that I have carved out to help us to be able to connect back to our breath, connect back to our bodies, because we do have to be able to do that in order to be successful in this next season that we have coming up. So the next Healing Circle is taking place on Saturday, February 14th. That is my birthday. It is going to be at 10:30 Eastern. And so, if you are a Black woman who wants to connect back to your body and breath, I would like for you to join me because that is my birthday, and I would like for you to give that present to yourself as well as to me by sharing with me in the Healing Circle. Immediately after the Healing Circle on Saturday, February 14th, the Frolicking Truth will air. So the Frolicking Truth birthday episode will air at noon on Saturday, February 14th. Okay. So you can register for that at tinyurl.com/Black Women Healing Circle, tinyurl.com/Black Women Healing Circle. The last thing I want to highlight is the Sisterhood Heals book study, which is a place where us as Black women, as sisters, where we can really heal our relationship with sisterhood and really explore what that looks like and sounds like. So that is going to be happening later on this year, probably March or April. So if you're interested, please go to tinyurl.com/sisterhood heals. Remembering that Sisterhood Heals is the book that was written by Dr. Joy Harden Bradford, who is the founder of Therapy for Black Girls. So we will be getting into that. All right. Okay. So I want to get into frolicking in the feed, and frolicking in the feed is the part of this podcast where we talk about things that are happening out here in this world that we may have come across as we out here scrolling. Right now, I already told you it was a lot. It was a lot out here with the scrolls and all the things that's happening. But I was watching one of my favorite podcasts, which is something else that I do for self care. It is Kevin on Stage and That Chick Angels podcast called Here's the Thing. And I really appreciate Kevin on Stage, Kevin Fredericks. I talk about him often. Like, I really just appreciate the way that he moves about the world and the way that he carves out space for other creators. It is something I strive to do here at Minding My Black Ass Business, is to amplify creators and introduce them to the community. And then y'all go follow them and then y'all be connected to them. And like, I just love it. That is one of the dreams that I have. So anyway, this week on Here's the Thing, they shared a story that I had not heard about because I really don't be deep on the internet like that, right? And then I was like, this is really wild. So they shared this story. So I'm going to share the article first, and then I'm going to show you the picture of the things that are happening. All right. So this article was written on January 20th, 2026. And the headline states LeBron James flamed for having a $200 Nike MLK shoe. The shoe was released on the Martin Luther King holiday. So I'm going to read through some of this. In the days following Martin Luther King Jr. Day, Nike and LeBron James found themselves in the uncomfortable glare of public scrutiny. What was intended as a tribute instead ignited a fierce backlash, with critics across social media calling the release tone deaf and tasteless. At the center of the controversy is the LeBron 23 Honor the King, a sneaker whose teal color draws inspiration from the iconic signage of the Lorraine Motel in Memphis, the site where Dr. King was assassinated on April 4th, 1968. The shoe features the word equality stitched into the heel and is one of 23 colorways Nike plans to release to commemorate moments throughout James's 23-year NBA career. According to Nike, this particular edition was meant to honor LeBron's 51-point performance against the Memphis Grizzlies on MLK Day in 2008. But for many, the historical symbolism overshadowed the athletic achievement. As New York Times writer Sandra E. Garcia noted, the assassination represents a painful chapter in the history of the city, one long darkened by a shadow of shame over its role in a national tragedy. The Lorraine Motel itself reopened in 1991 as the National Civil Rights Museum. In accordance to Garcia's reporting, museum officials were unaware of the sneaker until just days before the controversy erupted. I'm curious about what y'all think about this. So you will have to, of course, tell me in the comments what you think it feels. So the question here from Let's Talk Sis says, wait, it was made to honor his assassination? That's what they're saying. To honor Dr. King's assassination that happened at the Lorraine Motel in Memphis, Tennessee, okay, and to commemorate in 2008 when LeBron James had a really good game against the Memphis Grizzlies basketball team. That's why they're saying that they had did it. So when they talked about this on the episode, oh, let me show y'all a picture of the shoes. Hold on. Let me show y'all the picture of the shoes and let me show y'all a picture of the inspiration, which is the Lorraine Motel. Hold on. So this is the picture of the Lorraine Motel. Okay. And as you can see, there is a teal that is present. The doors on the Lorraine Motel are teal. So teal is one of the main colors that is present at the Lorraine Motel. So again, I reiterate, the Lorraine Motel is in Memphis, Tennessee. I actually visited the Lorraine Motel my junior year in high school for the 30th commemoration of the assassination of Dr. Martin Luther King. So we went to the hotel, we went around Memphis, we went to the church that he gave his last speech at. It was very impactful. And we also participated in a march for the 30th anniversary. Let me show y'all the shoe. So the shoe is pearlized. And if you're just listening to this, you got to come over to YouTube so you can see or look it up. So the shoe is pearlized at the bottom. Is very much giving me. Now I'm not a sneakerhead, so I don't really know shoes like that for real. But it's very much giving me like the way that Jordans, when they had the patent leather situation at the bottom, is very much giving that patent leather situation with a pearlized teal type thing, and then it has a lace overlay. Okay, a teal lace overlay that is at the top of the shoe. Okay, with some gold accent. Okay, tomatoes, tomatoes, says the chat. So that is the shoe. Okay, now in the comments while this was happening, so I'm watching Kevin Stage's, I'm in the Patreon, so I'm during the live recording, right? Just like the folks here with me today. So we're in the comments like, you couldn't find nothing else to do. Like, this is silly. And for LeBron to have his name attached to this is like really, really wild, because why would you think that this is commemorative?
Let me interject here and read Nike's official position. It says here, but a Nike spokesperson said that it was perhaps to be expected. Nike VP Communications John Jauer said, design is so subjective. And some people the design will resonate with, and others maybe less so. And obviously, that becomes a little bit more charged when you have bigger principles at play. He added, the intent, though, was really to pay homage to Dr. King, his life, and his legacy. National Civil Rights Museum President Russell Wigington said that the museum, which is built around the former Lorraine Motel, learned about the shoe a few days ago. Just as everyone else did, Wigington said, we certainly don't mind people recognizing and appreciating the work that we do and what happened here, but we have not been a part of any aspect of that, of the sneaker coming out.
Basically, Nike was like, we putting out the shoe. Like, the shoe is out. We're selling the shoe. So it really made me feel like I don't have strong feelings about LeBron James either way, right? I'm not a basketball fan, and I appreciate the things that LeBron James has done in, I think it's Cleveland, in Ohio, wherever his school is. I appreciate the things that he's done there. This is my thing, though, about celebrities and people that have all this money. They care about money. They care about money. And when there are things like this that are going to generate money, money is what is important, not legacy, not the impact that it's going to have on people. It is literally the dollar. And I say that because, and even, hey, y'all finna come for me, and I really don't care. Because even when I look at people like Beyonce, there is no reason for anybody to need to be a billionaire, not a person at all. So if you have accumulated that amount of money, why and what are you doing with it? It's not necessary. It's not necessary for you to be able to live. It's not. Like, the way that we can't even conceptualize how much $1 billion is crazy. There are many of us who won't even touch $1 million over our lifetime. A billion is 1,000 million.
The scale of $1 billion is really crazy. So let's say 1 grain of rice is equivalent to 100K, and 10 grains of rice would be then a million. Well, how much is a billion? So my Saturday night consisted of counting 10,000 grains of rice one by one, just to show you guys how much $1 billion is. Of course I filmed it, and of course I time-lapsed it, and this is playing at, I don't even know, God knows how fast it's playing at, but... So now I'm proud to present to you the results. That is $1 billion, where each grain of rice is worth 100K. Look how much rice this is, guys. That's crazy. I just bought you like a Lamborghini right here, and I didn't even notice it was gone. Here's a $5 million house in California, and oh look, I still have all this money.
So people like LeBron James or just celebrities who have a lot of money, I already am coming from that standpoint of like, why are you hoarding so much? It's very much hoarder spirit to me. But
the other thing is we're gonna see the people that are dedicated to the dollar. That's what we finna see. The people that are dedicated to the dollar. Because there is no possible way that if there were people who gave a damn about Martin Luther King sitting in that room would have said, run it, run it, run it down. So then in the comments, people were like, so we about to start this? So this what we finna do. So they were like, so these are the assassination ones. Then we gonna have the Selma, Alabama 12. We gonna have the Rosewood 13, the Fred Hammonds with a mattress lining. We're gonna have the Malcolm X's and the Tulsa massacres. We're gonna have the Breonna Taylors and the George Floyds and the Tamir Rices and the Trayvon Martins. Like now we're taking assassination, we're turning that into it. Like this is a joke that y'all thought this was okay. So we're turning this type of pain into a money grab. That like that's wild. That's really wild. But also don't be surprised if it starts happening. Don't be surprised that they start turning our pain into opportunities for capitalism. Because it is just another way to be able to terrorize us and show us how none of this is taken seriously, like at all. And so I said all that to say I'm very disappointed in LeBron James. While I don't have high expectations for him, I am very disappointed that he is linked to something like this. It is very distasteful, in my opinion, and it really is very insensitive. The real tragedy of how the US government targeted Martin Luther King and how they murdered Martin Luther King and then how they whitewashed his legacy to make him more palpable and erase all of the things that he was talking about true revolution. When he was assassinated, um, the last movement that he was in the middle of was the Poor People's Campaign because he realized that it's capitalism. It's well, sorry, y'all, my mic fell. Get thee behind me, whoever didn't want me to say that. But Martin Luther King realized that capitalism is the real enemy, right? He started out very, what is it, nonviolent, very peaceful, like we just need to integrate and ask them for, equal access and all of that. And then he realized once he started opening that box up that the bigger thing is, oh, y'all really committed to doing this. And what y'all do is y'all step on the poor people. So then he started to organize sanitation workers and our everyday people that are keeping the world running and getting them to realize they're using you. So now it wasn't just a black movement, it was a multinational movement. It was white people, it was Asian people, it was immigrants, it was all of the people that are being stepped on in the country. That is why they got rid of Martin Luther King. And so to now be in 2026 and realizing how all of that has been stripped and erased, and our children are not learning that anymore. They're not learning about the realness of Martin Luther King. Martin Luther King talked about the white liberal, and he talked about how dangerous the white liberal is because at the end of the day, they are committed to whiteness over anything. I remember when I moved to Pennsylvania. So I grew up in New Orleans. Let me grab this comment. It says, "Oh man, if someone attacks capitalism, then America makes them disappear." Correct. Correct. Yes, correct. So I forgot what I was about to say just that fast.
A few moments later.
Oh, when I was about to move to Pennsylvania. Okay. But this is what I also want to say. Y'all, this perimenopause brain fog is some bullshit, dog. Like, I real life be in the middle of a sentence, y'all just saw it, and it just goes away. Like, goes away, disappears. What was happening? The thought is gone. That is the other thing that I've been trying to like manage because
you think that like it feels like you're crazy. Like it really feels like you're crazy. And so processing that and keeping in mind, like, girl, you also fighting against perimenopause, it's been a lot. But anyway, this is what I was gonna say. When I moved to Pennsylvania, so I'm from New Orleans. And growing up in New Orleans, I was very familiar with the Ku Klux Klan and David Duke and outright racism, right? So while New Orleans is a black city, it is in the middle of a very, very, very racist state of Louisiana. Okay. And so I had those experiences with overt racism and really understanding how overt racism operates. I always learned in school that the reason why so many Black people left the South and moved up North is because it was so much more progressive in the North, that they didn't have slavery in the North, that abolitionists lived in the North, right? So when I moved to Pennsylvania, I'm moving there thinking to myself, like, it's going to be so much better. And it's not. It's just the difference between overt racism versus covert racism. So overt is out loud in your face. They got the Trump flag. They got they burning crosses on the yard. They got the Confederate flag. Like, you know very clearly that's not a safe person. In Pennsylvania, it's very much covert. So in Pennsylvania, it's very hidden and it's sneaky and it's wrapped in niceties, right? So everything is about being nice as opposed to being honest, right? So people being nice in your face and then they go behind your back and do the real damage while they've been nice in your face. In my opinion, is so much more dangerous because if you're not aware of what's happening, then you're believing that these people actually care, which is what happened to me when I was in Pennsylvania. So right now, with everything that has been happening in Minneapolis, so I do want to intentionally share some names. So Keith Porter Jr. was killed by ICE in California on New Year's Eve. Renee Good killed by ICE in Minneapolis just a couple weeks ago. And Alex Preddy was killed by ICE. Now, Renee Good and Alex Preddy are white people. Okay, so a white woman, LGBTQ, though, because that matters clearly. Preddy was a white man, a nurse, a VA nurse who took care of veterans and soldiers, and very much seemingly nothing but good things have come out about Alex Preddy. And so what happens after these murders is that the US government then goes to the platform pulpit that they have and try to demonize the person. So that's what they did with Renee Good. They said that she tried to run over ICE agents. That's not what happened. And then with Alex Preddy, they said, oh, he ran at us with a gun. He did not. He had a phone and he also had a concealed weapon that he was licensed to carry. The ICE agents removed that and then they murdered him in the streets. So after that, there was a letter that was signed, an open letter that was signed by businesses, including Target, that were saying, we need to find a different way. We need to find a way to coexist and, and not be so outright dangerous. So the guy that was over ICE, his name is Bovino. So he lost his job the other day, right? So because all of this outrage has been happening, right? So there's like, let me rephrase. He didn't lose his job. He got reassigned because he's retiring soon. And we got to make sure the man keep his retirement, even though he's actively terrorizing people and murdering people in the streets. We got to make sure he keep his retirement, right? So anyway, he was reassigned and now they're putting somebody else in that position. Okay. All right. So they're talking to Governor Tim Walz about all of that.
So you met with Tom Homan today. Did Tom Homan acknowledge the ways in which there had been overreach, the ways in which their tactics and their tenor has been counterproductive?
Said it's not the way to do it.
He did.
I think that was his words. He said, this is not the way to do this. And I think what he acknowledged is, and look, I don't agree with Tom Homan's philosophy on things, but I do understand that he is law enforcement and he understands right from wrong. And he knows, I mean, no matter how much they were trying to gaslight us, the layman on the street said, I don't really think it's good policing to run around and throw canisters and kick people down and think that's probably not a good idea. He acknowledged that and said something has to change. And then I think what he acknowledged, what we've been saying all along, is they're spreading lies about this. I said, Tom, you got the president believing that you have 14,000 people you had here. And he goes, what? I said, yeah, you didn't arrest 14,000 people. His people are kind of like stammering along and stuff. And he at least acknowledged, look, we got to deal with real numbers. And I said, you said we have 1,400 people in our prisons that are here undocumented. We have 8,000 total people in our prisons. 207 are serving sentences, and they should serve their Minnesota sentences. And what we do is we give them over to you. So talking to him, at least he was grounded in the reality of what the numbers look like. And I just asked him, I said, what's your mission here, Tom? What are you trying to do? We're trying to get folks who shouldn't be in this country and who are dangerous to us out. And, my response would be well, you could probably give me the names of the people who shot my two constituents, because those are two people that are dead. So it was a little more grounded in reality. It was an acknowledgement that the situation is not what they want. I have to say it was somewhat of a glimmer of hope that at least it felt like we were dealing on the same reality.
The other side of that, and I hear that, and of course you don't want to be dealing with federal leadership that is calling people domestic terrorists and assassins and slamming local. Calling you someone who wants this to happen.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it wouldn't be a success to have a more professional version of execution of this current policy.
It would not.
And Tom Homan may be on the scale of reasonable, slightly more reasonable than a Bovino, but you still have undertrained, poorly prepared.
Yeah, that Overton window shifted a lot to what we consider to be okay.
Exactly. And so in some ways, Noam being such a buffoon and Miller being out there saying these things only heightened the importance of this issue for people. The policy of mass deportations remains.
Yes.
So if he's saying he wants to get the worst of the worst out, but the White House is setting a goal of 1 million deportations,
that's right.
The math doesn't work.
So basically what he called for them to do was to end the occupation, right? But then he said we need to find a way to be able to work together, is the messaging that has been coming out. And they've been pushing this messaging about training. And like they need to be better trained. And, that's the issue, is that they're not trained. And what I want y'all to know is that they are trained. They're trained to do exactly what the hell they're doing, right? They're trained by Israel, is where they actually got trained from. So it's not about training. Like there is no reformation of this system that's going to make it work okay, because this is how the system was created to operate. So when we have people who are in office who are making excuses about that and saying, I'm gonna give people the benefit of the doubt, or we need to figure out how to work together, and like all of that, that is not helpful, because we don't need to be working together. This needs to end, period, point blank. And so Tim Walz has come under a lot of scrutiny because it seems that he's taking this nice role of y'all stay peaceful now, and we gonna ask them to stop, nicely, and y'all cut it out, Donald Trump and folks, and we need so much more than that right now.
My hope is with Tom Homan is different from Greg Bovino and these folks on the streets that are just amateurs.
No, we're not doing this again, and I need that to be abundantly clear. We are not doing this cycle again. This is literally a cycle of abuse that the American population is subjected to by the U.S. political establishment, Democrat and Republican. I don't say left and right, because these are both far right parties, and we need to understand that. Okay, there's no functional left within the United States government. That's another long video I'm not going to get into right now. But what we have in power are two fascist parties. It's two flavors of fascism. Both flavors kill you at the same rate, regardless of who is in power. Okay, because there is no opposition to what is happening. There's no real opposition to what is happening, because when it comes down to the bare bones of what the issue is, the issue being that all of our tax money is taken and spent on murderous police forces and genocide and war crimes when we need it spent on things like healthcare and childcare and transportation and roads and bridges and, just like the basic things of like a developed society, right? When it comes to that issue, there's no daylight there. There's no daylight there. We've just seen 2 people murdered in broad daylight by federal agents. And the response from the Democrats is that they just need better training. Okay? This is not about training. This is not about personnel. This is not about swapping one person out for another. This isn't even really about Donald Trump at the end of the day. This is about a system of violence that has persisted for a very long time and has now reached a point that we can no longer look away. As Black people, we were never able to look away, right? But now it is impossible for anyone to look away because all of the violence that has been exported abroad is coming full circle, is coming back home. And what we see as it comes back home, as it reaches Main Street America, is what? The same lack of response from the Democrats. I have mad respect for the folks in Minnesota. Let me say that first and foremost, okay? And I'm not surprised because I remember. But the fact is, you have a Democratic governor of the state saying he's going to give the benefit of the doubt. The benefit of the doubt to the Trump administration. That's the takeaway. He stands up and he says that he wants to see accountability. Well, has there been an arrest warrant issue? Have either the state or the city issued an arrest warrant? You don't need an investigation before you arrest someone in a situation like this. And if you were serious about the investigation, you would want that person to be arrested and in custody as soon as possible so you can start getting like basic evidence, right? Okay, I'm going to go back to the abusive family dynamic analogy, right? We are the scapegoats. We're the scapegoats because we are the ones who say what the reality is, right? You've got, again, the Republicans are the drunken father who stumbles in the house and beats on the kids. And the Democrats act like the mom who kind of looks the other way because what's most important is upholding the image, right? We have to uphold this image that we are a functioning constitutional republic, that we are the beacon of democracy, that we have all of these things, that we're not the savage murderers that we are, right? We have to hold up that image. And so we end up being the scapegoats. The leftists, the activists, the people who say what it is are the scapegoats. We're the problem because we're saying the reality. We are naming the abuse. We're naming the abusive dynamic and we're saying that something has to change. And then the response is, oh, well, you just hate everybody. You're angry. You're just, all you do is you complain about the Democrats. Well, you just try to beat them. Well, the Democrats do something for us. Okay. Can we we got to be real now. We got to be real. The question of well then, okay. So then what do we do? Baby, not the same thing. Not the same thing. You don't keep doing the same thing over and over and over. So find the new thing, but we're not doing the same thing.
It's really interesting to watch what is unfolding, and it is interesting to watch it from a place of realizing that both sides of government right now are operating towards the same purpose, which is silencing the everyday person. And if there's any type of takeaway that I want us to take away from that, it is that we have to understand that there are people who are sitting at the top in places of privilege that have access to money and power that are making decisions about our everyday lives that are impacting us. And that is not what that's supposed to look like. We are paying 30+% in taxes. Meanwhile, billionaires are paying 1. That doesn't even make sense. Right? Like, but our taxes are going to fund wars. Our taxes are going to fund genocides. Our taxes are not doing what they're supposed to do for us, which is make sure that we have a way to be able to live. So there's a lot, y'all, and I would be going down this pathway for a long, long time if I just continue. So I'm gonna just cut it off here to say I need us to tap in. I need us to tap in into what is going on, practicing that radical acceptance, and then I also need us to tap into what is it that I need to be doing within my own body, in my own spaces, in my own networks to make sure that I am preparing myself for the very rough times that we have ahead. I need you to get connected, whether that is getting connected to the archive, whether that is getting connected to your family and neighbors, whether that is getting plugged into a podcast source that allows you to be able to understand things. I need us to get connected so that we're not living on islands trying to figure out how to support ourselves and how to save ourselves when shit hits the fan even more than it does. Okay. I know this was all over the place, and I appreciate y'all going with me on all the different places because there's just a lot to process. It's just a lot to process right now. And I want to hold our hand while I say this. We got to do it. We got to do it. So if you're a part of the quote unquote 92% who has said to yourself, I'm tapping out, this ain't got nothing to do with me, you still have work to do. No, you're not out there at the protest on the front line. That's fine. You still got work to do because you're still going to have to live during this time. So that means we have to have community and we have to have connection. So what is the role that you are going to play in all of this? What skills do you have that you're able to contribute to the whole and to the community? What does that look like for you to start bartering with those who are nearby so that you don't have to rely solely on money? What are you doing to make sure that your nervous system is calm and supportive and that you have an infrastructure of care that is allowing you to be able to land softly? What are you doing to have conversations with your children, with your loved ones, with your spouses, with your parents? What does that look like? And then how are you processing the grief that comes along with the realizations that everybody's not going to get it? Everybody's not going to get it. And your primary thing is to make sure that you are safe and that the people who understand are safe as well. So I know that's a lot. I know that's a lot. I don't say it like it's easy. And I'm sorry I didn't have a whole lot of sunshine and rainbows and things to give us today, but that's where we are right now. And, you know, if I'm not going to do nothing, I'm going to keep it real. Okay. So today's final and closing thought is inspired by Asada Shakur. Not everyone fights the same way, but everyone has a responsibility to the struggle. I need you to find what your responsibility is in this fight. What does that look like for you? How are you showing up in this space? If that means that you need some support, I need you to come on and holler at me and discover your destiny. If that means that you are trying to build connections with people, I need you to tap into community. Come on down to the archive and start having these conversations, right? But what are you doing to make sure that you are holding your responsibility that you have within this collective fight that we are in?
right? I do believe that we are going to be able to make it out of this as long as we do that together. What I don't want is for it to be too late and now you're scrambling trying to figure things out. So, as you have time and capacity right now, I need you to be thinking about what that looks like, what that sounds like. Who are the people that are in your innermost circles? Make sure that you've exchanged information with them. Make sure that you have emergency contact information. Make sure that you're having intentional conversations about what you all are going to do when and if somebody shows up at your door, or when and if somebody shows up at your neighbor's door. What are you going to do? What is your role in all of this? I urge us to stay connected to our humanity and our empathy. One of the things they want us to do is to be willing to sacrifice others and to turn a blind eye to atrocities that are happening, because that makes it so much easier for their system to operate. So I want to urge you to stay connected to your humanity and to the humanity of other people so that we don't become like them. All right? Y'all, that's it. I got it all out. I don't know that it was in order, but those are the things that have been on my heart to share. We will be back next week with another episode of The Frolicking Truth. So you don't put syrup on your grilled cheese. Also, is going to air tomorrow. So please tune in. I'm sure that Kalanda and I will have a lot to talk about with everything that has been happening. So that airs on Sunday at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Okay, and we do that show live, so you have the ability to contribute to the show and be there with us as we are processing all of the things. All right, so I love y'all so much. I appreciate y'all. See y'all next time. Bye. Thank you for listening to The Frolicking Truth, where joy meets justice and our nervous systems get free. Please be sure to like, rate, and comment. Subscribe to the YouTube page, Minding My Black Ass Business, and follow me on all social platforms. Until next time, bye. I used to wear earrings all the time because I had an addiction to accessories. I had to deal with that addiction because I would just be having them to be having them. So when I left the US, I did like this big purge, and then there were certain earrings that I kept. And a lot of the earrings that I kept were, one, lightweight, so made out of wood, and then Afrocentric, if you will, right? So this is an ankh. So the ankh actually is a symbol. I graduated from Fisk University, and our campus has an ankh built into the fabric of the campus. And so an ankh has always been a symbol that just kind of felt homey, if you will, like you're wherever you went to college, that is usually like homecoming, so it feels like home or whatever. The Ankh symbol, sometimes referred to as the key of life or the key of the now, is representative of eternal life in ancient Egypt. So it's the eternal life part. So they were telling us like they're birthing us out here into the world, right? Fisk University historically has been a hub of social action and social justice, and many of the movements, the civil rights movement happened there. W.B. Du Bois is one of our distinguished and prestigious alumnus. That is the only statue actually of a person that is on the campus, is W.B. Du Bois. And so anyway, it is very like historical and rooted in all the things, right? So the Ankh is something that they reference. I don't know if they still do this, but back in my day, we had an orientation that was very extensive on the campus, and like they really went into depth about the history that was there on the campus. So the Ankh has always felt like home. Listen, this morning I was getting ready, and then I was like, it's Black History Month. And then I remembered that I have earrings, and I was like, oh, I could just go basic black, you feel me? Put Raina up, okay? And then we could throw the Ankh earrings on, and then we could talk about, the things. But also, this the other thing.
These people out here calling me a witch. I really can't even wrap my mind around that right now. That is blowing my full ass mind. I'm talking like blowing the top off. I need to put an effect here because what do y'all think I'm doing? The comment in the chat says, who said that? It was a whole thing on Sunday on So You Don't Put Syrup on Your Grilled Cheese. She, the other day, was talking about, she was like, people are trying to figure out what you're doing. And she was like, there are people that think that you're a witch. And I was like, that don't apply to me. And then I started thinking
I'm
a
like,
little
you don't think
harder.
so?
And then I was like, really? That's what people. And I had this moment of like, that is really interesting. But then also, so you know that pastor had told me I was gonna be in the wilderness. You know.
Yes, yes.
And
Yeah.
so then that gives it, I'm like, well, yeah, then I guess so, right? And
Like they
also
must.
because we can make so many excuses for the rituals that are present in Christianity and just like act like those are
Nobody
not
thinks
rituals,
like those
right?
are rituals. Like, what do you think you're doing?
And
You're
then
literally
so
eating the body. Okay, anyway, go ahead.
the history of accusing people of being witches and the Salem witch trials and the Spanish Inquisition and like all of that. And all of that goes back to our cultural and indigenous practices, right? So then
Correct.
I was like, oh, I do be talking about that stuff. So then maybe in that
They
context, people do
they
be thinking
probably
it.
do.
So this
And you're
morning,
planty and all the things. Go ahead.
oh, plants is a big
Well,
thing.
because you know, like you're searching and actively using the plants for their medicinal
Actual
properties. Like
purposes.
that is
Mm-hmm.
what that is.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just as a core practice of this is what the
Mm-hmm.
earth is supposed to do and provide for you in abundance. Like,
But this is the thing. I do have an episode. It's one of these early episodes. And the title of the episode is Who Told You That Was Witchcraft? Because I really do think that we need to understand words and understand how words have been weaponized and who words have been attached to over the course of history. One of my favorite plays is The Crucible, and it was written about the Salem witch trials, which was a very real event that occurred. And I actually was in the Crucible. It's one of the last things that I did, definitely in theater. It was one of the last things I did before I left Florida. But I played Tituba, who was the Bayesian enslaved person of this family. So I didn't like to read when I was in school, okay? And I also didn't like history. I was very much math and science brained. I used to do it because I had to do it, but I did not like to do it until I got to AP English. And shout out to Miss Ulbray because instead of her being like, you know, we're going to read Romeo and Juliet, she was like, girl, it's these two kids, right? They neighbors. And they families don't like each other, right? But they still sitting here talking about that they gonna still be together. And girl, why they out here running around doing all sorts of things, girl? Then the family found out, girl. The family. So she was like leading with the story, right? And it was the first time that I was like, girl, where? Give me the book. She led with the story and like the relevance of why we're reading this as opposed to the structure of the linguistic dialogue. And it really resonated with me. And so, English, my junior and senior year, I took in a lot of the classics that I otherwise would have given the real middle finger to, okay? Because I did not care about any of it. So, The Crucible was one of those stories. So, one, she told us it was real. It happened in Salem, Massachusetts, which is in the United States of America, around 1600 something or other. And basically what happened is there were some little white girls that was in the woods dancing around fire and conjuring and trying to do whatever they thought that they was finna do. And because this was a Puritan culture during this time, they were caught. And then what the girls did is they blamed it on Tituba, who was the black slave that was in the house. They blamed it on Tituba that it was her. She's a witch. That's what happened. And so it started this wildfire of people accusing people of being witches for different things. So it's always stuck with me. Like it's been something that I've always thought very interesting. And over time, this concept of the word and who the word is placed upon makes you start asking questions. And the more that we learn about history and the more that we understand how religion has been an oppressive force, the more we can understand how, of course, they targeted the person who was enslaved, the person who had ancestral roots, the person who, has a deeper connection to God than any of these people who claim to embrace Christianity and Puritanism ever had. Of course, they would label that as witchery. But even in that, my concept of that word, to me, the word witch has always meant someone who practices evil and someone who is casting spells and like I do not do that at all. So it seems like really it doesn't seem to fit. But then what happened on So You Don't Put Stuff on Your Grilled Cheese is that they were talking in the chat and they were like, no, I think about witches as people who are intuitive and people who understand the fullness and bigness of God. And then somebody was like, and plants. And I was like, plants too? Like, oh my God, like this is so crazy. But this is my thing. I'm a scientist. My degree is in biology. So, of course, I understand. This has always been my thing, like with energy and crystals. My birthday is Valentine's Day, right? I'm an Aquarius, and the gemstone for Aquarius is the amethyst. I started getting curious about why people were saying that people are worshiping crystals because I was like, how does one worship a crystal? And then so I started asking questions, right? And then I'm like, it's not that people are worshiping crystals, people are using the energy that crystals hold. Now, I'm a scientist, right? So that means that I understand that every single thing is made of matter and atoms. And what makes something a solid is that things are vibrating in a fixed position. What makes something liquid is that they're flowing across each other. And what makes it a gas is that it's moving freely, right? Hello, sixth grade science. We learned this a long time ago. Because I'm a scientist, I understand that everything has energy, everything. So why would this thing that comes from the earth not have energy? And if you have energy and this thing has energy, energy is going to interact with each other. So why are y'all calling that the devil? I don't understand. That is just basic science. I taught this to my sixth graders, right? So the more that you begin to understand energy and the more that you dive into the science of it all, it only just makes sense. The other thing, it was really interesting to see different types of rituals and practices, right? So in Catholicism, they use holy water, and it's holy because they said so. The types of churches that I was in, they were using olive oil. And I was always curious, like, well, where you get the holy oil from? Like, where you buy it at the store? Like, how you make it? Is there a holy oil store? Like, I'm like, where do you get it? Come to find out, is from the food lion, and they praying over it. So now it's holy. So then, how you gonna say that somebody else can't say a prayer and that's gonna be witchcraft? I don't understand, because that would be the same thing, wouldn't it? They talk about burning sage in the Bible. So why are y'all saying that that's witchcraft? The people are out here saying that I'm a witch because I own plants and I have a sound bowl, which again, sound is energy. Like they're literal sound waves. Why would you not? What is wrong with these people? The chat said I need to stop because I'm making too much sense. I'm gonna just stop there and let's go ahead on and get the show started. Hey y'all, I'm Kimberland, and this is the Frolicking Truth, a soft space for Black women who are tired, brilliant, and ready to heal. Here, joy meets justice. We calm our Black ass nervous systems, we unmask, and we leave behind whatever that is trying to kill us. You're seen here, you're safe here, and you don't have to do this alone. First off, I want to say happy Black History Month. Power to the people. I look so cute. I need to take pictures today. Do y'all tell y'all's friends that? Set the camera up and snap you some shots today because you're looking good, sis. So, hey, y'all, come on in here, child, and find a comfortable spot. Take a seat, strap in. I'm grateful to have y'all here. This is episode 37 of the Frolicking Truth podcast for Black women who are tired, brilliant, and ready to heal, where joy meets justice and nervous systems get free. It is okay if you don't identify with any of those descriptors. It just means that when you come ready to listen, ready to learn, and ready to support. So it's Black History Month. And I wanted to challenge myself this month to learn some new things. So y'all know that I am an educator and I started education in 2006. So this will be the 20th year that I've been in education. And the more that I understand about the world and the more that I understand about the school system and watching how things are evolving. And also, y'all know I have spoken very freely about the things that I experienced. I'm really, really aware of how much they are erasing history and how disconnected the children of today are from the things that have happened over the course of the life of the place called the United States of America. And it makes me wonder what I didn't learn because I'm certain that there were things that I did not learn because I'm still learning things every day. So I've challenged myself throughout this month to get really intentional about researching new things or listening to different types of podcasts or, like actually digging into the story behind the story about things because it's a lot. It's a lot that has been erased, and it's a lot that is actively being erased. And so I know a lot of times people that are in my age group. So I am about to be 45 years old, y'all. Oh, I gotta say, okay, hold on. Let me write myself a note in the chat so I don't forget about that. Okay. But I'm about to be 45 years old, and there's there's so much that I have seen and learned and experienced, yet there is so much that I just really, really, really don't know. And so I want to be able to speak from a knowledgeable place about the things that may have been buried or hidden because we losing recipes. Like literally, like we're literally losing understanding. So, for example, when I was growing up, we roots the drama series, I don't know what you call it, the historical docu-series, I'm gonna call it, Roots, was like, you have to watch this. It was something that your family sat down and watched, and they used to play it on BET all the time, and it was just on. Now, Roots then evolved into, I believe it's Queen, which followed Alex Haley's mother. And like, so it was this whole thing. But that was a part of like the understanding, some of the understanding of our history. Then you had to watch Amistad and Rosewood. And one of my favorite, and I'm saying favorite, and I hate that I'm saying favorite, but one of my favorite civil rights movement movies, if you will, that used to come on all the time. It was called A Long Walk Home, and Whoopi Goldberg was in it. And it was about the Montgomery bus boycott. And then there was another movie about the Little Rock Nine that used to come on, the Ernest Green story, I think was the name of it. But like, those things aren't coming on anymore, right? A lot of this stuff happened on public broadcasting television. I don't know if y'all know about the series Eyes on the Prize. It was also around the civil rights movement. So while I didn't really care about a lot of that history, y'all, let me tell you the history I did care about, the history that mattered to Black people. Now that I was listening. It's actually interesting. There were two things in history that I used to be like, now I'll talk about this, was the Holocaust and Black history. I'm listening. Because what now? Because these things were not in the books, or they would be a paragraph in the book. And thank God, shout out to Miss Bayham. Now, Miss Bayham was my history teacher, my AP American History and AP Civics teacher. Okay. Now, Miss Bayham used to do what Miss Oubre used to do. Oh, y'all wasn't here for that conversation. Y'all got to go back for that. But anyway, Miss Bayham, girl, she would also talk to us about the story that wasn't captured on this page. What else happened here? Ask more questions. Go see. Go and um go learn and ask more, right? So the comment says that's the downside to streaming. Yeah. So like, these things were just coming on. And so now you have to actively go and seek them out if they are available. So the kids of today are not really understanding all of the things that have happened over the course of time. That is why why we not shopping at Target. Right? Even if, and I've been very like, the way that the Target boycott was rolled out, I did not agree with it, but whatever, down to capitalism altogether. Also used to have a Target addiction, and glad I don't have access anymore. So whatever. But the kids today don't have that understanding. And so if we, my generation, the 45-year-olds, the aunties, if we're not passing down this stuff, how they supposed to know? How they supposed to know? And people will say, ain't y'all learned this in school? No, no, no. They're not teaching this in school. They haven't been teaching this in school for a long time. Just like they don't teach kids how to think in school. Let me get off of that soapbox, because I get real passionate, because y'all be saying y'all care about kids and y'all don't really be caring about kids. Because if you cared about kids, we would be looking at the things that affect kids. I'm going to put this down right now, but I'm going to pick it back up probably this evening when I record for Heal That Shit. Let me look over here in this chat. It says, before you didn't really have a chance when those movies came on, so we locked in. We have so many options now. None are about our history. Yes, correct. And we have to recognize that so that we can take that into our own mouths, into our own platforms, so that we're able to utilize the power of community. And it's not just oral tradition, because that's what used to happen back in the day, why things got lost, because it was only passed down orally, it wasn't written. We have the power to document our stories so that they can understand. But if we're not doing that, We cannot be upset at the younger generation that they don't get it. But despite all of that, them babies bout it. Them babies bout it, baby. I seen a video this morning where a MAGA man showed up to a high school and put his hands on one of the students, and baby, them kids beat that man ass. Oh, they beat him down. Oh, they beat him down. Beat him down. And rightfully so. And rightfully so. We're not angry enough, and this is not what this episode is about today, but I just really, we're not angry enough. And I really, and when I say angry, anger moving into action and understanding, get serious about what you're supposed to be doing. Get serious about what you're supposed to be doing, because every single one of us owns a lane of responsibility for the movement. Every single one of us, especially if you down here to this podcast. Now, shout out to the lurkers in Pennsylvania, girl. They bad. Hello. And yes, I'm still talking and I'll continue talking. So thanks for checking in. And go ahead and like the video while you at it. Then leave me a little comment or something, you know? All right. I'm gonna stop. I'm doing too much. I'm pulling up my notes. I have been trying to readjust my routines because the people are coming. Who are the people? I was just fussing at y'all. Like, you gotta get understand your role. The people are coming that are saying, I'm ready to understand because I need to make some intentional moves. And it makes me so excited because a lot of times this is the thing. So my spiritual gifts for impacting people, one of which is a prophet, okay? And I don't really use the term prophet, it's a heart revealer. And so I am tasked with awakening us to what God is saying and what God wants us to be able to do to position ourselves so that we are in formation, if you will, to be able to support the revolution that is actively happening. And that comes with ups and downs, pros and cons, right? Y'all don't be trying to hear me when I be talking about serious things. And because sometimes it'd be like, hey, red alert, get your shit together. But then other times it's very much like, and also I'm bringing the people that need to be aligned with this movement. So I've told you all that Shekinah and I are working together and we created Found Her Future Collective. And it came out of conversations about what our role is and what we are uniquely positioned to do and how we are able to support other women in building these platforms to be able to hold on to all that history that I was just talking about. Because again, each of us has a slice, each of us, and each of us is responsible for our slice. Even if that slice is just you and your family and your lineage, that's a slice and that matters, right? So anyway, in those conversations, we developed Found Her Future and we've been getting applications, and I am just excited because I feel like oh y'all, this is why I'm talking to the Patreon right now. Y'all gonna know what I'm talking about. The rest of y'all not gonna know. Also, I'm in a sorority, y'all. I'm in a sorority. And so of course I'm out here in the wilderness again. Anyway, I feel like I'm bringing in a line. I feel like I'm bringing in a line. I feel like I am equipping people through cohorts that are really going to understand what sisterhood actually means and feels like, and what it looks like to actively support people that you care about and to actually show up. Like, I am just, I'm just so excited and encouraged. So I'm not gonna reveal like who the people are yet. I think I don't know. I don't know how far because I love a good theme. So we might have to have names and code names and all that kind of stuff. Oh my God, this could be so cute. Oh my God. But anyway. But I'm really, really excited about the women who are aligning with us and the people who are working in the background to make all of this happen. I just can't wait for you all to see what's happening. So I'm gonna be sharing different clips from, and I might do one a week, or I don't know how I'm gonna do it yet, but the people that are coming through Found Her Future and the people that are connected to the ecosystem, they up in the ante, baby. They showing up on the YouTubes, honey, making content, like upgrading sets, like it's all kind of stuff that's happening. And I'm just so excited, right? So let me tell y'all about Shekinah. And that's why I've been calling Spy Kid over here in the chat. Also, let's talk sis. Okay, this girl, I'm gonna put a clip in here so y'all can see the upgrades and all of this stuff she done figured out just being out here on this internet.
To it, let's talk. Okay, so as you can see, we have upgraded the set. Okay, just a few small, minor, major improvements. I was looking at it last year and I'm just like, I tried. Okay, I did try. I did make an effort, but it just was looking a little sad. I wanted something a little more moody, a little more grown, a little more elevated. Okay, so we've added some lighting. We had some greenery. Okay, but we've decorated it a little bit more. We've added some backlighting, a little ambiance for the girls. Tell me what y'all think. Tell me how you feel. And if you're a designer or have a knack for design or set design, please let me know. Give me some ideas on what you think. Maybe I can add, take away, subtract to the set just to kind of add to those vibes that we're trying to go for. Your girl is 30 now, okay? She's real grown. And I want to reflect that, in the set and in the things that we're doing.
Because I done told y'all I'm 45, okay? And so listen, Auntie know what she know, okay? And but also I could still learn, but also Auntie know what she know, okay? And I don't be knowing all the things, nor do I really be having time to sit down and actually figure it out. Like it's different to learn it and like go through the process. Okay, I see that. But to like start from scratch, that be feeling like a lot. But when you got a spy kid on your team, this girl, she been over there doing the things. So the Let's Talk Sis podcast universe will be intersecting here a lot. So we are planning on some things and I'm excited about it. Okay. I know one we have on Thursdays, we have a co-working. Now this is down there to the TikTok. Okay. And but also it's people down there to the TikTok. So I do realize that we need to have a presence everywhere because people are everywhere and people are actively looking to be a part of communities that they know are safe. It is an active revolution going on right now. I just again need y'all to tap in. So anyway, child, I'm gonna be going down there to the TikTok, child, and we'll start with co-working sessions. So they'll be on Thursdays at 12. I think we're doing 12 to 2 Eastern. So y'all can come and hang out with us, and I'm gonna probably be editing, or we might be looking at, oh, look how to make clips or whatever. So also, if you're a content creator, listen, come on down, okay? All right, I keep getting sidetracked. Keeping on sidetrack. So with Found Her Future, we're just really, really excited to be able to open the door for different types of creators, people that have different types of passions. So one of the people that's coming on board, her specialty is in Africana studies. and she has lived in various countries across the world and particularly on the continent of Africa. So the global impact that we are making, I don't know if y'all understand. I really don't. And I be trying to put it into words, but sometimes it just be a lot. So this is what I need y'all to do. This is what I really need y'all to do. I told y'all my birthday coming up, right? Okay, so this is what I need y'all to do for my birthday. I need you to go to patreon.com/minding my black ass business. And I need you to at least join the free subscription to the archive. Okay? That's what I need y'all to do. And then I'm gonna put a chat there that you can say, hey, so I know like who the people are and like all of that. I will say that free is going to be limited. You're not going to be able to get everything. You're not going to be able to be in on all the conversations, okay? But you will at least get notifications so that when you are ready, that you can pay $5 a month to get into the archive and decide what your slice of the pie that you're keeping alive is going to be. Okay, that's what I want for my birthday. I really would like for you all to do that. Okay, that would mean a lot to me because there's a lot that we need to talk about and there's a lot that we need to do to support each other. And we have collectively, we have all the gifts that we need within the collective. We really do. So I'm asking you, if you are listening to this, come on. Okay, won't you just come? Come on. I don't remember what the altar call song was. I don't remember what it was down there to the church house. Okay, moving on. So if you are interested in being a part of the internship, Found Her Future, please go to tinyurl.com/foundherfuture. There you'll find a letter with more information, and then you can go ahead and fill out the application. The application is in depth because we want to really understand the type of environment that you need to be most successful, as well as what you are bringing into the collective, okay? So tinyurl.com/foundherfuture. Now, you might be saying to yourself, I love that, girl. And also, I don't really have space to be able to barter services and, do all that. But I do want to be able to understand my spiritual gifts. I do want to be able to understand my purpose. What if the thing you've always called too much was the exact thing God designed on purpose? This is for the ones who've always known they were different. Too sensitive, too loud, too knowing, too intuitive, too woo-woo. But what if your sensitivity is actually your superpower? What if your intuition was your inheritance? Discover Your Destiny is a 10-week sacred journey back to yourself. We explore the design of your soul, your spiritual gifts, and the unique way that God speaks to you. This isn't church. It's not a rule book. It's not a performance. It's the moment you stop chasing approval and start walking in divine alignment. You'll gain clarity, language, and confidence around who you are and what you are here on the earth to do. You'll learn the real voice of God. And if you feel called to go on to become a certified intuitive melanated life coach, this is where that path begins. There are 2 ways to enter this sacred container: the Destiny track, full investments and coaching experience, or the Divine Exchange track, where internship meets soul work. You'll support podcasting, content creation, or brand development behind the scenes while learning how your unique gifts benefit the collective. Your knowing isn't a flaw, it's the fingerprints of God. This is your invitation, and I hope that you'll answer. So now I need you to go to dyd25.com. Somebody put in the chat global impact. There are people across the world who have gone through this program who are now calling me and like, I'm ready. Matter of fact, let me tell y'all this before I get back to that. So I certify life coaches, right? And this is what I want to say about life coaching, first of all, and then I'll get back to what I was about to talk about. So life coaching is not like psychology, and it does not have a governing board that is over it. right? So anybody can call themselves a life coach. They can go through a program or not. Like, it is not something that is monitored in that way. So I think it's really important for people to understand that, because my certification program, I am very intentional about talking about the ethical parts of what it means to be a life coach. I am also very intentional that nobody is getting certified to be a life coach if they have not gone through Discover Your Destiny, because there needs to be a common language of understanding what your spiritual gifts are, because those spiritual gifts are going to show up in everything that you do. When I designed the certification program, also, I'm not just putting my name on anybody. That's what I need you to know too. Okay, I'm not putting my name on everybody. And if you ain't here for the right reasons, child, God bless you. I'm not doing that, you know? So also that, all right? But I need to know and understand that anybody that is saying that they got certified through me, that they're not out trying to harm people. So ethics is really big for me. Checking bias is really huge for me. It's important for me that anybody, this is the other thing, I only certify life coaches who are melanated. So that means that they have some sort of connection back to the continent of Africa. Okay, now that comes in all shades and colors, but also must understand. Okay, so that's also really important, because this particular work is the work of those of us who are of the African diaspora, if you will. I feel like I got a lot of disclaimers I'm putting out here, but anyway, this is my point. When I'm certifying life coaches, the ethical portion is really, really important. That's not important to everybody. Everybody doesn't talk about that. So as you are thinking about, if you are thinking about becoming a life coach, and that is something that is important to you, that's the kind of questions that you need to be asking of the people that are saying that they can certify you. Also, I'm an educator and I write curriculum. That's what I do. That's what my master's degree is in. So I also have the ability to be able to support people in developing their curriculum, because that is what I do. You know? Okay. All right. So anyway, if you are somebody who is thinking about wanting to be a life coach, you understand, or you don't necessarily know maybe who you're called to, but you're like, I know I want to go down that path. I need you to go ahead on and get connected to Discover Your Destiny. Okay. Because this cohort that we finna have, that's why I say I feel like I'm bringing in a line. I have people that are working on their life coach certification. I have people that are coming into Discover Your Destiny and that ecosystem for the first time. Y'all, we got some hitters. We got some hitters. And I just want y'all to be able to watch what's about to happen, because I already see it. I already see it. There is elevation that is already happening. There is alignment that is happening. It is literally happening right in front of our faces. So I need you to get tapped in. Okay, if you just sitting there watching and you saying inside, no, girl, now. Okay. So having said that, for Discover Your Destiny, I decided, because my birthday coming up, is that I'm going to do a birthday special. So usually the cost is $1,125 for the group class. I decided for my birthday that I'm going to make it $750. Okay, so if you reference this as I'm talking about this in here, then you will be able to get that deal. Okay, all right. Now, having said that, the window is closing soon. Okay, so the next cohort of Discover Your Destiny starts on March 5th. All right. So that means that by February, I'll give y'all to the 28th. I'll give y'all through the end of the month. By February 28th, okay? Get on in there so we can get you registered so we can start this journey. Discover Your Destiny is 10 weeks. There are countless people that can speak for its impact, all right? So you can go to the website again, dyd25.com, and you can see some of the testimonials that are there. There are videos of testimonials from folks. So there are people, go ask somebody. Okay, now getting back to that. So I was counting earlier because, I'm an educator or whatever. And I was like, how many people have I had the opportunity to touch? Now, this is how this started. So I was sleeping last night And then I woke up at 4:44 a.m. and I looked at the date and I was like, it's February 4th. Now, 4 is my favorite number. This is going to be a bonus question one day, by the way. Um, when I pledged in my sorority, I'm also a number 4. And then as I got more curious about 4, because 4s would show up in my life over time, and I was like, maybe this number really means something, right? And all numbers mean things. Again, in biblical significance, numbers mean things, right? People talk about number 7 is completion, number 5 is grace, number 3 equals the Trinity, right? Like numbers mean things. So that's where I started with this number 4. And I was like, let me see what folks talking about, right? So I went and researched number 4. And 4 represents being grounded, it represents foundation, it represents trust. And that really resonated with me because those are things that I think over my life that I prided myself on being stable. And what's so wild, y'all, is over the past shit since probably since like 2019. I noticed all these 4 showing up. I really resonate with 4. And I have been hearing in some readings that I have been listening to. This is why the people be calling me a witch, y'all. This is why. Um, there's a reader that I listen to. Her name is Natija Cave. And she's been calling up the number 4 as well. And I thought that that was just so interesting, right? And at some point, it kind of stops being a coincidence in my world. And it's just like, okay, God, what are you trying to say? And so when I woke up this morning, 4:44, February 4th, number 4, oh my gosh, this is interesting. So I said to myself, I wrote down, I said, things are starting to feel more sturdy, and I don't even know where it's coming from. I just know that I've been sowing seeds. And then I started thinking, I said, I've mentored countless teachers and taught hundreds of children. And then I was like, let me try to count them up. So I spent 16 years in Hillsborough County Public Schools, right? The first 6 of those years, I was a classroom teacher. So each of those years, I had, let's say, 100 students. But I also taught or coached the STEP team. So that was another group of students that I didn't actively teach, but that was usually somewhere about, let's say, 10 per year. So just add 60 on to that. Whoever's doing the math, somebody likes crunching numbers. So that was the first 6 years. So then after that, I was a new teacher mentor. So each of those years, I did that for 4 years. So then I had maybe 25 teachers each year, but then I also had teachers that I only evaluated, right? But also my evaluations came with in-depth conversation and often lasting relationships because I really wanted them to be successful. So anyway, each of those 4 years, that was probably about 50 teachers. So that's about 200, right? But then I also started doing professional development. And professional development, now I'm teaching teachers K-12, right? And so I don't even know how to count those up. Let's just say over the course of a year in professional development, I probably had a chance to teach, let's say maybe 200 teachers per year. So that's over the 8 years, right? Okay. And so then I left Pennsylvania. I left Florida and moved to Pennsylvania. And then I was working on the state level with, let's say, 10 school districts in depth, right? So now I'm talking to the administrators and the school board members and district level staff of 10 different school districts in Pennsylvania that each have anywhere between, let's say, 3 to 25 schools that they're responsible for, right? Now, I don't know how my numbers crunching person gonna do that, but Then also in my own consulting practice, as well as in the coaching that I do currently, let's just add maybe another 50 teachers today. Let's just say, right? Okay. So why did I go through all that? Because I was really trying to get myself to understand, I don't know where the blessing and connection is coming from, but the seeds that I have been sown across the US, have been sown across the world. And so, whoever the people are that are supposed to find me, I just want to make sure that those dots are being connected and that when they look up Kimberland Jackson, that they're able to find me. Because they'll tell you. Now there'll be a lot of people too that'll tell you stuff like, I thought I was all that, and what other kind of stuff they say? They had to find out about what happened in my life on social media. They'll say that I just cut them off. All of that is true also. Okay. And then ask them, and what did you do? Because I bet you I got some receipts about what had happened. All right, so moving on to the next thing, girl. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. All right, I'm looking in the comments. Somebody said mine is 8. It represents infinite abundance and karmic balance. Biblically, new beginnings, as it is the day after the Sabbath. The number 8 is a very strong number as well. And then the other comment said, well, you are all that. I appreciate you, sis. Okay. All right. Let's the last thing is the healing circle. The healing circle is going to be next Saturday, February 14th. That is Valentine's Day at 10:30 a.m. Eastern. Our topic is self-love, and we're going to do breath work as well as a yoga flow to be able to connect back to our own spirits and what type of love makes us feel full and seen and appreciated, and what does that look like, and then how can we give that to ourselves? How can we give that to ourselves? Because sometimes we outsource that and we make it somebody else's responsibility to fill our love tank when it is our responsibility to make sure that our love tank is full, and then we give from our overflow. Okay, so that's what we'll be talking about during the healing circle. So I would love to have you there. It is a free space that you're able to come to. All you have to do is register. And if you go to tinyurl.com/Black Women Healing Circle, you can do that. This is a space that is solely for Black women. So if you are not a Black woman, please tell a Black woman about it, okay, no matter where she might live in the world. And directly after the healing circle, we are going to have my birthday episode of the Frolicking Truth. Yay! So that on February 14th, the Frolicking Truth will premiere at noon as opposed to 11 like it usually does. Okay. So we'll have the healing circle, then we'll go right into the Frolicking Truth next Saturday, which is, yes, my actual birthday. All right. I'm going to be 45 and I do have an Amazon birthday list. If you would like to purchase something for me, there's stuff on there like incense and essential oils. Y'all, I almost had a conniption this morning because I was getting to the bottom. I said, I got to get more essential oils, Lord Jesus. So that's the kind of stuff that's on there. A purse, I think, is on there. A couple pair of earrings, I think, is on there. So if you are wondering what you can get from me, you can do that. Or you can just send me some cash. That is always going to help because I would like to add some plants to my background here and balance out my set and all of that. So if you would like to donate to my plant fund, you can do that by going to Cash App $Kimberland Jackson or Venmo at Kimberland Jackson, and or you can buy me a coffee. And I don't know what that link is right now, so I am going to put it here on the screen. All right. So yeah, those are ways that you can donate to the birthday fund. I do not know what I am going to do yet for my birthday. I do feel like I want to go to the park and I want to dance and I want to laugh. Yeah. So whatever that means, that's what I'll be doing, and that's how I'll be bringing in my 45th year of life. So I'll keep y'all updated on that. Of course, if you are in the archive, I'll put some updates in the inner circle, and you all will get the information in real time. One more thing, y'all, for real, before I get into the things. We have the new podcast from Auntie with Love, and y'all, we have a premiere date. We have a premiere date, y'all. So we are going to be premiering the new podcast from Auntie with Love on Sunday, March 8th. So from Auntie with Love will live in the Sunday time slot on the Mind of My Black Ass Business Network, opposite of So You Don't Put Syrup on Your Grilled Cheese. So it'll be on the opposite week. So now Sundays, child, when y'all looking for something to see, we gonna be dropping something new down there. Okay. See us. So I'm so excited. I will put the trailer in here just so you all can meet the aunties once again.
I don't know if y'all can tell it now, but we're excited.
Hey y'all, welcome to From Auntie with Love, a sister verse of Black women reimagining life together.
They told me to put a pinch of brown sugar.
Who is they?
Sugar is even
Who is they?
She's like a cookout.
I'm trying to think back.
Right?
You want to like go to a lounge? Four aunties in different seasons of life with stories to tell, thoughts to spill, wisdom to drop, and side eyes to give.
That's how we'll have a mindful moment, a mindful booty moment.
Okay.
I'll lead us through a mindful booty moment.
One of my newfound commandments is that I will hold space for change and forgiveness.
Do not show up to anywhere that I do not know that you are coming, especially my house.
You're going to find me with a drink high in the air in one hand and my body low.
Yeah. Let's get into the conversations that don't usually make it to the table, but they should. With love. Always. Yeah, so those are the aunties, and we have our first episode that will be dropping early to the Patreon. So the Patreon, you'll always get it earlier than the general public, so you'll be able to do that. And then we have different types of things that we're going to be planning, times for us to hang out with the aunties, do some live streaming, all the things, y'all. I'm telling y'all, it's going to be a good time. Yeah. Okay. And so From Auntie with Love has its own emojis. It's the envelope with the heart as well as the star that kind of goes like that. So again, each of these universes has their own emoji, their own language, their own people that are connected to the network. So I'm excited. I'm gonna be telling y'all, like, doing more on each of the people that are gonna have content here, so we can make sure that we're linking their pages, that we're going to their TikToks, that we're following their YouTube, subscribing, that we're watching their stuff. Y'all, we working together. We're working together over here. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. So frolicking in the feed for real. So the Grammys happened the other day, and it was interesting. Um, I don't watch award shows anymore. I also can't really, I don't know where they are. Like, I don't have US network TV, so streaming is my life and what that looks like and sounds like. But they happened the other day, and the Grammys is the award show for music. And so there were some notable speeches. that happened where people really took the time to use their platform to publicly declare against ICE and against immigration and speak up for Black people and love and unity and all of that. So I did want to note some people like Kaylani. She's the one who sings the folded song. That's what she won for. Come take up what they all pick up. Come pick up your clothes. I have them folded. Meet me at the door while it's still open. Yeah.
What I want to make sure that I say is that everybody is so powerful in this room and in this room later. And together we're stronger in numbers to speak against all the injustice going on in the world right now. Yeah. So instead of letting it be just a couple few here and there, I hope everybody's inspired to join together as a community of artists and speak out against what's going on. And I'm going to leave this and say, F ICE.
Why was it important for you to wear this Ice Out pin today?
I really wanted to say fuck ICE, but I think they needed some couth on the carpet or something. I'm a little couthless, ruthless. But I think everybody we're too powerful of a group to all be in the room at the same time and not make some kind of statement in our country. So yeah, it's brainless to me.
As an artist, do you feel a responsibility to platform your opinions and try to affect change?
Yeah, I think I have definitely had my fair share of sharing all my opinions. Hopefully, I always have the gall to do so. And I think, again, bringing it back around to the importance of us all doing it together because there's strength in numbers. I think we have to hold each other down and lead the world together.
Do you think enough artists are speaking out right now?
I'm not really paying attention much, to be honest. I got very far away from social media, but my hope is that I see everybody with a pin tonight.
And for you, what would it mean to win your first Grammy tonight?
Honestly, I'd just be honored. It's for my daughter, it's for my mother, it's for my supporters who have always believed this for me and dreamed this up for me, and it would look really cute next to my pathos above my television. So.
One last question before you have to go. I'm asking everybody tonight, who's your pick for Album of the Year? Because it's a stacked category.
Ooh, Bad Bunny, yeah. I think we're often either what leads or aids revolution or provides a lens for people who will understand certain things better via art. So I think we have a big responsibility, absolutely. And also we're under a microscope and people all over the world can see even just when we open our mouths one time. So I think we have the opportunity to use it wisely. And there's so many of us that a group of us using it wisely is pretty unstoppable.
So she got up there and spoke. Billie Eilish also Bill, that was a tongue twister. I did not expect that. Billie Eilish also spoke up, and Billie Eilish is a known advocate for different types of movements.
Thank you so much. I can't believe this. Everyone else in this category are so amazing. I love you so much. I feel so honored every time I get to be in this room. And as grateful as I feel, I honestly don't feel like I need to say anything, but that no one is illegal on stolen land. And yeah, it's just really hard to know what to say and what to do right now. And I feel really hopeful in this room, and I feel like we just need to keep fighting and speaking up and protesting, and our voices really do matter, and the people matter, and fuck ICE is all I want to say. Sorry. Thank you so much. I can't believe this.
And I'm not really like deep into their universe, but I do know that I've heard Billie Eilish's name come up many times in talking about Palestine or talking about human rights or things of that nature. So they said something, and then Shabuzi had also said something. Now, Shabuzi is a Black country artist. Okay, he was actually on Cowboy Carter. on a couple songs, I believe. The one when he says, some of those some of that step, just some of that step in the red. I don't know the song. I've been in the bed, and some of the nobody said, and the sun in front of the dead. This ain't Calabasas, some of the something. Y'all know what I'm talking about. That's the one. Bucket, bucket, whoa, bucket, bucket, like a mechanical bull. Bucket, bucket. That's the other thing I have to do is I have some dance challenges that I need to get out of my system. And that's one of them. I know it's long overdue. I know it was a long, long time, but I need to do that. And then I also need to do the what's the other one? Liberian girl. This my thing though with Diana. And I don't remember the name. What's up, girls? The Dancing Dolls. Now I'm from New Orleans. Y'all, my ADHD is here, but Shabuzi, we'll be back. But let me tell y'all this. So the Dancing Dolls of Southern University are the only dancing dolls that I really be fooling with. Okay. And so when I see Diana and the way that her girls dance, I can't stand a wild flinging arm. I just take me out. I told y'all I used to coach the step team. Baby, they tell you one thing that'll get them having to run some laps, or if them hands and arms is flailing all over the place, can't take it. Fix it immediately. Okay, immediately. And it's a lot of that with the Liberian girl situation. It's a lot. And the other thing is because I'm from New Orleans, okay, and Southern University dancing dolls, the I don't like this is no offense. This is no offense. Okay, so do not come for me. Please. Okay. This is my personal opinion. Okay. Let me get myself together before I say this. Let me listen. Because I am from New Orleans and because the dancing dolls are the standard of excellence in the HBCU dance team world, I do not like the style of Jackson State and the Alcorn Golden Girls. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't. And that's my truth. And like y'all can like matter of fact, let me just show because oh y'all know what we're gonna talk about next week? Mardi Gras. Cause Mardi Gras finna come up. Mardi Gras is on February 17th. So we're gonna talk about it. I'm gonna show y'all what I'm talking about, okay? So that y'all can like not kill me. Now, if you're not in HBCU culture, HBCU stands for Historically Black College or University, you might not know what I'm talking about, but just follow along, all right? So these are the Jackson State J sets, right? And now, what I do love though, let me put this on mute right quick. What I do love from Jackson State are their drum majors. Okay, their drum majors are my favorite drum majors, but I don't like the girls. So you see this? I don't like that. I do not like it. I love this song and I love what their drum majors do to this, but I don't like that little marching step. I don't like it at all. Okay, so that's the J sets. And now I'm going to show you Southern University dancing dolls. It does look weird to me. To me. Don't come for me. Okay, but it does look weird to me. So these are the Southern University dancing dolls. And watch how they walk. It just feels so smooth and flowy to me and much different than the other one. Okay. So why did I bring all of this up? Because I was talking about that Liberian girl dance move or what it's called, the dance challenge. And Diana and her girls, they really just be They be doing too much with their arms, and it be feeling very much like Jackson State type of vibe, and I do not like it. I do not like it at all. So, I'm gonna do some dance challenges, but I'm gonna have to do it a different way because I don't want my arms flailing all about like that. So anyway, let me see what else. I was trying to get back to Shabuzi. So Shabuzi had basically said that immigrants built the country.
I said, Dear God, I just want to say thank you. Nothing is possible without you. Your love and will preserves me through it all. Um, I want to also thank my mother, who, as of today, has retired from her job after 30 years, um, working in the medical field as a registered nurse in the psych ward. Um, she worked 3 to 4 jobs just to provide for me and my 4 siblings as an immigrant in this country. Um, Thank you, Mom. And again, the last thing I want to say, immigrants built this country, literally. Uh, actually, so this is for them, for all children of immigrants. This is also for those who came to this country in search of better opportunity to be a part of a nation that promised freedom for all and equal opportunity to everyone willing to work for it. Thank you for bringing your culture, your music, your stories, and your traditions here. You give America color. I love y'all so much. Thank you.
And people felt some type of way about that because they said that he was ignoring the Black plight of enslaved Africans who came over to the country who were not immigrants, who were brought there against their will. Those are the people that built the United States of America. And that does not erase the contributions that immigrants made as they came to the country, because anybody who has come to the United States of America that was in a marginalized or disadvantaged position was a part of the system to build the country. Shabuzi has Nigerian heritage. And one of the things that I think we don't talk about enough is that the continent of Africa has been highly colonized and has been infiltrated with white supremacy culture. I don't think we talk about that enough. And the way that it is weaponized against African Americans is that in African schools, I was listening to somebody the other day and he was in Kenya and he was talking about the curriculum that they have in Kenya. And he was like, the curriculum in the schools is British and it doesn't really talk about African Americans. Like it's propaganda, like for the British people, like the way that they kind of think of themselves as the saviors to the African people and all of that. So he was saying, just like I was talking about earlier, if we don't take the intention to tell our children about what's happening, then they grow up thinking something that is completely outside of what actually happened. So the situation with Shabuzi made me really think about some conversations that I've had with people who are either first generation, and usually first generation from the continent of Africa. And what they believe about us as African Americans is that we either are not smart and incapable, or that I've also heard that we just don't fight. And so one of the reasons when I was talking about Black History Month earlier, one of the reasons that I want to learn even more about the types of things that have happened is because I want to be able to dispel thoughts like that allow people of the diaspora to be disconnected from the oppression all of us have faced. Because the continent of Africa has been pillaged and destroyed by whiteness since they let the white folks in. Since then, since they showed up on the shores and came in, Africa has been the main place where there has been genocide and destruction of every type. But if we aren't telling those stories, then we don't have that information to pass down to others. So I feel like I want to make that like a part of my thing. But the other thing
that I was curious about was what they talking about at the churches in regards to immigration and what's happening right now. There was this clip of this white pastor, and he was talking about, I can play it for y'all.
Renee Good, it's all Alex Preddy, no Keith Porter Jr., none of the others that have passed away that actually have brown and black bodies. All of a sudden, it is important. Just all I'm saying to you is noted, noted. Non-judgmental. But what am I supposed to do with that? Feel guilty? I'm just saying, observe it, notice it. That is how it works. That is how it works. Okay? Now, what's happening is we've come during a time of the camera. So these things are being exposed. And man, isn't it exhausting? Mm-hmm. Now I want to pause because my black and brown people are going, yeah, we've been at it for a while. And if you're already exhausted, young man, we might be in trouble. All right? Now just hang with me, okay? It's like drinking from a fire hydrant, isn't it? Journalist arrested. Protesters murdered. Ballots seized right down the street. Child sex trafficking exposed. Communities being terrorized. Children detained. Oligarchs censoring. I got censored for the first time, your pastor, on TikTok. Censored by an oligarch. Because apparently I'm a threat. Democracy eroding. Every week there's something new, isn't there? Another crisis stacked on top of the last. Another norm shattered before I even have a chance to mourn the last one. And then I sit here right here this morning wondering right now when I finish this sermon and I go to lunch and I pop up my phone, what shock is coming next? Because what I've learned about white supremacy is it will do everything it can for you not to talk about the white supremacy.
That's right.
But what's more exhausting than all of these endless scandals is what never actually follows the scandals. No justice, no arrest, no consequences, no accountability. Instead, the opposite seems to be happening. Truth tellers are being punished. Power is being protected. Cruelty is being excused. The vulnerable are paying the price. I'm going to be honest with you. Some days this doesn't just feel like tyranny. It feels like inevitability. And I start to question, can this even be stopped? Because what we are dealing with now, what we are dealing with is no longer a right and left. Never really has been. That was the game the oligarchs played.
That's right.
And all of a sudden we have files coming out.
I'm curious again about the things that are being said down there to the churches, because I feel like at what point do we start talking out? Like at what line has to be crossed? And how much more do we need to find out before we start understanding our assignments? And we all have different assignments, okay? I continue to tell it. We all have different assignments that look very different depending on the context of who we are, the people that we have access to, the life experiences that we have had, but we all have a responsibility to be using that platform because things are very far reaching, right? And so he started out talking, that pastor, and this pastor is at, what's the name of the church? Vinings Lake Church. I'm not sure where. Church leader Cody DC is the lead pastor of Vinings Lake Church. And he was talking to his group of attendees, which were a whole bunch of white people. And he was talking about Keith Porter Jr. and the double standard in America. So, but that's a white man who's using his platform to talk to the white people that are in his circle, right? So like, I feel like we need more of that. And if we have more of that, then it will be very easy to see the people that stand out that are not aligned with the movement of humanity, right? Somebody else that won during the Grammys and is also getting a platform coming up this weekend is Bad Bunny. Now, I have been very vocal. I love Bad Bunny as far as a music artist and more so as an activist. So his latest, what's it called? His latest album is called Debí tirar más fotos. And basically it says, I should have taken more pictures. And the album is really about the plight of Puerto Rico and the Puerto Rican people, the colonization by the United States, the genocide of the indigenous Taino people that lived in Puerto Rico, the way that they have been able to hold on to their culture. He also has a song, Le Paso, what's it called? Hawaii. I don't remember the full name of it, but it's a song about Hawaii and the same thing that happened in Hawaii. They don't want to happen in Puerto Rico because the U.S. colonized Hawaii. If you look it up, Hawaii didn't become a state until what, 1959 is when Hawaii became a state. And that was not because they wanted to become a state. It was because the U.S. had colonized them and destroyed their farmland that they could no longer take care of themselves. So in order, and they also kidnapped and maybe got rid of the queen that they had in Hawaii, the indigenous people there. And when the U.S. Overthrew their sovereign government, Hawaii had no choice but to become a U.S. state. And that is how it became the 50th state. And that also was done in almost every other place, Alaska as well. The indigenous people there, the conditions were made so unlivable that they also had no choice but to become a state. So Bad Bunny talks about that as well. And I'm really, really, really looking forward to how he is going to use this platform. Also, keeping in mind that he's only able to say and do so much. So I'm curious of what that's going to look like within the lines that have to be drawn and the lines that have to be painted for him. I don't know because I remember, for instance, which I don't fool with him no more. Snoop Dogg, I'm done. Okay, done, done. But he has said when Dre had the Super Bowl halftime and Snoop wanted to wear something or come out doing something or he wanted to say something, Dre was like, you can't do that. Like he had restrictions on how he could show up. So I'm certain that they're going to give Bad Bunny restrictions. I'm curious in what he's going to do because I really do feel like Bad Bunny is a revolutionary and he is very much anti colonization and anti-terrorism that the U.S. has had in place. And so I'm really, really curious, right? But in the theme of that, y'all, I not only have to learn those other TikTok dance challenges, I have to get my salsa moves up. Okay, and I only have, today is Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So I only have 4 days before I got to be ready, baby. Oh my God, I can't wait. So I am ready to have the dance floor cutting up for Sunday for the halftime show. I don't care about that game and I'm not going to be watching that game, but I am going to watch the halftime show. And I may actually wait till it gets on YouTube, honestly, afterwards. But I'm going to watch Bad Bunny's performance. I'm really, really looking forward to it because I really do feel like he deserves the recognition that he is getting. He made history by being the first Spanish album to win Album of the Year because Debí Tirar Más Fotos is all in Espanol. And that's the first time that that has ever happened. And he is not somebody who comes from a lot of means. He lived just 10 years ago. He was a bagger at a grocery store. So I feel like he does a really good job of remaining humble and connected and honoring the people of Puerto Rico.
Before I say thanks to God, I'm gonna say eyes out. We're not savage, we're not animals, we're not aliens, we are humans, and we are Americans. Um, Also, I want to say to the people, I know it's tough to know, not to hate on these days. And I was thinking, sometime we get con- contaminados. I don't know how to say that in English. Um, the hate get more powerful with more hate. The only thing that is more powerful than hate is love. So, please, we need to be different. If we fight, we have to do it with love. If, yeah, we don't hate them, we love our people, we love our family, and that's the way to do it, with love. Don't forget that, please. Thank you. Thank you, God.
And I just have a lot of respect for him as an artist and an activist. So I'm really, really, really looking forward to that. And I have some salsa videos on deck because I gotta work on. They call it a shine. Is when like you separate from your partner, you're just doing your thing. So I got to learn me some, okay? Because I'm finna be in here certain. I cannot wait. I cannot wait. Oh my God, I'm so excited. So yeah, that is what I saw while I was frolicking in the feed, and yeah, I'm really excited. Okay, so having said that, let me get ready to get up out of here and let me grab my quote for today. And this quote comes from one of my favorite creators, Kevin Fredericks, also known as Kev on Stage. And what he said is, I'm a big fan of myself. And I echo that so deeply. I'm really a big fan of myself, and I feel like we all should be. We all should be a really big fan of ourselves because if we take the time to think about how we have been created and crafted and the way that we have still been able to show up for ourselves in this life and the ways that our hearts extend towards other people, you really should be a big fan of yourself. And so I'm looking